million. You don't want to miss a single second of this. 16 of the world's best teams have earned a spot here at the Esports World Cup. As the EWC 2025 winner, Team Heretics from EMEA have been invited back to try and defend their crown. They are joined by the Stage 1 winners of the VCT Regional Leagues, G2 Esports from Americas, Paper Rex from Pacific, and Edward Gaming from China. As Team Heretics won VCT EMEA, but already qualified to EWC as the title defender, the second-place EMEA squad, Team Vitality, also received an invite. The remaining teams all battled their way through the online qualifiers to make it here. 3 teams from EMEA, Pacific, and the Americas earned spots through each region's qualifier, while the top 2 teams from the China qualifier also advanced to LAN. We kick things off with a GSL group stage featuring 4 groups of 4 teams. Teams will play a double elimination bracket. Win 2 matches, and you advance to playoffs on the main stage. Lose 2, and you head home early. All group stage matches will be a best of 3. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the single elimination playoffs. Matches here will also be a best of 3, until we reach the grand final where 2 teams will face off in an epic best of 5. There will also be a third-place decider match played just before the grand final. That's everything you need to know, so let's jump straight into action. It's time to kick off Valorant at EWC 2026.
That's right, we've got ourselves those GSL brackets going on right now. 4 groups of 4, 16 of the best teams across the world. Several earned their spot through the opening split, the returning title defender as well, and Team Heretics. Everyone else had to go through those open qualifiers, make it on in. You get slotted in as a 1 seed and a 4 seed, and then everyone else 2, 3 kind of got put into the randomness there. And then those top 2 teams from each group make it on out. We've seen upsets already. Big time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the way it is with this format. You can get hot, you can get that momentum, win that first game, or if your back is against the ropes, if you lose that opener, that's it. Your last life has gone. You have to level up if you want to make it out of the group stage, get towards those playoffs, which of course everybody's trying to do here.
And one of the best things about this tournament is the fact that there are teams that we do not get to see in globals, or we see so little, or we haven't seen in a while, and we're like, how are they doing? Teams, for example, like MIBR, you know, players, people around the world, Valorant fans want to see these teams compete, go into this kind of tournaments and prove what they're made of. And finally, they have the chance. For example, going no further, All Gamers had an a great start of the year, and then things started to get complicated. But finally, we're going to get to see how their form is looking.
Yeah, again, BBL, another one who started very hot, cooled off a little bit, came up with the upset against third-place finishers in Masters London against EDG. And they're not just playing for fun. It's a big chunk of prize pool here on the line. $2 million prize pool here for Valorant. 600,000 going to the winners. And I've heard the players talk about how they've seen some of the teams from last year. Hey, what are you rolling up in over at the EMEA studio, over at the America studio? Looking a little nice. Those guys participated last year. It means a lot here for them.
I mean, it's easy to get flashy with prize pools like this. These are not numbers to shake a stick at by any means. So by hook or by crook, these teams are going to try and get it done and take that home.
And especially when we speak about organizations that have multiple titles and they have different teams. For the entirety of this championship here in EWC, Valorant is a very, very important game because, of course, we have a great fan base.
That's right, the Club Championship. So teams represent one organization. Each placement that they get across all the different titles here at EWC over the 2 months gets them points, 1,000 points per win, and winning that Valorant one could mean so much. As we dive into the groups here in Valorant, we saw some of these teams yesterday. Group A, it was EDG, RRQ, 100 Thieves, and BBL. And it was that 1 versus 4 EDG versus BBL. BBL came out with that insane victory here after heartbreaking map number 1.
Yeah.
Just says to you never know what to expect here.
And that's a real story for me. For that young squad, they had everything they needed to win that map 1. Double pistols, a bonus, a 1v5 ninja defuse. For crying out loud, they couldn't get it done. But they bounced back through the series, get that win there over, what has been a good-looking EDG. So I think they're going to be feeling great moving through the rest of this group.
For the side of EDG, it's good to see a different phase, them trying out compositions. We know how the rest of the year is important, especially for the Chinese teams, because Champions at the end of the year is in Shanghai. It's going to be a massive event, of course, and they want to be in the best best form going into stage 2. This is the perfect stadium for them to try out this thing.
Yeah. Also on the B stream, 100 Thieves got themselves the victory over RRQ, starting off their Group A campaign very well. Now we turn to Group B, and it was Paper Rex and NRG on the B stream. Those are two absolutely stacked teams, but because of the way that you can qualify for EWC, Paper Rex was number 1, NRG was number 4. That left us here on the A stream with the French Derby, with Vitality and Carmine Corp. It's just a stacked group here.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality got the job done in what I'm sure, could have been a much harder game. I think they would have expected a lot more coming out of Carmine Corp here at home in Paris. And then, of course, Paper Rex falling to NRG on the B stream. Not something a lot of people would have expected. Paper Rex normally in such fantastic form at these internationals.
Of course, we cannot watch 2 games at the same time. So I was
I
talking
wish.
I was talking to Pilski, especially when it's a Paper Rex NRG. But I was like, yo, what happened there? Because it really looked like Paper Rex had them in the bag, and or at least that's what the score said. Because sometimes the story is a bit not too true. And he told me that NRG was in control of everything all the time. So I'm looking forward to see what the winners are going to do in that Vitality NRG that we'll have further on.
That gets us into Group C here, where we have G2, Gentlemates, XLG, and Nongshim Red Force. This group, what do you think of it here, Big Time?
I mean, I think you never know what to make of any of these teams in this group. They've all been hot. They've all been cold at times for me. This one is about who shows up on the day. G2 coming in with that #1 seed from their win over in Americas, but in London, they couldn't get it done. Have they recovered since then?
With G2, it's always the same story. Regionally, they're the kings.
Yeah.
In America, they know everyone perfectly. But it's good the way they keep getting to see these tournaments. They see how far they can make it in this one and maybe get a win finally.
And of course, the big meme that was taken out of Masters London was we got XLG, and then XLG.
दूसरा option ही क्यों देना है? हमारा एक ही option है.
Had them drawn into the same group. It will be G2 versus Nongshim, and then Gentlemates versus XLG in the first matches today. And then we head on over to Group D, our final group here, and that'll be our first match where we get the first look at the title defenders. Team Heretics going up against AGAL. There we go. AGAL, the other squad here from China, which kind of has the makeup of BBL. Started hot over in VCT China, then cooled off, then kind of fell off a mountain, but then qualified here. It's very fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know what to expect from them. We see them qualify for Santiago in such a brilliant fashion, and then Santiago doesn't really go their way.
Nope.
And then, of course, they don't make it to London. But they are here at EWC, like you say. This is an extra chance for them to really show what they're made of and show that it was just a luck perhaps that they missed out on London, and they're ready to run it back the rest of the year.
There were many things that they had to go through. They're in stage 1, changes, of course, changes inside of the game, and things I believe were not easy for them. The important thing is that you bounce back. Back in Santiago, also, they did have the number of Gentlemates, and they did get the win over the EMEA team. And for the side of Heretics, they are not only the title defenders, but are also have gone through their own journey throughout this 2026, also securing their first EMEA trophy.
Yeah, and then MIBR and Global, obviously. Your Global boys are here. They made it. How do you feel like they're going to fare in this Group D?
Well, it's hard to know. It's been a little bit turbulent over on the side of Global.
I'm going to be looking.
So we got to wait and see how they do perform after these changes. But, we know that they can be a good team. Qualifying for Masters London was no small feat from them. So they get a second chance here at EWC to be international, but to make it out of the groups this time. That's what I want to see from them. But who knows? We got to wait and see on that B stream.
Yeah, and MIBR, with the firepower that they have, they're not going to be an easy opponent. So they better be ready to defend.
Yeah, still waiting for that giant of MIBR to wake up and see all of that potential. Maybe they'll be able to do it like Vitality did yesterday, as we take a look at some of the action from day #1. And I think one of the big takeaways was that we got to see a lot of Sunset. Sunset was all of a sudden in the pool. We're very excited to see it. Well, maybe that first map wasn't so great because EDG got blasted.
You say we saw a lot of Sunset, like a 13-3. We saw one half of Sunset. I wish we saw more. But yeah, I mean, it's great to see it back in the pool. I do wonder if it's going to come out today. Like I say, Team Heretics was so good on Sunset. They defined that meta back in the day, if you ask me. Benji on that Sci-Fi. I remember those B main postmans were horrendous. Everybody in the world copied them. I want to see that come back today.
But if you are all gamers, would you want to go again?
Yeah, no, I would ban it. I would ban it.
Yeah. Like that is something that even if Team Heretics wants to prepare for this event, many of the teams might want to shy away from that opportunity just because of that. But as we're looking at here, this is what happened yesterday. We saw some good plays from the side of KC. There were some signs of hope, okay? Do not think that it was a complete demolishment. Maybe the first map, although the score might say differently, was more Vitality-sided. But in this Lotus, there was a lot of crazy moments, a lot of Durkin, and we had a brilliant, absolute brilliance coming out from Sayonara.
Yeah, I mean, he was the guy for them yesterday. He's so young. This is his rookie year, but he's made his mark internationally. He's doing it again here at EWC. Can they keep up that form now? We will see them moving forward to the winners match later on this week.
Yeah, and who's going to take that step forward?
Baba G fighting
in GSL format. So you get 2 losses, you're out. 2 wins, you make it to the bracket stage. So getting this first win is super important.
भाई गड़बड़ हो गई.
Favorite because you don't want to drop a game you were expected to.
Yeah.
Monitor आ गया था.
The underdog because then you've got that game in hand.
Monitor वापस चला गया.
Make it on out. Cost one of those favorites on it.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. Like, there really isn't much room for error.
Monitor आया था, Monitor वापस चला गया. Monitor
It does really feel the pressure mounting, and winning that first game gives you that extra breath of life. You say 2 wins.
मतलब वापस नहीं गया, वापस
It is quite
भेजा.
fast. The turnarounds are tight. So
Monitor जब मैं रिसीव किया ना तो वो पूरा गीला आया था. पूरा बॉक्स उसका Monitor का. ठीक है. तो मैंने उसके डिलीवरी एजेंट को ही बोला कि भैया गीला है, तो बोलता है भैया मैं क्या करूं, जैसा मेरे को मिला मैं तो पहुंचा दिया, ऐसा बोला वो. तो मैं रिसीव कर लिया, उसको पेमेंट कर दिया मैंने. फिर मैं घर आया, घर में वीडियो बनाया, पूरा वीडियो से देखा, खोला उसको, तो उसके मॉनिटर का जो पैनल होता है ना, बैक पैनल, और सामने स्क्रीन में भी पूरा पानी पानी.
Last year's finals, we were in tough situation.
पूरा पानी. मैं तेरे को वीडियो भेजूं?
Different tactics to
अरे मैं तेरे को
maybe some harsh, maybe some inspiration.
भाई मैं तेरे को वीडियो भेजता ना देख.
Winning that third map to give us that big amount of belief.
नहीं अरे मैं तो ऐसे ही भेज रहा हूँ. विश्वास का क्या
Even though
बात
it was
है.
so bad, we still inside believe that it's possible. Can't stop believing because if you
ठीक
stop
है.
believing, then that's.
तो मैंने उसका अभी फोन किया था Amazon पे, रिप्लेसमेंट डाल दिया है. रिप्लेसमेंट नहीं, रिफंड डाला क्योंकि रिप्लेस हो नहीं रहा है वो.
The trophy felt unusual. I mean,
तो रिफंड ऐसे होगा कि 6 तारीख को वो आएगा बंदा पिक करने. 2 दिन के अंदर वो Amazon फैसिलिटी पहुंचेगा, तो वहां से कंफर्मेशन जाएगा, तो उसके बाद आने वाले 5 दिन में मेरे को रिफंड आएगा. तो मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि मैं दूसरा मॉनिटर ऑर्डर कर दूं.
Yeah, I mean this year Minibu is not in our roster. I mean obviously I would have liked to play.
अरे तो मैं सोचा डब्बा गीला है, अंदर नहीं गया होगा, अंदर अच्छे से पैक होके आया होगा, लेकिन
very similar in terms of play style. Of course we have differences, but I think as a team we're very similar to last year.
I think there's a lot of good teams here, but we're here to defend our title. We're gonna try as hard as possible, and teams.
तो मैंने रिसीव कर लिया था, बट ठीक है. उसने वो जो थी, उसको मैंने पूरे फोटोज वोटोज अपलोड करके और वो सब दिखाया उसको, कि वो पूछी मेरे से आप ऑन तो नहीं किए, तो मैं बोला नहीं, ऑन करता तो उड़ जाता. वो इतना पानी था उसमें. उसका जितने भी सॉकेट्स है ना, उसमें पूरा पानी भरा हुआ था.
And I love the fact that they're talking about the roster change as well that happened. That's the only change from
बाइक से
last
नहीं,
year's
उससे आया था,
iteration,
टेम्पो
winning
से,
the title
छोटा
to
नहीं
this
होता.
year, coming on back and having success throughout this year.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
अब जो भी हुआ मेरे को नहीं मतलब, मेरा तो रिफंड हो रहा है. 6 तारीख को ले जाएगा मॉनिटर.
You know, lifting those trophies. A lot of the times, you have those hot and those cold spells, but it's worth remembering they qualified
वो 6 बोला है, अब आ तो शायद कल ही जाएगा वो.
They're coming back as the reigning champions. Then they won EMEA Stage 1, which would have got them a spot if they hadn't already won. You know,
2 बज गए, उससे मैं
great
सोचा मैं
for them,
ईयरफोन
but
कर
they've
दूंगा.
definitely shown that this team can replicate the high highs of last year.
Wasn't great, it's a bit short. It was
मैं क्या करूं भाई, डेस्टिनी में लिखा था, मेरी क्या गलती है.
The bigger story for Team Heretics is how about the year is how the stage 1
एक मिनट आ रहा हूं,
they
मम्मी आई थी
started on
बुलाने.
an 0-2
एक
deficit.
सेकंड.
Things were looking not good. Before Kushmaras, there was another player that was already replacing Minibu that was comeback. They were trying some things and it was not working. They bring in Kushmaras and everybody's like, why Kushmaras? Like, out of all the players that we have, I think that we recycle a lot in EMEA, and it is normal that you were expecting a team like Heretics to bring a name that you can recognize easily. They bring in Kushmaras, things start warming up, just warming up. And then Kashmaras proved that he could be one of the top duelists in EMEA, taking them to that final and granting them their first win in VCT EMEA. Definitely, it is a different Team Heretics. All of these experiences have to change and shape them. And also, may I say, I just absolutely love the detail in the jersey with the triangle because they were last year's winners. That is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, look, I got to play devil's advocate. Koshmaras was at his best when Neon was good. But London, you know, the Neon nerf came in. He slowed down a little bit. Can he recover that form that we've seen from him? Because his Neon is very good when he's at his best.
Yes, but we've still seen teams still pick that Neon.
For
so
sure.
we'll see how it continues to grow. If those nerfs really were impacted.
And also, you need to think of something. I never trouble without this man. Is my bold Rians. I mean, for military service.
He's a brilliant player. You can't.
Absolute brilliance. This is absolutely brilliant to see Rians, the form that he was showing throughout the year.
Yeah.
And not only that, Kashmaras makes Wood look amazing. Absolutely amazing. So that is also something that I'm looking forward to see if that was something just part of the honeymoon period, or now that is, if I'm going to say it's over just because of what happened in London, what face are we going to see of Heretics?
All right, Bald Riens, Harry Riens, whatever it is, they're up against AGAL. And this is a squad that, again, started hot.
Fighting hoga to
then has picked it on up, qualifying on in. And you're hoping to see something out of them at the start, because if they come out flat, they're going to get flattened by Team Heretics.
They were not scared when they went to Santiago. And as we were saying, they had a brilliant start of the year, making themselves the winners of kickoff there in China. Fangir absolutely amazing with the Euro, a team that leaned a lot into the double duelist. There were some inconsistencies when we compare them to other teams in the sense of like the roles that they were playing. Like you would say, oh, I play controller, but I play oh, I play this, but I am the race. So it's like a lot of mixing here and there. Very aggressive. I think that Kira and Fangir were absolutely amazing there at that event, but stage one was not easy for them. There were a lot of changes and they just fell short at the end of it to qualify for the next event. They do, however, qualify to be here. And it's time to see if they can also bounce back from the previous nerfs that we've had in the year, because as we know, Valorant is always about this. You have to adapt, you have to be quick, and you have to be smart.
Yeah, I mean, at their peak, they did look like really dominant over in China. And then, of course, I feel like the individual prowess is well known. Fangir especially is an amazing player that a lot of us have our eyes on.
भाई 6 जुलाई को मिल जाएगा बोल रहा है भाई 2 दिन में मेरे को कर देता हूं ऑर्डर फटाक से.
How they approach their game plans, they're so experienced coaching staff, so I need to see them compete in that macro level for me.
Rocky भाई की आईडी से पेमेंट कर दूं.
Speaking about coaching staff, remember that Coach Neil is not going to be with Team Heretics. It's only going to be Weber, but we will say Weber has always had very good calls and timeouts with the boys, and
18119 रुपए लग रहा है, मतलब
yeah, well, GRQ
20 रुपए एक्स्ट्रा लग रहा है मेरा.
Just a couple months ago in Ascension over at China, now getting more reps on the big stage here against
फिर से पानी मत आ जा, आदि गुस्सा हो जाऊंगा इस बार.
AGAL as we get ourselves ready for the map veto between these two squads, and then of course Agent Select. I mean, if you're Team Heretics, this feels like you're in your comfort zone. It's the first match, you're not going up against.
भाई 40,000 तो नहीं फंस जाएगा, आदि 20,000 दे चुका, 20 और फंस जाएगा.
I think that for all gamers, I'd be more down to see them test stuff. But for the side of Team Heretics, I'd be more safe. Because although you were saying that Team Heretics should be on paper stronger, let's say, than all gamers, they're coming in from a very dire loss there in London. So right now it's about you finding your form, getting acquaintance with the stage and with the feelings of being here, and see how you can perform somewhere that you're comfortable in.
I mean, look, complacency is a dangerous drug here, so it's hard to know, it's hard to expect that they're going to rest on their laurels. We do have the Agent Select coming in here. Haven will be our first map. Taking a look at the comms here. Fangir on that chamber that he's so well known for.
Yeah, they were running this position, if I am not mistaken, also in the qualifier to make it here. And later, I can see the Benji Fishy going on the Vide Woods that was previously, if I'm not mistaken, playing on the Jet. Him and Koshmaras, as I was saying, making that double duelist work so well. They go for now a different approach. And if you think about the past, Heretics was so incredibly on this map, but they had a lot of struggles and even banned sometimes. Speaking of banning, when I was thinking of all gamers,
Haven, that's not the ban for the entirety of Santiago. Sometimes they do be changing, and obviously when you adapt to new metas and new things, some maps start looking more appealing to you.
Yeah, I mean, and then once again, Koshmaras is sticking with that Neon. This is where he's at his best. He couldn't quite get it done in London, but I love that the team are backing him, giving him more chances on this Neon. Now he's had more time to figure out the nerfs. Will it look different?
All right, well, here we go. It is AGAL versus Team Heretics. Team Heretics, the EWC title defenders.
यार G वाला गेम दिखाओ भाई.
Will they be able to do it? It starts with one step. Let's find out.
मैं दूसरा वाला देख रहा था बैठ के.
Whenever an Australian guy gets hyped in your ears, you're going to be pretty pumped up.
Team Heretics वाला देख रहा था मैं.
On the other side, Athena, we're taking a look at a few of the players here from MIBR. Who is my in-game leader and who is my duelist to watch that could go for that pop-off moment on camera?
Berna is going to be your in-game leader. Absolutely insane in the server, by the way. Just get ready to watch him. But in terms of duelists, you actually have two. You have Zekin and Ospas that are highly considered two of the best duelists when it comes to Americas. Obviously, nothing on Sato and Neon right now because they're kind of going crazy on Leviathan, but they're so good. You should watch them play, and I think the most important part is you should watch them and how they play together, because together they become this crazy like twin flame.
देखा क्या वीडियो?
Just go crazy.
Get low, big time. Get low, big dog. Our friends from the Alpha stage making their way across as they are trying to get eyes on all of the action. It looks like our players are getting into this map. Vito in just a moment. So let's dive into this match and talk big picture. It's a best of 3 this time around here at EWC 2026. And the first ban is in. MIBR getting rid of Sunset. Fracture is out. So we are going to see some new maps today, starting with Lotus here for Global Esports. Oh, sorry. Looks like we're going to see Lotus picked by MIBR.
Yeah, I think this Lotus pick makes a lot of sense. I mean, for MIBR, they've had so much success.
ये नहीं पता
they
मेरे को, मैंने
actually
schedule
had
नहीं
a 100%
देखा.
win rate. Granted, it was the one win on this in the past month or 2 months when they've played in Americas, when they've played
मैंने जो आज वो डाला है,
they've also played it
पोल डाला है, उसमें गैली का पता है कौन जीतेगा. पहला ऑप्शन ग्लोबल स्पॉट, दूसरा डाला जी फाइटिंग ऑलवेज. साला तीसरा ऑप्शन ही नहीं दिया है MIBR का.
They've always had really good protocols, so for MIBR to kind of win that game, I think it makes sense to let that through, especially seeing how for GE they don't really have success on that map.
At the same time, though, if you go back and look at GE's history on Lotus, 3 different games, 3 losses, 3 different comps. They always change comp. They even played a really crazy
दूसरा ऑप्शन ही क्यों दे? हम GE fighting.
XLG up against Paper X that didn't really go well for them over in the Ho Chi Minh finals. So I think it's going to be hard for MIBR to have a read picking Lotus against GE, and that's why I'm keeping an eye on the agent select here to see which direction you're going to get from both of these teams. For MIBR, does seem like they're kind of considering their options here, but it does seem like a bit of a departure from what they were playing last time.
वो देखना, उसको देखो खेल रहा है, देख उधर देखो भाई, अभी फेड पे रखा है. आसपास को देख, मजे कर रहा है. अरे सुन, अभी उस दिन मैं वो देख रहा था एक वीडियो, उसमें ये जो है क्लच खेल रहा था और हर्ष वो कर रहा था वॉच पार्टी. क्या बोलता है आसपास फ्रॉम मीशो, क्या बोलते हैं, ये मारा बोलता है भाई. क्लच को बोलता है भाई. फिर उसके नेक्स्ट राउंड में बोलता है क्या तो कुछ तो बोला था, कुछ किसी का नाम लिया था, फिर बोलता है जैसे सपोज कर तो बोला 10 फ्रॉम डी मार्ट. अरे माँ कसम क्या बेइज्जती कर रहा था भाई वो एकदम से उसकी.
When you're playing a Phoenix, you have the wall, you have the flash around the corners. But the Reina Flash is just not that good in my opinion. So I am
भाई आस-पास के अगेंस्ट में है भाई, समझ रहा है तू? जी भाई मतलब मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ भाई, झूठ नहीं बोलूँगा.
Honestly, it has to be GE because if it's not, MIBR have lost the plot. Like this is a team that I've watched play a lot of double.
भाई मैं मतलब आस-पास का
it might be a strat.
फैन तो हूँ लेकिन
it's MIBR, they're like, guys, we're better. Let's just run them down.
Yo, if I am the brand new coach, I'm bringing out a brand new comp and I'm about to blow the Valorant community's mind. It is time to shine, baby.
If Platoon is promoted to head coach and he goes into the first game playing ISO Reina, that you're really going to have a tough time handling the fraudulent allegations at that point, especially
what if it works? What if it works?
If it works, sorry, my lord.
Do you guys remember the G2 run where they literally were
Doblo.
playing ISO Harbor on on Breeze, sorry, so they've made it work. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is America's because we've had it before in the past.
Is this concern that ISO is not strong enough? Is it just the combination of these two? What has you concerned for the noobs out there like me?
They're just weak agents at the moment. They don't see
क्या यार आज मस्त मॉनिटर आ गया था भाई अभी मैं मॉनिटर में बैठा होता
4 or 5 duelists.
बताओ हाथ आया पर मुंह ना लगा
6 or 7 duelists.
Yeah. There you go. Killing it.
यार आदि घर में ही रखा है पता मॉनिटर
Take on a challenge. I love that. I'm gonna keep throwing them.
On कर दूं क्या?
Athena, you've been on the fence here, so I'm gonna.
फूक गया पता चला.
I'm really gonna make you give me a declaration.
Fence sitter.
Okay.
Who is the first to 8 rounds in this game?
MIBR.
Why?
They're I
Oh.
personally no, they're not.
रहने दे भाई रहने दे रिस्की मामला है पता चला मेरा पीसी फूक गया
Firepower on this team. They've been really well versed when it comes to veterancy on this roster. They have so much potential around them. They've shown themselves as Masters winners, as Champions winners. I can't
यार
see
जी को नया कोच लाना चाहिए
भाई.
अबे मैं तो भूल गया था ये तो मैं अभी देखा अबे MIBR में पता है तेरे को आसपास के साथ कौन है
Breeds red strips.
You and these stuffed animals.
My boys are locked.
We gotta get it.
तेरा आवाज इतना धीरे क्यों आ रहा है भाई जब मैं इतना वॉल्यूम बढ़ा
profiling, just observing, you know.
अबे सेकंड है उनमें
I can really scout out talent and win matches already, and this one is nowhere ready. So I think we could be going to an
आसपास के बाजू में देख सेकंड बैठा है
ready to kick off. We could be diving in deeper production. Go ahead and clear.
वो तो मैं अभी देखा उसको थोड़ा देख के पहचाना कि सेकंड है वो
I do love that.
If there is a strong
ले भाई हम तो आसपास ही सोच रहे थे सेकंड भी उधर
flashiest thing if you hit a headshot.
कोई नहीं हमारे पास पैटमैन है
almost all games. Who is the star sniper on both sides, and are there multiples that could pull it out? Because Ethan, for example, pulled out a big Marshall at times, collecting enormous rounds on the eco.
I mean, Aspas is just a star op player for GE. They've got a couple of players who can use it, honestly, but probably Autumn is going to be the player you're going to see using it most.
And then when am I going to the Outlaw? When am I going with the Operator? Talk me through like how I spend my economy throughout this series.
Outlaw, anti-eco, or if you think the other team is light on cash, like if the rounds are being
भाई आज अच्छे से मत खेलना प्लीज आज आपका बुरा दिन होना चाहिए प्लीज भाई प्लीज भाई ऐसे मत करो भाई ज्यादा हो जाएगा नहीं तो
Operator, yeah, Zekken, that's true. Operator in any other circumstance, you know, when you want to mix it in for a gun round.
I have a question for you.
Hit me.
Who on G, based on the agents, who's gonna opt, the Reina or the ISO?
I am questioning
neither.
I'm questioning whether that's the comp we're gonna see when we get in the server because we are resetting the lobby, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So they may have.
I've got news. Ignore what we've seen in the past. The Harbor Wave could still be in the game. He could be removed. We're gonna find out as only time will tell. We've got a whole bunch of new awesome graphics being loaded in across the board here. If you guys could see what we see, we are in the middle of a massive expo center downtown Paris, France, and they are building all around us. Stages are going up. We've got video walls growing, and our players are still filing in. We've got MBLL still going on, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, excuse me, and of course, this game, Valorant, going on in week 0. Agent Select is ready. Let's dive into it and find out who our players actually want to play on our first map. Athena, remind me, what is map number 1? Where are we playing and what fits well?
Hey, भाई आसपास लिया है वो
Both of these
really
selects make a little
second
bit of
raid
sense.
लिया
I'm
है
a little bit scared for
Batman क्या खेल रहा है Batman fade
because that Waylay hasn't really found that much success recently. It's kind of crazy that the Americas teams we saw NRG picking that up.
Odotan race पे है Crystal Vice
success, but I think
Autumn
when I'm looking
है
at Ospas,
Jet
I really like him on the Jet, and I'm a little bit worried that that first double duelist pick is going to be scary.
Yeah, I think for MIBR, this is a departure from the comp they were playing just previously in the qualifiers, but only by a little bit. I think the Waylay is the singular focus to that. For GE, as I mentioned before, they've played 3 games of Lotus in the last couple of months. They played 3 different comps, and this is nothing surprising to see them lean in to get another different comp. Once again, though, running the double duelist, just a little bit of a different flavor. Honestly, I think what MIBR are running, though, the Waylay is going to be fantastic against the Vice. It's so easy to be able to bait out some of those.
Lota party है भाई, पहला मैप Lota party.
Really helps you work the map here on Lotus.
Yeah, that's very true. I think the way that they play it is really important here, and I hope they have some antis because their neon has been really good. And immediately, right off the bat, we're gonna see an aggro C play with these duelists. The Raise Nate's coming in, and GE just speeding up.
Autumn getting ready for the dash on in. Paint Shell's going to slow down the offense for GE just for a moment, but the double dive on in is finding some impact. Aspas from the backside of the site, cleaned up by Yutatan. Verno, as well as the rest of MIBR, trying to force their way through Waterfall, but it's not the clean execution that they're really looking for.
चुपके निकल के मार दिया.
As GE get themselves the player advantage, push on spawn side.
भाई एम नहीं है भाई, वो फ्रेंजी ने आरएनजी कर रहा है भाई.
And on the other side of things, it's Verno for MIBR that has to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, GE starting really explosive, just going, contesting that fight, and making sure they're able to push up. Udotan gonna get the Sheriff kill onto Verno. But yes, a pistol going the way of Global Esports. And I think for MIBR here, I mean, taking that peak is one thing, but not having a fallback plan is a little bit scary. That pistol just trying to scout, get some information, I'm assuming, and they weren't expecting the whole pack of GE to be there.
I mean, honestly, you wouldn't have had it any other way if you're MIBR. If you're playing double C Mound with Zekin and Aspas on double duelist and the other team runs into you, you can't really complain, honestly. So GE are going to be quite happy about how that round went. Now into the anti-eco. Haven't fully committed to this
MIBR है.
With a little bit of extra cash.
ML क्यों लिखे?
Got the C's nade over on the A side of the map. Aspas getting active, activating that refract, and does at least take a chunk out of Patman. He's the only player to really invest anything in this round for MIBR.
This is the type of round that Puckett would have loved to see. two scope weapons online for both these teams, but grouping up towards this A side here, we have Zavi actually just sitting outside of that C mound, tapping on that door, putting some pressure.
नहीं मेरे को भी धीरे आ रही थी. मैं भी 2-3 बार बोला ना तेरे को धीरे आ रही है.
Of these players on MIBR into this site, they do have a chance to re-clear, but anything that they do right now might be just a little bit too late because GE, they're already all over on the side of C about to execute.
Yeah, I don't mind if MIBR just stacking up where the pressure is, but GE are giving them the runaround right now. Straight up on into the C site. No opposition there from MIBR, just looking to group up on spawn side and see if they can get some damage done with these pistols.
भाई ये बहुत गलत कर रहा है, ये अपनी गन गिराएगा पता है.
Pushing towards the spawn here, Autumn. Kind of scary with this Phantom, gets paranoid and gets traded instantly. Verno gets
बोला था ये अपनी गन गिराएगा.
Autumn back on GE, trying to play a safe post plan. That's a Phantom, a Spectre in the hands of Zekin actually. And they're holding it on, and they're trying to do this flood retake, but Batman shutting it down. Aspas with a trade back onto it now, just flooding it. Zekin and Mazzino getting picked. Man, they should not have pushed into spawn there. That was not a good idea against pistols.
Oh, dear. Crystal just trying to pick up the pieces at the end of things, but that is a very bitter defeat for GE, unfortunately. Ecoed by naught but 4 classics. And a singular Marshall in the hands of Aspas. That is not how you want to get
पता था मेरे को कि क्या बोलते हैं इन लोग गलत पुश कर रहे हैं. तेरा भाई जॉर्ड.
Yeah, it feels like we're seeing MIBR just moving as a pack in that last round, and it really
अकेले पुश करना ही नहीं था, उसको साथ में पुश करना था किसी का. अकेले चला गया.
Doesn't matter. And now we're looking at the side of GE. 2 pistols, Sheriff and a Bandit, but we have 3 rifles to kind of work with. But it's going to be a little bit harder going for this A lobby take. The Raze Boomba is actually going to go in. They're going to see that there is someone there, knowing that the pressure is there. Aspas is pushed all the way up, using his refractor just in the nick of time because he was 1 second away from losing that fallback.
Door open by Yutatan. Little bit of an investment in this round for GE as the Prowler confirms that GE are indeed inside of tree. Nade for Zekin will zone the attackers away for now. And that's a beautiful C's combo to take out Autumn. GE not happy with how that looks or feels, but Crystal is activating in the middle of the map. Aspas is dropped, and this gives some concern over to MIBR. Massino through the backside of that door, though, does at least give them the man advantage, and he's not done. Looking to push a little bit more here.
Getting a lot of information, pushing this A-line, but Tex getting the pick onto Crystal. Now that plan B has fallen apart. GE gonna try to contact up here. They're not gonna clear Rebel just yet. Mazzino gets spotted, but he gets the pick. 1v4, but now 1v3. Patman with a beautiful Sheriff shot onto Mazzino, and all 3 of these players from MIBR are already on the safe side.
Patman looking locked in. He is a big player for GE.
Triple stack करके बैठे हैं उन लोग सिड्डी पे.
To walk into, not even the best of players can be dealing with that. Haunt dealt with by MIBR, confirming that there is someone on stairs side, and that is just not the angle Patman was looking for. Second round for MIBR here, and GE looking to go into their gun round after the upset on the eco.
I love to see the vibes from MIBR, knowing that they're just kind of playing their game, making sure they're taking a lot of these peaks. I mean, Mazzino just re-walking up instantly. You can tell that's just a sign of confidence in this game when they're able to just take those fights, kind of not really feeling the pressure of losing those 1v1s. Obviously, a little bit punished, but it's okay because now Ospas online with the operator, that operator that we were talking about so much so on this first gun round for GE.
Yep. It is the Cypher as well as the Omen towards C Mound though, and that is exactly where GE are starting to challenge. Cam is still out there towards C to try to confirm whether this is actually going to be a commitment as we head a little bit deeper into this round. Nightfall picked up by Patman. I think they're just going to take that hold and run with it as the progression smoke and the Prowler go in. Still 2 players on the site here. Burno pushed away as he TPs into spawn, and Texas hung around a little bit too far on Waterfall there.
Now post plant for GE, trying not to overextend because they have numbers, but look at how fast these players have gotten over here from the side of MIBR, using that Nightfall on both sides. Not really pushing or moving forward based off of it, but the spike finally gonna get planted. Seconds in, Patman and Udo getting those picks. Udo with a 3K to shut it down, and Bruno now left in a 1v4. The nade's coming in, and it's gonna make a 4K for Udo.
Yeah, he's got his showstopper online now. That's a big round to win for GE to restore a little bit of confidence. And they are starting to really hammer home the point that this C site is a problem for MIBR.
GE जीतना चाहिए इस बार, मजा आ जाएगा.
And then in their opening gun round here,
कल पेपर एक्स तो थोड़ा सा मूड खराब किया है, but still अब GE जीतेगा.
Yeah, looks like MIBR, the flood retake just wasn't there. Zekin was all out onto site using both satchels, and no one was there to follow up. The util wasn't really there either, but now a little change of pace here for MIBR, using a heavy stack towards this lane
support bhai.
Yeah, Outlaw out on the line. Bottom looking for the pick, dodging that paranoia. Crystal's got him backed decently, and despite the fact that MIBR secure control of Rubble, they've lost 2 players on the C push and the A push. GE in full control of this round.
Grouping towards this C here. They're not worried about it. They've come here before. Bruno playing close with that bandit. Not going to be able to get one, but as I say, he gets 2.
ले भाई 2 लपेट
3 onto Bruno. A spam kill from Mazzino, and all of a sudden it's a 2v2 here.
Very winnable for MIBR. Especially given the fact that we have 1 player down on a Sheriff this round. Prowler going forward for a little bit of information. The Fade on the other side of things looking to slow this one down. Both of MIBR creeping up on Waterfall side. Patman just playing the off angle, does spot out Aspas and loses a little bit of the trade, but that doesn't give him pause for thought. He just continues challenging this off angle. Crystal has got the cross. Aspas into a very difficult 1-on-2, able to punish Patman for the peak on the back of the Prowler there. Spike ticking a little bit faster as pressure is being applied by Crystal, and he's going to peek out. Aspas pick up that massive 1-on-2 for MIBR. This is just such a tense game.
I questioned a little bit the Aspas waylay, but his movement there, the way that he uses util was really nice to see. MIBR, they keep going for these aggressive peaks, trying to get that line. Tex also answering on the other side when they lose a number, trying to retake some sort of space towards C.
इतना अच्छा टूर 2 लोग को मारे थे, यहाँ जाके 3 लोग मार के बराबर कर दिए पूरा.
Punishing those players for just not making sure that they're trading, and the way that they're pathing into sight was a really good one.
Really rough. You left in a 2-on-1 against Aspas and took him all the way down to 14 HP, but that's all he needs to get some of those rounds done. You can see just how much damage this has done to both teams' economy now. It's going to be a reset round for both of them in round number 6. Quick moves here on towards the C side of the map from MIBR, really pushing it all the way down. Prowler clears the middle of the map. Firstly, on the other side of things, GE have taken A control, but are looking to re-clear the middle of the map.
Second ult आ गया है, वो second ult मारेगा, अब देखना धीरे.
Slow group.
भाई जी ना बहुत गलत खेल रही है, उनको ना बहुत इन्फो है, पता है तेरे को. वो B push कर रहे हैं, वो A push कर रहे हैं, पूरा इन्फो ले रहे हैं सब तरफ से.
They have an inkling that they're trying to end towards this C site here, and the Prowler comes out. The execute, that's going to be so much.
देखना ना अभी 2 ult पड़ने वाले हैं, आसपास का और Zekin दोनों.
Big ults for both of these teams. GE very tentative on getting the spike down. They don't want to kind of push the issue too much. They know that MIBR are ready for this flood. In goes the showstopper and the convergent pass. The rocket not really converting on anything. And we're still in a 5-on-5. Aspas finally breaking through for the time being. Still tentative, waiting for that rocket to elapse on the side of GE, who are all playing inside of the site. Autumn up close, able to convert on at least 2, but out of ammo. A couple of trades come through, and it's all down to Patman. In a 1-on-2, this is what he does best. Rookie of the year last year, but not good enough this time. Verno will put him down, and it's another successful C retake for MRBR.
That's crazy from MRBR. That whole round, they were constantly moving in the spawn, constantly rotating, trying to find out where the lines were. It was a little bit weird that they were moving towards that A site where Tex had set up all his Cypher trips, but they learned right away. They heard that there was no noise, no pressure. They instantly rotated over. Still a little bit scary. That was a little bit sloppy of a retake, getting picked off when they're running through the smokes like that, making sure they're not in trading positions, lining up a little bit. It was a little bit scary, but again, MIBR winning out with the power of their frags. And now on this round, we're going to have a full thrifty here for GE. Sheriffs almost across the board, but knives on the side of Autumn.
It's a big round for MRBR to be winning. Need to try to capitalize off the back of that. Once again, you're getting this refract walk through from pass straight into Autumn, but that's a difficult shot to be converting on the blades.
That was scary. That was really scary. Autumn with those knives are not something to be messed with. But GE continuing to take it a little bit slow, just trying to find their pick, find their one, trying to get that number advantage so they could pick where they want to go. Looking like they want to end towards this A here, but a little
आसपास को कोई वो ही नहीं है भाई. देखना खुले में पीक लेता है भाई ये आदमी.
That's a lot of information for
ना
them.
confidence है इस बंदे को अपने aim पे. मतलब वो बुरा नहीं है लेकिन एकदम अच्छी बात है.
Yeah, Verno on that C info line is fantastic. That's a cracker of an entry from Harvey though, but Arspas still getting in the mix with the Outlaw, able to dash out of the site now, but there's a lot of pressure here for GE. Oma TP does come in, but unfortunately they haven't checked Tex here. That's a spike drop. Neural Theft is invested there, and Patman caught on the cross. Crystal was potentially a little bit of a contingency plan here for GE to pivot on over to, but when he doesn't have the spike, there's not much to be done, and Arspas will end it outright. That's 3 in a row now for MIBR.
This has been a really big step up for Aspas on this Waylay. I feel like his movement has just become so much cleaner than what it used to be on the Waylay. Felt a little bit clunky, felt a little bit like they didn't have a plan. But now, this in particular made me gasp because it was just so scary. But then also when he's on that site, able to just get away from the fight after taking his pick. His timings on this has been really good. And of course, the rotations from MIBR.
इन लोग कौन सा monitor use कर रहे हैं?
Game so far feels like they're almost that step ahead. They're just there every single time when they know that GE is putting down the pressure. And now for GE, they're probably wondering what do they need to do. So far, they've had that success on getting onto C. They've had success on getting the spike down, but it's that fast flood all of a sudden that they can't cope with.
Yeah, I think a lot of these rounds are just getting quite messy and drawn out, unfortunately. Neither one of these teams really getting the clean execution that they're looking for, and MRBR always coming ahead in those situations. So this is not a particularly easy pause to take as GE because you're kind of trying to adjust on micro things like, okay, our spacing is off a little bit, maybe our comms are off, maybe we need to make better plans in some of these post plans. But we'll see what the approach is going to be, whether it is going to be those micro adjustments or whether they're going to come in with a clear plan into round 8. Trying to break this dry spell. Got the pistol, got ecoed. We're able to come through with a gun round in round 4, but outside of that, MIBR is really starting to pull ahead now.
Yep, another operator online for Aspas this time. Bought to him by Verno, and they're going to do another C's nade towards this Rebel, trying to punish any A main. The dash comes in. He might get caught by those nades, and Zakin gets that pick onto Autumn with those paint shells. Mazzino just pushing up. His aim is so crisp. Udo getting caught off, just trying to jump up towards that half wall, and now all of a sudden, GE's plan is just falling apart. They can't get this A lobby. They have no presence anywhere else on this map. And MIBR, they just have the full line, getting the orb. This is just a chill day for them.
Yeah, this is nightmare fuel for GE. Post timeout, they immediately get caught by the C's nade. Both duelists hit the deck. Now Patman trying to pick up the pieces. Prowler going forward. Aspas on a pretty dirty off angle here. I don't think this is to be expected, but that is a cracker of a shot from Crystal. GE might have a little bit of a chance in here. MIBR well aware of exactly where GE are. The question is, how many more duels are they going to be given?
Mizzino alone on this A site, but Tex to join him. The baby door being held to here by Zekin, and Crystal getting another one. He's the main reason why this team has come back into this round. Walking up here, looking like they're trying to add towards it.
अरे कितना ऑफ गार्ड खेल रही है. हेलो.
Getting that final pick onto Patman.
Yeah, that's.
अरे यार उधर भी तो check करो.
Like 2 rounds for MIBR from that exact same spot. Perfect timing. Always just valuing his life and waiting in the wings, knowing that his Cypher utility is doing a lot of work on the map, and then when he's needed, comes out from the woodwork and gets it done. The round that did not start well. Credit to Crystal, since his transition over to the Sentinel role, his mechanics have really been something to marvel at after maybe having some weaker performances individually in the past. But that still wasn't quite enough to dig GE out of a bit of a nightmare situation as they go back onto yet another kind of weaker buy.
Ospas setting up with the op towards that C, so it is a little bit weaker, but they're sitting here trying to get any information. The Odin spam coming in through that door towards tree. Tex is here just spamming. Full setup towards B, which hasn't really been contested yet. Haven't tried breaking any of those Cypher trips on the side of GE. So Tex is just having a field day, having those really good rotations as much as he can. And now information gathered from Mizzino. They're going to know that there's players towards the A site.
There goes Harvey. No more smokes on the attacking side. Those are usually important, as far as I'm aware, Athena. We've lost Udatan as well. Autumn swinging through the smoke hand in hand with Patman. It's an immediate paranoia straight from Verno over on the B side, and that is giving GE pause for thought, completely shut down. This has been a landslide of rounds capped off by a flawless from MIBR.
This is almost a landslide here for MIBR. They're getting away with so much. They're so good at getting these early fights, or at least forcing GE to take them. They're fighting at this point both sides of the map just because they can. Fighting that A, fighting that C, setting Ospas up with an op anywhere that he wants to go. And just being really annoying. It feels like they're not even forcing it that hard. They're just allowing GE to take the bait on a lot of these fights. And now switching it up, this setup towards B site. We said that they never really challenged it, and somehow MIBR knew, because 2 players here for the first time from GE.
Crystal given a stern warning there. Down to 4 HP, and Aspas might go back for a second helping here. Out by the Prowler there from Mizzino. Patman pushed away. Verno continually just has this C info line self-sufficiently for MIBR. Doesn't even need any help. He just keeps cycling the dark covers. And once again, GE given a rubble control, because MIBR, honestly, at this point, do not care if they have it. Every single time GE actually use it to springboard into A, they get absolutely rolled.
And now, finally, Tex is going to see some action, ending towards that Cypher site for the first time this game. They're going to see that trip, and they're going to know something's up. Hopefully, they're thinking for themselves that this might be the weaker site, but we still need to be careful, because there's 3 players here towards the side of MIBR. The Nightfall comes out, stops that execute from ever happening for GE, and they walk away because they're just a little bit scared.
Verno not overcooking that one, but at least GE have pushed him off the info line. Autumn very much hoping that someone will give him some kind of opportunity here, but with the cam up, there's absolutely no reason for MIBR to peek Tex. They've seen him in stairs so many times. Spamming away, they'll be well aware that he's in there. Inside of tree is Zekin. The trip gets hit, but no one really capitalizing off the back of that. Patman's dead inside of the door, and Zekin not really tested enough inside a tree. Crossfire coming through from Tex with only 10 seconds on the clock. This is falling apart for GE. 10 HP on Udatan, and that is an easy 3K for Zekin. How many rounds have they just walked up A into an absolute nightmare situation?
It's insane. Like, whether Tex is there alone on weak side, he's able to hold. Whether the team is literally not on site, they're able to rotate in time. And every single time, they're just punishing GE using the C's nade combo at the best of times from MIBR. It feels like they've really got a definite good read on how GE is playing, how they're going to be adapting. They're 1 or 2 steps ahead at this point, I feel like. And now we're going to be looking at this round. 2 players from MIBR here towards this C mound, but it's 2 different players. It's Verno and Tex this time, as opposed to Zekin and Ospas. Tex getting 2 picks. He's been a star player so far this game, but the trades are coming in. Javi and Patman both good for 1, and all of a sudden the Nightfall comes in. This execute is gonna be turned into a spike plan. I see that, but Zekin's already into sight. He's flooded in. Udo getting a pick, but it's not enough. Ospas, Patman, what is going on? Ospas in the smoke with the shorty.
Oh, man. I mean, again, GE, they do a pretty good job of cracking on into that C site, but the flood is a little bit too fast for them to deal with. Second diving in with the rocket and Aspas just light speeding in with the shorty. Able to end that round before GE can really get the comfortable and put their feet up inside of the C site. 9-2. This is very rough going for GE. This Lotus pick is looking pretty excellent on the side of MIBR. They might even hit double digits before we end this first half of regulation here.
Yeah, definitely scary.
Okay, don't laugh
I'm
like
sorry.
that.
You don't like my villain laugh?
That's too much.
Just, you know, reminding you that America's is going to be on top. But anyway, 3 of these players from MIBR, they're set up towards A. Again, knowing that there's something going on here. Zekin using the nades with the Waylay combo. That was insane. And another punish for Autumn. And GE, they're opting to just run towards this site. But Verno hears that TP. Oh, Javi sticking that insane. And now all these trips are going to slow down the rest of the execute. Tex punishing Udo. But the trade with that rocket.
Comes the Steel Garden. Desperation stations here for GE as Verno's able to deal with Patman, and it's a 10-2 half for MIBR. Just absolute domination here on Lotus defense.
Switching sides.
I feel like a player that we haven't talked about enough is Tex, and he's on the top of the scoreboard here for MIBR. He's been playing so well, and I feel like this player has consistently been a rock for this team, a stabilizer. He's always good for playing that Senti role. His lurks have been insane. He's constantly been really good with those rotates, as we can see on this map specifically. He's always in the right place on the right time. And now I'm kind of excited to see how he plays on this attack side, seeing how he's going to lurk, how he's going to take those ones, because you can tell none of these players on MIBR are scared to take their ones.
No, definitely not, and nor should they be. A lot of talent stacked up on this roster, and now they've finally gotten the chance to grace the international stage. They are definitely not going to be taking that for granted. This has been a little bit of a demolition, unfortunately at the expense of Global Esports, who have got to try to get something rolling in this second half. Even if they don't win this map of Lotus, they definitely need to at least play for a little bit of momentum coming into their own pick.
If you're GE, what are you talking about in this halftime? What are you trying to do? Other than
me as
pistol?
a coach, because I was a terrible hype man, I would be like, come on guys, we could do this.
If you said that to me and I was 10-2 down, I would be like, it's okay guys, let's just go next.
सुना कास्टर क्या बोला? Come on guys, you can do it. यही बोलता बस मैं.
I might try and just make people laugh.
Yeah?
Like, yeah, it's a rough game, guys.
That's valid. I mean, this is a struggle of a map for GE.
Guys, we're not playing MIBR, we're playing X team that we always dominate in scrims. New half. Let's just pretend, okay? A little bit of role play, guys, please.
Yeah, and then Aspas is in your face, refracting back, getting space. Zekin's throwing nades at you consistently at the perfect time.
Okay, alright.
Yeah.
I understand, they're good. They're playing well. They're playing well.
But it is MIBR's pick. Just be like, hey guys, listen, it's MIBR's pick, don't worry. They're going to win this one. We go into ours. We're prepped. We know what we're doing in the next game. We got this on lock.
I mean, it's a big test because, as mentioned before, they do have a new head coach in the coaching booth, someone that has been very intimately involved with the roster in all of their runs recently, though. But Platoon has definitely got to step up as a little bit of a leader here for Global Esports, and I do imagine that Harvey and Patman will have many words to be saying to the boys. Try to keep them a little bit more focused. Just one of those games that happens sometimes.
Yep.
But a pistol and a couple of rounds can really, you know, change a man's perception.
Starting into this pistol now, kind of a must-win for GE if they want to give themselves some sort of rounds to work with and not allowing MIBR to run away with it. MIBR, though, starting towards 3B. The mound info is going to be taken by GE. That Prowler's going to push them all the way back, and that pressure is going to pull a rotate. Osboss already into the B site, refracting back. Zekin trying to get that pick onto Javi, but it's not going to work out. Javi just being so good at not giving them one. But late now, Zekin gets that pick. The door is tapped. Autumn punishing Osboss for standing out in the open, and now all of a sudden they're pushing towards the spawn here, wrapping towards C.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed for MIBR, so they need to make sure that they're not putting a toe out of line on an individual basis. Same can be said for GE, though. Just one player on this A side by himself. Crystal has got a lot of work to do when he's completely surrounded. Sheer Wall at least keeping a main in check as he slips into tree. In the meantime, Autumn is clearing out all of attackers' spawn, but with MIBR making their way onto the A site, Boots can be heard on the ground here. Crystal around the corner with the frenzy has got a lot of work to do. 4 bullets left. But at least is able to take 2.
चलो अपने तो 2 मार दिया उसने तो.
Now all of a sudden a 2v3 here. The nades coming out,
Damage
preventing that spike from being put down. Zekin trying to get aggressive, take that heaven space back, trying to get one.
भाई ये मार सकता. अबे डोर मत ओपन करना भाई.
Tapping that spike once again, trying to get it down, and 2 of these players walking up towards this A main. So much noise from Verno, but they know that that heaven is clear because of the space that Zekin's taking. The smoke going down. He's going to try playing into that. And all players are up on this front side. Zekin getting the pick onto Autumn, and now all of a sudden a 2v2. The paranoia going out, but Udon, he's already wrapped towards the back of the site. 2v1, the spike is half. Scary, Patman, he has no HP. Zekin, could this be an ace to win this round? The nades waiting for that tap being thrown. Patman walking away from it. So low, oh my god.
नहीं होगा.
Going out the haunt.
होगा ही नहीं. Diffuse चाहे तो कुछ कर ले.
Nothing yet.
Patman tapping the spike. Just gonna stick it, but it's the ace for Zekin, and that is just insult to injury for Global Esports. 11-2 here. They desperately needed a pistol here on Lotus in the second half, but it's not going to be coming together. That is just perfection from yet another one of MIBR's stars.
Really good job for MIBR. It looked like they were trying to get towards B. They started pushing towards C. They heard that door open and they were like, never mind, I think they're stacked and wrapping towards that A. But for GE, man, like that was winnable. It looked like they were in the right place at the right time. They had the right reads. They collapsed onto that front B, making sure they were punishing it. And now they're stuck with these not the best weapons. Sheriffs trying to get anything to do, and they're using it to start pushing towards that B main.
Desperation force here for GE. And maybe are really simplifying, starting to make their way through tree. Autumn from the hip, doing a little bit of damage here that Harvey will be at least able to follow up on for a moment. But Aspas with a quick reply. Unitarm on the off angle. The Stinger is not the gun for the job there. And MLBR at least able to settle for a moment. Flanks coming in for Patman. Aspas being very sneaky, but I think Patman is well aware. Spike's gone down on the A site, and at least the Waylay's been dealt with over on Rubble.
3v3 here. This post plan looking a little bit hard. The door's going to get tapped. That pressure's going to be good. Tex is going to fall off of that tree positioning, and now all these players from MIBR are playing backside. The fast flood coming in now, tapping that spike, trying to get any of these solo peeks. Patman getting the pick onto Tex. Beautiful shot, and Verno trading instantly, getting 2, and now all of a sudden a 1v1, but it's Zekin. He's won that pistol, and he's gonna win this round as well. Really good try by GE here, punishing so many of those angles and being fast on that flank, but it just doesn't work out when MIBR, they're just shooting back.
I mean, that's just traumatic. 2 rounds in a row. Zekin denying Global Esports around on that A site. And yeah, it's not looking like they have long left here on Lotus, unfortunately. A lot of these rounds getting down into scrappy XVXs, even in the first half, but MIBR have come out on top of those time and time again.
दूसरा गेम किसका है? G2 versus
what they can come up with. It is a glass cannon outlaw, handful of bulldogs. Patman
NRG तो कल ही खेला है भाई. Hello.
Harvey deals with that prowler over on the C side of the map. MIBR have taken some space over there.
Lots of C mount pressure, but they're walking into Harvey. Autumn, sorry, getting picked off by Tex. That's actually insane. The peak right there from Tex. This is what I was talking about in terms of lurks, and now so much information has gone, but they're gonna try to re-clear towards the C. A really nice trap here. The blind, the paranoia going in, but the trades are just so good.
एक आदमी मारे हैं और 3 आदमी मर गए. क्या फायदा?
Everyone's just following up with each other, and all of a sudden, 1v4 to win this map.
Yeah, Unitarm has got his work cut out for him here. Will have to announce his presence by opening up the door, and MIBR already set up nicely. Tex sitting in the corner here. Low on HP, doesn't want to overcook this one. Unitarm really going looking for someone, and somehow in the player cam, he's playing without one hand on the mouse. Of course, that's Harvey. He's dodged. Verno is playing his time in the door, and Tex will get it done. It was only really a matter of time, let's be honest. A fantastic opener here for MIBR at EWC.
Yeah, what a way to start out their games. And this is what I was talking about when it comes to firepower. So many of those rounds were won just by sheer peaks, just by taking their ones, making sure they're aggressively playing, taking that map control, because quite frankly, They feel like it. They feel like they're going to win those fights, and they did. Really well played by MIBR. GE, they really tried to climb back into it, but I just was not convinced.
I mean, there was a couple of almost rounds. I think there was a lot of those rounds where things go kind of down into these messy XVX situations, but unfortunately when one team wins all of the clutches, all of the post plants, they're usually going to win the game, Pocket.
You nailed it. I asked who was going to be the first to 8 rounds. Should have asked, would you see more than 3 round wins for Global? Somewhere there is a very frosty smile out there, as there seems to be some issues in terms of where we want to go as a squad. Honestly, is this a problem with a new roster, or is this a problem with just a bad map for them? How has it been in Pacific for them historically? I
mean, you were kind of already having your questions here.
Yeah.
This is yet another comp change. 4 times in a row the last 3 months they've played Lotus. They've tried to change their comp, and this one didn't really look like it was much better for them, as opposed on the side of MIBR. You leave Lotus in the pool. They looked fantastic on it, and unfortunately that was the end of Global Esports for the first match.
So on the coaching topic, do we credit MIBR for doing the scouting and knowing that your opponent has never won on Lotus?
I feel like for me, when I'm looking at MIBR, they changed from Neon and Raze to Waylay and Raze. So I think they've actually just worked a lot on their comp, worked a lot on their Lotus in general, because they have had success on it, but they just brought out some extra guns to throw GE off. Maybe knowing that GE was going to let that Lotus slide. I think a little bit of anti-stratting. The majority of this just looked like a scramble.
जी जीतेगा कैसे भाई? पता है तेरे को? अभी एक स्टैट बताया उन लोगों ने कि जी ने जो लास्ट 4 इवेंट्स खेले हैं और 4 गेम खेले हैं जिसमें उन्होंने लोटस फेस किया है, वो चारों गेम में उन्होंने कॉम्स चेंज किए हैं. कभी भी सेम कॉम्स पे खेले ही नहीं है. तो जीतेंगे कैसे?
Another comp change on this map doesn't really come together. MIBR probably smelling blood in the water. I think if I was a coach going up against an opponent that had changed their comp on a map, that indicates some degree of weakness. I don't think that necessarily is the case for GE. Yes, of course, Lotus has not been going well for them, but it is just kind of how they play as a team, especially with Frost previously at the head of the coaching staff. He does love to just switch things up map to map to map.
Across our first 6 maps, I feel like we've seen 3 Vice losses. Is this a weak agent or just in bad comps right now? I haven't really had to play as Vice myself personally, so what's going on here, Athena?
I don't think it's a weak agent. I think Vice in general, the wall, it's so much really good passive information that you could kind of trade one-to-one for a Cypher Cam. But I think right now what I'm seeing is just so many people know how to abuse that wall, how to bait it out almost every single time and kind of make it useless. So for me, I think maybe more creativity has to be played around Vice. I don't think that she's weak at all. I really like Vice as a Senti.
As a former Raze mate, I'm happy to see my favorite duelist in action on both sides of the ball. Yesterday, you told me that Jing was going to be this a diamond.
Oh, okay.
Grenades, by the way. Dulski, talk to me a little bit about your favorite duelist in this matchup. Is Raze Jet still at the com to go with across all maps? Who do you expect to be seeing throughout this best of 3 if we get to a game 3? I assume we won't, based on what we've witnessed so far.
Oh, come on. Like, can't give them the map.
They got 2 rounds, bro. I'm just looking at stats.
Hey, it was MIBR's map pick.
And one of them, your Raze got you 4 kills, right? With explosions.
Look, I think Raze Jet very strong on this map. The burst potential is very good, especially against the Vice. You just go up and over the top of the
wall. कल्लू का क्या बोलते हैं? क्या गोल्ड 3 या गोल्ड 2 खुला है शायद?
But there are plenty of other duelists that are also quite serviceable as well. It really just depends on your style that you want to go for as a team.
I want to thank you all for waking up early to watch your favorite game. It is Valorant here, week 0 of EWC. We're going to a break. We come back. More from game 2. Great film.
मेरा खुलेगा ना इस बार मेरा भी गोल्ड खुलेगा, देखना पक्का बता रहा हूँ, मेरा भी गोल्ड खुलने वाला है भाई. एम हाथ चल नहीं रहा है, रैंक खोलने जाऊंगा, देखना किल बिल कुछ होगा नहीं.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
मैं भी वही लगाने जा रहा हूँ.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, power.
And I think the worst part is Wood is still sitting in that corner. He's gotten out a little bit wider,
versus
and they suspect that it's clear. It's been too long without him peeking, so they shift walk it and he misses.
यहाँ भी वही हालात है भाई 11-5.
A little bit of pressure now being put on, but this is a ruse. This is a fake. Now they are going to have to trip the wall in order to give this up. Benji's also gone pressuring into middle, and they've sent the rotation back of Koshmaras. They've actually realized that maybe not so far. Okay, even with the wall tripped, he still went sliding in like a madman. That's going to be an advantage now. Boo's already managed to trade it back into their favor once again. GRQ needs another big round, and he's got nothing. They are losing every single fight. But Fang is behind them. Sneaking up back around. He needs to get, well, basically needs to get 2 at least from this scenario. The first one might just be free, but then they turn around and he's going to come out with 3.
3 मार दिए भाई. अब वो करेगा spam उधर से. दे दुन.
The Odin to try and clutch this one out. Benji's just sticking it though. Halfway, already gathered up. Almost has to try and swing this one. Needs the instant shot and he will get it. A 4K for Benji. Vange's heroic wasn't quite enough. And unfortunately, they're now facing map point.
12 on the board. Again, the first 5 rounds, it looked like we were going to get a completely different game here, but Heretics have activated. And that's the scary prospect. Woot being on fire like this right out the gates.
Look at this round.
He's coming back here to defend his title.
Like Benji pushed mid, went back, cleared a guy in garage, then pushes back around, kills the guy in spawn, and then kills the guy all the way back towards long. Like he's basically fought every single possible angle that he could have in this round. And well, I'll be honest, this timeout feels a little bit late. Like I know you're not just gonna give up at this stage, but when you're 12-5 down, what would you say in this moment, Mitch? You were an ex-analyst or assistant coach, was it, of a team? So like if you were given the opportunity by the head coach to talk, what would you say in this moment?
Yeah, if given that opportunity, I think the first thing I tell the boys is, listen, we lost this map about 5-6 rounds ago. Okay. So we've always got
and then I go, as head coach, come on, be quiet now. Anyway, guys, we need to try and motivate. We need to try and what?
Nothing. I was feeling inspired.
Oh, okay. What would Mini say? That's what we really need to think about. Because he might be the only person that can help them come back from this scenario. 12-5 down. It's a rough one.
This is a mini comp, actually, yeah.
Yeah, it is. He's a big fan of everything here.
Everything we're seeing. He would probably swap
or are you just saying it's a small
breach, but other than that, loves it.
Oh my
Koshmaras, a little bit too much bitten off there. And
my boy कहीं भी दौड़ के जा रहा है बस.
For bye. And now they're going to keep going. The A side looking too tempting, but the rotate's already in from Team Heretics. Woot is here.
Neon सामने वाला.
They should decide to go back, and it looks like they've made the call.
Benji's gone pushing again, though. Think about the last round of how much he was able to get with his pressure into middle. There is a trap on the other side, but already being spotted out. Good awareness from Fangir, and they're going to try and pressure him now. No survival. I like this. More of a death ball. Moving together, using that Hunter's Fury to get them in. And while this time, that C site will be firmly under their control. The remaining players don't really have the credits to gamble anything for this one. And yeah, I almost wonder if it'd be worth Woot just doing the same. If he gets the orb, he can drop that operator over into the next round. He's not going to take it in time.
This is making me a bit sad that we didn't get this pause earlier, because All Gamers just came in with a very clear game plan, stuck to it. Mid-round calls were good, avoided the dangers, dealt with mid as well. That flash coming out was perfect. They covered their bases, and I haven't seen them do that. So yeah, I fully agree. Pause probably should have come in a little bit earlier, but hey, it might not be too late. 6 in a row. We've seen stranger things.
I haven't seen it.
Disappointing last season, but good opportunity for All Gamers to at least build up some momentum going into that next map. Again, I do think that if they're running a comp like this, or even just an identity like this, Ascent is going to be tough up against Heretics. You don't have nearly as much space to play with. You're not going to find lanes unprotected or with just one player there, and Heretics will almost always have a response to any aggression you're putting out. So I think that for All Gamers, I at least want to see them look confident going into the next map.
Well, yeah, funnily enough, the last time they played Ascent in the qualifiers, they did run this comp. So yeah, it seems like this is their game plan across a few different maps. So I agree. I think especially getting more into that attack side. Of course, the next
बार आ
round
गया
is
था
chosen
पूरा
by
किधर
Heretics,
जाऊं
so they will get their choice of start, whether that be the defense or the attack. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, there's going to be a few pieces missing in this round. Now, bear in mind, Woot gets a single kill. That's tour de force. He can drop the operator.
भाई TH last
Maybe
year
gives them a
की
little bit more of a
champion है
stance in this
भाई
round, but I think it is going to be relatively difficult. But hey, if Shrim's going to go jumping wide, even a disappearing app from Woot, and as said, if he wants now, he can give his teammate a gun. If he wants.
I don't know if you can hear that noise in the background, but I think that was Woot shifting into 6th gear. The engine's running hot right now. 6 rounds in a row for all gamers. A man down already, but this is the buy that should be easy to deal with. Woot, the danger can be avoided. And the rifle on Boo, look, they haven't even got the spike in their hands for the first minute because they know that there are dangers to be avoided. Now they come back in with direction, and again, the call looks to be good, at least for now. Exploring B, hearing the trap, seeing no contact. If they get in there for the post plant,
Valorant के लिए
danger already avoided.
They're going to use the run it back just to make sure.
It's worth being cautious.
Spike.
मतलब समझा नहीं मेरे को थोड़ा सा context थोड़ा समझा सकते
away and then winning back-to-back fights. Pressure once again seems to be on Woot to try and find something in this round, of course, with not handing over the gun to a teammate. He can have the tour de force for the next round, and well, they might not even be looking to play the next round at this point. 2 players spotted and slowly being surrounded. Everybody coming in from behind is a bit of a problem up until GRQ again. Another high impact round from him. The distance down to 5, but still a long, long way to go.
Yeah, great work. GRQ's definitely been waking up. I know
Soul का मैं बोल सकता हूँ Godlike का मेरे को पता नहीं कि किस game के लिए और क्या rosters हैं उनके.
Finding that impact, and I think he very much has. The flash is out on A long. Think about the late rotation.
हो सकती है क्योंकि अभी की तो वो champion बनी ना.
And hitting into mid.
BMPS है किसकी?
Finding them picks or at least pushing players back every single time.
नहीं पता भाई. Roster ही नहीं पता ना वो game का था पता मेरे को.
Keeping this team alive.
जिसका था पता ही नहीं उसको क्या बोलूँ.
Keep up this momentum. Certainly no reason to doubt.
फील के लिए तो पता ही है तेरे को. Google पे प्राप्त हुए.
With a tour de force online.
तो फिर कौन आती है तो पता है ना तेरे को.
That's not the start they were looking for though. Kushmaris being dropped. Further aggression needed to almost just try and turn the tide. Look at the position that's being held by Kira as well. Up top, but it's Benji. To win the fight. Woot goes for the swing, and as said, he wasn't expecting anybody to be there. Down to just 3 health.
भाई 3 HP बचा है.
He's not going to go back for more. Not shying away from the fight with the tour de force, but 3 players have already crossed. The 4th player is going to go out with a knife in hand, and that's all too easy. But does he have any idea that they've already crossed past? He does now. Sliding.
ये क्या मार दिया?
As well. Bye-bye.
Fislu man.
Leaving just 3v3 and a post plant for the attack inside.
Now, Boo's in position. Paranoia primed and ready. But it looks like that close right corner is the main danger. GRQ has shown up the last couple rounds when they're put under pressure in these moments. The number's even for now. Great shots from Bai. GRQ there as well. And Kira to close.
अरे एक राउंड नहीं जीत रहे हैं भाई इन लोग.
All gamers not letting this one slip.
एक राउंड जीत खत्म करें नहीं, लेकिन हम तो खींचेंगे. हमें तो खींचना है. चल भाई अपना दूसरा मैप चालू हो गया.
They're 2 wins in a row on over the top of Nongshi.
Even map.
EWC qualifiers doing quite well for themselves. That was a bit of
आ जा रे बोबड़ो.
I remember casting that one, but they also beat Shilai over at London.
अगर जी ने इसको 530 नहीं हराया.
Like a demon on this map, so beating him must be doing something right. Crystal spamming away inside a lobby and goes the drone towards Garage. She here pushed all the way down C long here though.
So much information. Zakin coming up with that waylay. Gonna put some pressure down, but the actual end plan is towards this A side. Verno getting a really nice dink, but Crystal gets the trade onto Tex. Instantly, so many trades coming in. Verno ending up being the hero in that, getting those 2 picks. And Batman.
भाई Zavi क्या भाई?
On this A link, Autumn. Flanking really quickly might be the reason why they win out this round. In spawn is Ospas trying to hold a crossfire, gets the pick onto Patman, and all of a sudden Autumn in this
कौन अटैक कर रहा है और कौन डिफेंस कर रहा है कोई बताएगा?
Have that full spawn side.
Yeah, it's a little
सब बदली हो गया इधर उधर.
Unfortunately for GE, one way thrown up on short side, and that is a death sentence here for Autumn. No way you can crack back into this site. Now IBR are giving him nothing. Spike ticking a little bit faster and out onto the line. Under the one-way is Mazzino, and MIBR just keep the good times rolling instantly off the back of a 13-2. They immediately win the follow-up pistol to start off Haven.
I really like that GE was active, trying to get some sort of information, pushing all the way down C-Long, but this fight right here, it was so scrappy. You can see how quick everyone was there to react, but it's just the right-click classic from Verno that manages to get 2 kills onto that.
That's a free gun, by the way. I remember back when, in the early days of Valorant, I would just full armor classic anti-eco on Jet and then just buy the op straight away, because why not? It was even more busted back then than it is now. But MIBR quite happy with how that went for them. Nice little easy 2K for Verno as they kick off this anti-eco into the C site. Dart dealt with. Autumn sitting on the back lines. Position confirmed by Aspas, but that's not too bad from Udatan. Dumping down that relay bolt, cutting up this push for MIBR, and they cannot get the clean execution they were looking for through the cage. Out comes the dart as well as a grab net, giving MIBR serious pause for thought here. They haven't pivoted away just yet. Drone going forward. Looking for Autumn, and they have confirmed that he's sitting in the corner. Down goes the deadlock wall. That's going to slow this down a little bit more. Aspas going forward. Straight from the hip with the Marshall, cleaning out all of this C site, and now MIBR are looking a little bit more comfortable.
2v3 here, coming out through Garage, but it's instantly going to get spammed down by Verno. Really decisive at the end there, but that was a little bit scary at the beginning for MIBR. I mean, Zekin getting into that site, not shooting the player that is not looking at him and instantly refracting back. A little bit scary for them. But I think for MIBR, obviously, they're still going to be happy with the outcome of this round. They're going to be on that bonus for the 3rd round. These fights were so chaotic. I think GE, they're really trying to be active, really trying to make sure that they're pushing and trading as quick as possible. The fast floods are there. But it's going to be interesting how they play out this round. Gun round for the side of GE.
Harvey having a look to see what his Sova Dart can fashion for him. He does get scanned by MIBR. So rotation comes back across from GE. Who will spread out that Sentinel utility around the map. It's something that they love to do. You'll see a lot more of that. A bit of a Sentinel duel over on Garage side. Drone goes looking for some information, but it's immediate paranoia dive into the site there from Zekin. Aspas finding one before the refract comes through. Zekin will hit the deck, and MIBR very much slowing this one down. Tex caught, pulling the pin out from Crystal's.
उसको आवाज आ गई उसका वो खोलने की.
Udatan is standing. This is so tentative for MIBR, not knowing when to make their move. But
अबे यार भाग बे क्या कर रहे हैं लोग भाई.
A little late to the party, has a big 1v3 to attempt.
Those are the types of things that I worry about for GE. The 4K for Aspas to close out the round. But every single time, it feels like they're in somewhat of a good position, getting that pick onto Tex on the extremity. They still struggle when it gets back into sight, when they're trying to get those trades, when they're trying to path into the site. They constantly take these ones or put themselves in these positions where they're so isolated and they cannot trade. But of course, when you're playing against Aspas, when you're playing against Zekin, you just have to be so much quicker and so much more understanding with these things because they are playing at a pace that really throws you off.
Just waiting out a lot of that Senti utility, taking their time to crack on into the sides. You can't rush yourself. There's so many sensors, so many trips to deal with. That's very cheeky, using the dark cover to hide from the recon. Udatan on the walk down middle, but the Sheriffs are not really connecting either ones of these vicinities. MIBR now pivoting back towards A, and that's where Harvey had the info line for a moment, but punished now by Aspas.
Not looking too good. 3-0. MIBR winning that bonus round just with the sheer force of them going quick, and a punish onto Javi. 3 of these players from GE, though, they understand what's going on. They're stacked onto this site. They've gambled, and it is a good gamble, but it's just the fact that they need to be in these tradable positions. They need to get their ones here because the flank is also on the way. Udo getting that first pick onto Aspas. The paranoia coming in, but in a weird spot, making Udo get 2. Verno trying to get that trade and does end up getting it. And now all of a sudden, 3v3 here. Patman getting dropped by Tex. Crystal with a beautiful shot onto Tex. Now running towards short, trying to pick up that weapon. Does get the Phantom.
Off angle for Crystal, dealt with by Verno. The flank coming in from Autumn. He's actually got a decent timing to be attempting this clutch. Uncovered on the side, but a little bit too late there from Autumn. The model as Verno gets off of that spike plan. Cannot be calibrated on. Always a little bit annoying with some of the animations. Can't quite get the headshot where it's needed, and that's completely punished there by MIBR, despite some heroics on the Sheriffs from Global.
We talked about star players on MIBR, and it feels like every single player has their standout moments so far in this series, constantly going for 3. And it's just crazy how easy it seems sometimes for winning out these frags. GE, that was a close round. It was a little bit expensive for them, but an op on Ospas.
I mean, 100% it was a close round, but like how many close rounds did you have on Lotus?
True.
Really struggled to win any of them. Quicker C execute, Hunter's Fury to back it off, giving a lot of problems for Unitime. The Sova Dart scanning multiple players.
Wow.
And it's a complete decimation of the C site. MIBR changing up the pace after a lot of slower rounds, really waiting out GE and waiting for mistakes. This time it's pedal to the metal straight into C, and it works a treat.
No pop execute. Instead, they just full execute with that way layout. It was really beautiful. Not a single spot on site was left uncovered. And again, the sheer force of the movement coming in from Zek and Ospas to get into that site so quick. The util usage, the paranoia, the dart, everything just lined up beautifully. And GE, man, they did not stand a chance. Look at those X's, 4 on that C site, 3 of them towards spawn.
I'll tell you one thing, though. There is no way you're getting into tower here. Double sensors. Surely that doesn't work out for MIBR. Dealing with both of them in just an instant. That is just perfection. Even both of the sensors were both checked perfectly by MIBR with the dart to follow up. They really just have...
You really thought that he could hold that.
Give me a little bit of cope. Can I at least save a Vandal in tower for the next round? Anything.
Anything indeed. Well, they do have 2 ults online. The Deadlock ult, they have the Neon ult. They could go for something fast.
Can we at least kill Verno? Like 10-0.
10-0 is insane.
That's kind of too much.
That's my IGL right there.
Yeah, okay.
Coach है ही नहीं. Assistant coach ही coach बन गया है.
Back on the Sheriffs. Funnily enough, were one of the rounds where they were a little bit more competitive compared to the gun rounds, but with the Outlaw on Aspas, I'm a little bit worried they might not be able to repeat that. Dash up into the site, out comes the overdrive from Uditan, and hand in hand with Patman, giving MLBR some serious problems, but that is pretty impressive for Mazzino to come up with 2, given that he's hit entirely by the relay bolt. Nabda's Fury connects on nothing. Global Esports now 2-on-4 in this retake, trying to come in from A-Link, dodging that drone, dodging the paranoia, but all of that is just buying more time for the spike and Aspas to slide onto the perfect line. Decent trade back from Harvey and almost a shot through the wall onto Verno there. But with the one-way coming out and a perfect little triangle crossfire, it's not even needed. Verno's just out in the open to get it done for MIBR. I mean, you can't blame the man for his confidence right now. I still don't think he's even died yet.
I'm really questioning the choices from GE here on this round, using 2 ults to try to turn it around. The Sova
मैं हुई नहीं भाई, मैं छुट्टी मनाने
out after that Neon has dropped, getting scanned.
वो देखा तू सिंगम देखा सिंगम
full stun,
सिंगम देखा पहले बता
pick on Neon. It's just not looking too hot.
उसमें जैकान सिख रहे कौन लोग जो कहाँ कमिश्नर है कहाँ
now you're kind of losing some sort
of trap
play potential that you have here, but the double senti
PPI हो गया है, दवाई लेके सो रहा है.
Need to win some of these rounds because it's so much harder on that attack side with this kind of comp, and now all these players towards that A lobby. The gun is going to get spotted from Tex. That operator finally coming online for GE, and they're falling back into sight.
Drone confirms that there's more players here for MIBR, and a warning shot there onto Aspas. Flips the leg. Finding some early success here with this operator, and that's enough bravado to kind of push MIBR away to other avenues.
Grouped up back towards mid here for MIBR. They're aware of the op. The drone still online for Verno, though. Walking towards
भाई किसको सपोर्ट करे भाई आदि पेपर एक्स भी हार गया जी भी नहीं हो रहा है अब क्या करें
putting pressure towards that B, finding out where that operator is. And now just chilling outside of B with that spike.
Shot from Uditan. Lapse of focus for just a moment. MIBR waiting for a mistake, which they're not going to receive. There goes the paranoia and the dash on in for Aspas, who is traded out by Patman. Once again, the plant being attempted here by Mazzino. Out comes the annihilation. Very much looking for a pick here. I'm not sure if it even connected. Verno just continues to come up with the goods until Patman is able to come in towards that B site. Down into a 2-on-2 now. Flank coming out for Autumn, who was waiting a long time over on C-Long. Finally finds his man. Zekin last alive inside of that site. And Crystal does a good job clearing him out. Finally around here for GE on this defensive side. See how many more they can start to put together here, because this has not been the start that they were looking for.
Back on the board, and the main reason is it's on the back of that operator for Udo, trying to get one of those picks, trying to go aggressive, get the line, and just punish them for playing that slow style that they've been playing for majority of the game. The walk up, the pop executes, going off of info. I think this was all really nice from MIBR, trying to punish that operator, and Mizzino TPing out in time, but the retake was just too good. This is one of those times where you see them going in together on the side of GE, and you're like, finally, this makes sense. The trades are there. The frags are finally there. And all of a sudden, back on the board. They're going to spot that Sova, though, with that drone. But the Waylay ult is out. That dart is coming down. Hobby actually gets a spam kill onto Ospas through the neon wall. Zekin trade onto Crystal. And all of a sudden, Mizzino, he's TP'd into heaven. They're trying to get this A crunch down, but there's 3 players on site.
Second, up inside of the dark cover. Harvey's finally been able to deal with the fox among the hen house, but Tex and Verno just wiping that site. Unfortunately, another round that kind of slips through the fingers of GE here. Autumn now tasked with yet another retake. Playing over towards that C site time and time again. At least that's both of the players are inside of A-Long and Heaven respectively, so that's not really going to give him any information necessarily. Upshot missed there by Tex. That's enough to convince Autumn to not try to attempt this retake and just hold on to his Vandal and armor. An immediate reply here for MIBR is going to put significant pressure on GE's economy now.
MIBR just making so much pressure on so many different angles for GE that it's getting hard for them to hold it down. Obviously, the util usage from Verno as well, absolutely phenomenal. Using that dart when they know that they're about to fight that A main, that A long, and just being annoying. And the shock dart to get that pick onto the player close right in that off angle. Just so many small things that add up here. Tex with the nasty shot through the wall while he's still running. It's just these small, insane micro things that are punishing GE. I actually feel like that round GE had a really good read. Fighting that A-long, fighting the A-lobby, punishing anyone that was going way too fast, using the neon wall to back off. They heard the Mizzino up. They held heaven. It just, everything just didn't, it just fell apart at the end.
That's every round in this series for GE.
Yeah, it keeps happening.
There's plenty of 3v3s. There's plenty of, you know, XVXs that are winnable for GE, but there's just nothing's landing in the middle.
मेरे को तो लग रहा है जैसी सी परफॉर्मेंस है कहीं प्लेयर्स भी ना ड्रॉप डाउन कर दे.
Yeah, to some degree.
पोस्ट तो चला ही गया है.
MIBR looking like the sharper team coming into this series. Don't think anyone can argue with that. We all know that the ceiling of some of these players on GE, but the consistency, unfortunately, is another story.
Mizzino having some really good impact frags too, especially when he's on that B site, usually being the player with the spike, able to just get on and get off, able to use the paranoia at the right times. I really like to see how deep the playbook is too. Feels like for every little small situation, they have some sort of answer, some sort of protocol. Like when the operator is on that B site, they're dashing up and making sure they're using that verticality to punish it, trying really hard to get that really fast double dive duelist to put in the work. But now GE going for this mid fight, and MIBR has read right into it. They're holding this mid, knowing that they're on this thrifty. Only 2 weapons across the board. One of them saved, and it's a fast beat.
A double dash straight into the site, and that's about as easy as it gets there. Mizzino is all over those players, whether he can see them or not. Plant going down in the safe position for MIBR here. Verno, 15-1, spotting out the barrel of the gun for Autumn. Not the player you'd want to be peeking here. Crystal on the other side of things, a lot less to work with. And looking like MIBR going to walk away with yet another attacking side round.
Smart.
Peeking out to see if he can find anything. And
high rank, low rank, क्या होता है भाई?
Done. Verno was ready to peek. That's kind of come on, guys. Can't do the guy from back home like that. Unfortunate.
Dude, the reaction time these guys right now is insane too. Feels like they're so ready for every single fight. The crosshair placement's absolutely there. The mechanics are just so good. Granted, it was a little bit of a weird buy round, a low buy, just trying to get something to support around that rifle that they saved that last round, but it's just not looking good.
Yeah.
Gun round here.
I mean, this will be a bit of a cathartic one. I remember sitting in a cafe in Seoul and watching MIBR play NRG at the end of kickoff on this map. This is more the scoreline that they probably would have had in mind back then. So this might be a little bit of trauma redemption, I guess you could say, for MIBR. Quick split into C. Bottom gonna get tested, not something that has been happening too much so far this game. Refract back, and actually, the flood in is starting to go the way of GE. Mazino dealt with trying to dive through the cage as well. Verno from downtown, though, and Tex on the back lines is starting to turn this one around. Out comes the neural theft. Udatan under pressure, playing inside of his fast lane, trying to buy time for Crystal to get involved here.
2v2. Spike is down on the site. Trying to get that from Plat. Scary fight for Tex to take because he does end up losing it. Verno making so much noise going towards that garage. They know now where his position. And the Spike is still down. This is almost unwinnable. And Udo getting that final pick onto Verno. Now that was a really good round from GE. The super fast flood into the Cypher util. Cypher just staying alive for so long, playing together, making sure that they're in those crossfires when they are coming out of that spawn smoke. Just punishing that fast dash in.
I mean, that's what GE are good at on this map, honestly. That's a little bit more like it. The problem is I'm a little bit worried they've dug themselves quite a big hole on this defense. At a minimum, need 4 rounds out of this half, so...
Especially with their comp.
Back to back, yeah, it gets a lot harder.
खत्म है अब गेम एक राउंड जीत गए ना अब वो फिर कुछ नया करेंगे उन लोग.
We'll see if they can try to fashion themselves a little bit more magic. Autumn once again tucking himself in nicely towards that C site. Has a little bit of help from the rotation of Udo-chan. Crystal pulls out the grab net. Birdo on the other side of things. Does go at least 1-1 on C, and we get fights on both sides of things. MIBR just taking space where it's given, and they've found themselves at least 3 picks here. Really, the world is their oyster from here on out.
It's actually crazy how quick that was, too. 4 players just grouping up here towards that A-long. I say that, but Javi gets the pick onto Mazino. They know that he's sitting here, speeding up towards this B site. Autumn is rotating in, is caught out. Doesn't get a pick, gets so much damage down that Sobal not gonna catch anymore. Autumn getting 1, but not before he gets dropped by Zekin and Javi in this 1v2. But both players are lit.
Yeah, time for a vintage Javi clutch if ever you needed one.
Vandal ही रखा है 40 का डैमेज है बॉडी पे.
Nice open plant for Verno. Meets up with Zekin over towards the bottom side of C long there. With the shocks coming out, the MIBR lads will be very well aware of where Javi is coming from over here on spawn side. Tap the spike yet. Drone to work
उसको थोड़ी पता है भाई क्या हो रहा है उधर.
For that to be used at this point. Out comes the shock. Clears out the close corner, but neither of MIBR are playing there. Drone in response for Verno to confirm that unfortunately Harvey is not on the spike yet, and time is really starting to tick at this point. Trying to get the half. Trying to bait out the peak from MIBR, but they are being very patient with this one. Recon dart to follow up. Verno dealt with, but unfortunately, I think if the half doesn't come out, it's going to be done, and Zekin is the one to close it for MIBR. A really nicely played 2-on-1 there.
The scoreline is looking awfully familiar here.
1 घंटे में गेम खत्म हो गया भाई.
1 more round left in this map. This is so scary.
4:30 चालू हुआ था.
I mean, the double senti, it's not working out for them. They're not able to hold
5:46 हो रहे हैं.
They're getting picked off so
1 घंटा 20 मिनट के आसपास गेम खत्म. उसमें से 10 मिनट तो कम से कम ब्रेक का था.
Here. Of course, they're taking their ones because of the confidence they have, especially with the momentum from that last game. And now looking like a fast C split here. Sorry, C execute here on the side of MIBR.
Again, it's Autumn and Udatan up over the top. Is Aspas well aware that the Neon is sitting inside of the cage. Mazino's made it into the site. And they are very tentative, trying to clear out this Bucky. That's great patience for MIBR. Patman trying to make a heroic play straight through the dark cover. Out comes the Annihilation, immediately sniped out by Aspas. And it's just Harvey inside of Garage. He's got a lot to fix up here. It's a 1-on-5, but I don't even think that this man is going to be good for it, quite honestly.
वेट कर रहा है ये, वेट कर रहा है.
Cannon Guardian is not the tool.
अब समझ में आया मेरे को चलते बिंग्स चलते वॉच पार्टी क्यों नहीं कर रहा है.
Back of the site, it's another 10-2, double digits in the opening half. And look, honestly,
यार
to get sadder here for the Pacific fans, myself included.
19-3. for Verno. He's only died 3 times.
When you said 19-3, I thought you were referring to the overall round tally so far.
अरे यार मैं कसम आदमी इतना मेहनत करता है.
That's what I thought you were saying. It's so painful.
हाँ भाई 100 लोगों का फॉर्म भरता है कि अपनी टीम को सपोर्ट करेंगे.
I said MIBR could win the whole thing, but with the form that they're in right now, I think, yes, GE, they're struggling a little bit, but it's so many of these close rounds that just show you that the 1v1s are there, the 2v2s are there. Everyone is able to get their
खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं भाई MIBR वाले तो.
Really good. I'm really surprised by their
तुम ये सोचो
playbook, how deep it is. And the way that
मतलब जी इतना खराब खेल रही है आज. मेरे को तो बिलीव ही नहीं हो रहा है भाई इन लोगों ने पेपर एक्स को हराया है.
Especially into double senti, the Waylay Jet is really doing wonders here for MIBR. They're able to avoid a lot of the sonic sensors, a lot of the trips in the setup by just good pathing in on the entry, using the refract where it's needed.
मतलब पेपर एक्स के सामने MIBR कुछ नहीं है. ऐसा हराती है उन लोग. और उनको हराया कौन है? जी. और जी को MIBR ऐसे हरा रही जैसे क्या बोलते हैं स्मर्फ कर रही हो.
I think you see MIBR do the exact same thing here to GE, unfortunately.
This is wild. I knew they were going to win, but I didn't think it was going to be this dominant.
I'm just happy you're in a good mood. That's it. You know, that's the one good thing that we get out of this, okay? And all the Americas fans.
Listen, this is the time for
मूड
you
खराब
to
हो गया
convert.
है. मैं कसम 2 दिन है दोनों दिन.
Jump on the MIBR train with me.
Need a green card.
Oh, this is rough. I think for GE, like, let's just say there's a little bit of cope here. A tiny bit of cope. They win out pistol.
Yeah.
They don't throw the anti-eco.
Yeah.
Right? Perhaps they win a bonus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They could do it.
Then we're 6 rounds behind.
Listen, MIBR likes to push a lot. And maybe with the double senti, they can prevent that. But they're going for this fast C-split here. Ospas is going to be on the site with Zekin. Tex hears all this information. Zekin going for his with that Sheriff, not connecting. Ospas manages to get one. Zekin gets another, but 2 trades coming in. Autumn and Udo. Zekin gets a second kill onto Udo, and 3v2. His team is coming in. They're trying to flood out onto site together. That shock might do enough damage. They're so lit, picking off onto Autumn and Javi in this one. V2 is not gonna win it out. Mazzino with that final kill. And Verno, man, these shocks. He's gotten like 3 this game already.
Yeah, he's good. We know. It's been an excellent game for Verno.
So he's like, what, 20-3 now?
20-3.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Pretty good on the Sova. Not gonna lie. Rest of MIBR giving him a lot of help as well. I think both the Jet and the Waylay getting a lot of value fighting from backside with the Sheriffs here. I think GE, you could see right from where they kind of get halted up in Garage for a moment. They are very kind of, I wouldn't say afraid, but just taking a little bit of time to get into that C site, unfortunately. And that's where the Sheriffs are having a lot of fun, picking them as they head on their way in. Speaking of picking GE as they head in, this time less success for Aspas. Forced away for the time being. It very much seems like GE want to pick up the pace, but Mazzino's spamming away on his Spectre. Takes a lot of damage off the hero TP up the top. Should get checked here by Uditan, but he's got just not enough HP, unfortunately. And that is a double once again from the Omen. Mazzino just continues to conjure magic for MIBR, and Autumn, who's kind of waiting in the back of the site. All he could do was trade out the Omen before Vono cleans him up. 12-2 for MIBR. I think this might be back-to-back 13-2s.
The fact that Mazzino's just allowed to
take back into
झूठ
नहीं बोलूंगा, बंद करूं और सो जाऊं.
trade on board.
They tried
इससे
to
अच्छा अपना
trade,
वैलो
but
खेल
you
लेता हूं.
got
अंधा हो जाऊंगा ये ब्लर मॉनिटर में.
about 300
इससे अच्छा
damage.
खुद ही वैलो खेल के अंधा हो जाऊं. खुद तो इतना बुरा नहीं खेलूंगा कम से कम.
That's how it be. Yeah.
That's how it be. This was kind of nasty. We were talking about Mazzino just being so good, especially with his impact frags. But this round, you can tell.
हाँ भाई मैं कोलंबिया का हूँ, साउथ अमेरिका का.
12-2. Like you said, we might see that same score line.
Fract active for second.
अबे वो ब्राजील का है भाई साले उलाला लेओ.
And the going continues to get rougher for GE. Drone will confirm that Crystal is in this neck of the woods, so MIBR Not even really feeling pressured enough to rotate. Still
Because
you can definitely trust Zekken and Verno to probably get the rest of this round done themselves or very there nearabouts.
Long. Crystal alone towards short. The smoke's going to come in. The actual pick is going to come in from Javi as well. That Guardian. Beautiful shot. Verno now left alone towards this short. He is going to get slowly crunched. Autumn, Crystal trying to work it up together. They get that pick, and now all of a sudden it's flipped. 3v4.
Jaldi bhai, ek round khatam karo.
That numbers advantage. Getting that spike down as well. Holding
3v4 ho jao jaldi se.
Need to be careful here because these are the kinds of rounds that MIBR have been known to flip over.
Yeah, it's going to be hard though against double Senti. Like the double
jaldi se 3v4 हो भाई जल्दी खत्म करो G2 का गेम देखें नॉनस्ट्रीम
as well as the sonic sensor.
मैं वहाँ G2 को सपोर्ट करूँगा भाई.
Able to make it a little bit deeper into the site, hits all three players for MIBR, and Autumn capitalizing. Crystal to follow up.
क्या बोलता तू इसको करेगा दी?
Finally pulls the grab net out, but I think he's better off just saving this Vandal at this point.
Really well played here by GE. They saw the opportunity.
Copy करता साले.
Left alone, knowing he couldn't do anything, but the crunch timings are still there. It's good to see that they're keeping a lot of those protocols. They're not going overextending, playing too needy. Like they need to get those picks, still taking their time and making sure they're doing it with reason. GE now. It's so hard when you're in this position because you have to snowball. You have to snowball the economy. You have to snowball these ults. It's going to be so much harder too with this double Senti comp. Crystal and Autumn, Cypher and Deadlock. It's almost impossible. The good thing is they could get so much information with those trips, with holding it all the way back. It's going to be a little bit of a rough one because MIBR is actually going to face them for an A-lobby fight.
Vuitton having a little bit of a think about taking that, but the utility quickly pushing GE back away. They'll allow control of lobby, and they're going to start to speed up into C now. This is where Tex
वरना वो देखना गन भी नहीं उठा रहा है, ऐसी पिस्टल से खेल रहा है. इतना डिसरिस्पेक्ट के मूड में हम लोग.
These players taking sight with a vengeance. That wall is going to go down. Really annoying to deal with, like you mentioned earlier. And this post plant, they're trying to keep this site. They have the trip on the flank. They don't need to worry
about it. Udatan ka health dekh pehle.
And now MIBR.
Neon, G ka Neon.
5 retake. It's really hard, especially when these players have so much site control. But Autumn playing towards that backside. The TP comes in. Patman getting one, but Mazzino, Bruno, and Oscar so good at clearing Crystal. Left in a 1v3. And no win for him. Mazzino with the final pick of the game and a 12-3 scoreline here for MIBR.
That is just back-to-back stomps here. MIBR coming into EWC 2026 with a vengeance. You can see
Immortal versus Iron हो रहा था भाई. Silver.
Doing very well.
Iron वाला तो disrespect हो रहा है.
Another flat performance from a team coming out of Pacific here into EWC. I think that last round is kind of the cherry on top. That is exactly what GE's comp is meant to be good at. Yep. They get into a 5-on-5 post plan. All of the Sentinel utility down, and MIBR just retake with 4 players alive.
Insane, actually insane in MIBR, just proving themselves. They're more than just a super team. Every single player knows how to play together.
So बिहार से कोई होता धर लेता. हमला मार बे तोड़. अगर नहीं मैं आगे नहीं बोल रहा. निकल गया था अभी.
Making sure his team is staying consistent.
अभी निकल गया था बस.
Is Verno always this greedy, calling strategies so he can go 21-4?
No, he just doesn't.
चल भाई दूसरा वाला गेम देखेंगे. आजा आदि. तब से वहाँ तो कुछ तो चल रहा है.
It's easy for MIBR. Is this
that could be
crime petrol देख रहा है. यही दिखा दे EWC में.
It is worth noting that Wu is desperately low. Now GRQ does have a run it back of his own, but I'm looking at his teammate, and I have a feeling they're not going for this.
तू मेरे अगल बगल है, मैं तेरे अगल बगल.
Better than the previous round.
अगल बगल.
They came in.
अबे Chinese team है.
Made me worried, but this was a much more direct play towards short. Kosh Maris, obviously, that's going to be the big factor, is if you're allowing him to have a lot of orbs, if he is finding success, like the
वो भी defending champion के
his
against
impact, if he has even 3/4 the game that he normally does on the Neon, it's going to be way higher when it comes to those round-to-round ultimates. You already see it, round 4, and it's being used to basically secure the round.
Yeah, the only caveat I'll give is Fangir has got off to a slow
अबे
start.
G2 का game किसमें होगा? इसमें होगा कि उसमें होगा?
I don't know if that's going to continue all the way through.
चलो फिर आज जल्दी free होंगे.
Entries from the last 2 rounds, I wonder if they win those 2 rounds. Because he has just basically double entried this round and got an entry in the last as well. So I don't know how recreatable it is. Almost reminds me a little bit of like old school Ascent attack side, where it's like, did our jet get a kill? Oh, they didn't. Oh, what happens now? Obviously, in this case, they do have the Phoenix as well, but that felt like the defining parts of the last couple of rounds. So I'm definitely going to see what happens. If Woot goes down early, are they still going to be as impactful?
Well, they forced Fangir back again. He's had a tougher start. As you've said, been diffed in both fights. They're not going to challenge him another time. Looking for that, as Kira's close by to help him out. The buy's a little bit shaky. Kira obviously has the stinger. Buys come in with a sheriff. For the most part, they are just saving those credits through for the next round. So Heretics have an easier time here. We've seen this before. They're going to at least put the pressure on, find the orb. Like, expect a lot more of these slower rounds when those ultis aren't online, trading utility for orbs. But push has to come to shove eventually.
उस समय तो मैं भयंकर बावला आदमी था भाई, कुछ भी करता था गेम में.
Sort of mixed bag buy, so the lower the time gets, I feel like the better it is.
अगर मैं मस्ती के मूड में हूँ,
especially with them not giving up
भाई तो फिर मैं कुछ भी कर सकता हूँ.
In terms of those opening picks, they're also walking into Kira, who's been very good so far. Paranoid looking to delay, but caught as the door is broken. Now Fangir needs to step up, and again it's a little bit late, but does manage one now.
ये मेरे को लग रहा है अगर ताला है.
Back through, and again GRQ precision seems to be the aim of his game. Benji's done well at least to trade it back. Might just give them the plan, but they need to clear by from underneath, and they've done that with ease. But again, a second life given. And now it needs to be the kill. The time already ticked too far gone, and because of that, Shrimp is able to just sit and wait for re-ends.
It's well played in the end there by Shrimp. That little jump, if he swung out wide, he was in a whole lot of trouble. But he gets out of dodge right away. Paranoia for Kira, just a small bit too late. But this is when we talk about on the Heretic side, the Phoenix and the impact that they have. Well, you see it very much on the other side as well. It's going to be something that I think both teams are going to compete for those rounds. So far, it has definitely been Heretics finding a lot more in those early rounds. But that'll obviously change when we swap sides.
Yeah, at least from some of the stuff I saw in the qualifiers, I'm pretty sure it was Kira and GRQ playing the opposite roles, but I could definitely understand why they've made the switch if that is the case.
AGAL है वे, AG.AL है वो, AGL लिख दे रहे हैं.
Getting their openers, an aggressive
भाई अगला गेम है Gentlemates versus XLG.
And so much of a player advantage. You might look at this and go, oh, well, is this an eco for Heretics with how clean this has been? No.
अबे कल अच्छा गेम है वे.
This was a 4x. This was everything invested, and yeah, all gamers have made it look like an eco.
कल नहीं कल टीम RRQ versus Edward Gaming है, 100 Thieves versus BBL है. तो अपन तो Edward Gaming वाला देखेंगे, मैं तो वही देखूंगा.
And you see a lot of risks
और दूसरा गेम है Carmine Corp versus Paper X.
The rotates hadn't come through.
Vitality energy तो नहीं हो पाएगा.
On the defensive side, they won their fights with ease, and so they're still very much close by to hear that trip activated, or trap activated, cage activated, and then I think it did look like an eco round from that perspective. The player walking up short as well, blindsided on that left. It feels a little disorganized.
I like the change-up as well. Like I said, Fangir's been struggling with that early A-site fight. So they just swap him to B. They put the double duelist over on short so that when there's the aggressive burst, there's 2 players waiting on the other side.
Group B में है भाई, MIBR और Global.
Exactly what they do. A nice change.
अबे group कहाँ से देखेंगे? ये तो दिखाओ
group once again. But of course, for the attack side,
ग्रुप वाइज नहीं देख सकते कि स्केड्यूल ही दिखा रहा है
to play with a dive over the top, but it is a little bit messy this time. Shrimp has been having a fantastic game so far, but he will be dealt with. He had a teammate, however, still a 3v3. Koshmaris has also managed to find a gun. And Boo's managed another kill.
It was risky playing that close to spawn with the spike. Could have caused issues, especially with the blaze wall already gone, but now a 3v2. A chance to move together. The timing here.
सुनना चेंबर का नाम पढ़ना क्या है?
They're both gonna wrap up quite quickly.
अगल बगल वाले का नाम.
Watched, but the shot's not landing, and Fangir now with a chance, but he is on 10 HP. One shot from Boo will be enough. He needs to land the heady. And it's clean. All gamers continuing to put up rounds on this defense.
I sort of mentioned it. The reason it was uncharacteristic that Fangir had lost those two early fights was how good he had been in that previous map, especially with their comeback. And why in this round, I think you can see why. Sure, it was a lower purchase from Heretics. It was one where expectations were incredibly low, but there was a clutch that was needed, and there was a clutch that was found on just 10 HP. Big resurgence already. I think just waking up in the last map, you're seeing the level of what some of these individual players can hit over on the side of all gamers. But already, I believe that's their 5th round on the defensive side. They are looking good in this half.
Hello.
A timeout called by Heretics, and I absolutely cannot blame them. I do think second half is going to be a different story. Exactly short on difficulties.
अरे पापा को लेके जाना है यार बाहर का था चर्च जाना है
like because if you had maybe the chamber or something like that I might be more inclined to you've gone for a double duelist that allows you a more aggressive dive. Do I think
बोल तो मैं स्ट्रीम चालू करके छोड़ के चले जा रहा हूं तेरा थोबड़ा लगा के
not really unless you're able to do what you're
दोनों में बात कर लेंगे ठीक है
just have insane retake potential.
But that's exactly
कर लेगा क्या बता
तो
मैं 1 घंटे में आ जाऊंगा
refighting control like there's so much that you can do when it comes to that defensive side, as we can see.
हाँ ठीक है तो चैट अपने फोन में खोल लेना
are going to be attempting as well.
या जो भी तेरे को लगे
But it just depends how many rounds they have when they go there. Like right now, this is a much more dominant start than we expected.
Yeah.
पापा का भी काम करके आ जाता हूँ 2 दिन से मेरे को बोल रहे हैं मैं जा ही नहीं
slowing down. They are up against the full buy again. Tour de force used up, and well, he's going to bail out right away. Control given up by Fangir. Although the Hunter's Fury thrown in to try to get a few bits of damage. Few points
to the force way,
but I don't think it's found anything.
No, absolutely.
Alt बोल रहा है ना.
Aggressive positioning and okay, just a pre-fire, an aggressive position, but okay. Wood's been able to trade.
अच्छा सोवा का alt बोल रहा है.
Still, these aggressive positions are definitely going to be a surprise, but maybe not for GRQ. This guy is just hitting everything put in front of him. Ultimate
boo mara boo
once again. Koshmaris was trying to challenge, but now shying away from that fight. Still manages to win it out. He'll get sent back towards the spawn. And that time has been ticking for a while. Boo still in a passive position, someone they desperately need to clear. And the chances of victory seem to be all but gone at this stage.
Yeah, it most certainly is, but making it costly is the name of the game, and that is mission success. Although Shrimp's going to go down, that exit through main's never kind. It is what it is. A win is a win, and they have got.
तो मैं बोल दूँ ना अपने घर वालों को कि फिर जाऊँ मैं 7 बजे.
A costly one. A lot of players
मैं
lost.
बोल
I think the most impressive.
हाँ मैं 1 घंटे में आ जाऊँगा.
Bai went through that whole round without blinking.
Well. Shrimp continues to be an issue. As you said, a very costly round, but a round nonetheless.
On cold, look at him.
Yeah.
Very shallow breaths. Well, 5-3. Big round for Heretics to get on the board, and chipping away at the attack side is really what we're looking for from this. Okay, hello, Woot. He's back on the server. He's had a bit of success in the opening fight, but look who's fighting right back into things. Woot's going to have to keep stepping it up. That kill brings them back into an advantageous position. Low HP on Koshmaris. The plant still... Oh, that shock dart, it's perfect. He's got to run, and he runs right into the sightlines of Shrimp. Great work. But Fangir up top. Woot will finally fall. And Boo now has to make the clutch work.
Doesn't even know where it's safe to stand. He's going to try and reopen the door, maybe thinking that both players are up there. Instead, he's opened the door for an opponent, and well, it's Fangir from the backline is going to be there to close out the round. In terms of credits, this is the worst possible scenario for the side of Heretics. 0 players surviving, and now everybody going down in the next round. But more importantly, you've got to talk about the performance we're seeing from the likes of Shrimp. I think there was a point he's 7-1, but he has been continuing this reign of terror. And you mentioned it, perfectly placed shock dart, ready for the player to try and swing. But also, it felt like after Heretics got the initial fights, their expectation was that, okay, they're not going to be here so soon. They're not going to be right in our face immediately. They never even got to plant.
Yeah, that was the thing, a 3 versus 2. And the pressure was put on from the get-go. Boo never had a moment to take the spike out. Now Woot will not be getting away with that. It's ambitious to say the least. And the short play is also going to be cut in 2. Great damage from GRQ. He's got a freebie in that corner.
He's got no bullets in any gun.
So he's going down no matter what, but 1 player lost and plenty of orbs found. A run it back online for the next, and 7-3. This is a fantastic turnaround from all gamers. And Heretics, even if they want to make this close at the halftime, they're now up against the odds.
No, this is squeaky clean. Like, whether they're playing aggressively in the early stages of the round or playing into the retake, like, just look at it. You got Fangir now building up that confidence. We spoke about him. I think it was 0-2 in the early fights. He's definitely turned that around. Shrimp is having a way better game as well than the last. And even, like, look down the board a bit. Like, Akira's had hella impact throughout this game so far. 7-3. Again, 7-5, and we're talking about this as enough rounds to potentially go into that defensive half. But
yeah,
Heretics haven't looked particularly close to winning a round in a while.
Oh, Paranoia didn't catch. Not onto the deep player of Koshmaris. Run it back online and available for both sides.
There.
For now, at least, though, you take a look at Heretics. I think they're trying to bait out some of those ultimates with that early pressure. Some of those, I say, in particular, the one that they have. They go immediately up mid, force those players back, pump the brakes, and the key thing is the whole round, the spike is sat outside A. They just have Boo holding for the push-up, waiting for aggression. They were very much expecting to see all gamers come in with some flair. But the most they've gone for is a little bit of B main control, and now the ult has to be used by Koshmaris. They're just trying to avoid it, and it looks like fleeing for the hills has worked. A very dangerous ult dealt with
this
right off rip,
worked.
and now there's a snake in the grass that they have no idea about. The unrelenting buy finds 2. And all gamers still haven't used that big old ulti, and I don't think they're going to.
Oh, they don't need to do anything at this stage. This is all too easy. Heretics threw in that run it back as a fake. That was the goal. We're going to drag people in. Look, Koshmaris is running at you. There were 3 players on B. They didn't even move. They even faked away their run back in towards the site so that then they could leave this extra player just ready. You could see Boo had no intention of ever checking that angle. And then the split in from behind, well, they end up getting flanked by their own push.
It's the second time they've had huge success from playing those rotational sounds. Like we saw it as well in mid on the defense where they went from A short. You had the Neon of Bai run all the way up to mid into their spawn and back around to A. And of course, Heretics in main and in mid hear that and think, okay, they're reinforcing B where we just faked out. This is great. And in fact, no.
Oh dear.
They were selling the ruse. The Odin up top will be caught right off rip. Nice shot by Woot. As Kira falls, so too does Bai. It looks like Woot might have found his rhythm, found his groove again. Out of knives, but oh, that reveal was dangerous. No punish forward on the other side. In fact, no, he wasn't out of knives. He still had a few left to play with, but the rest of the squad's cleaning it up, leaving Shrimp alone. He's got no shortage of Odins, no shortage of ammunition. 2 targets to take down. This spam could come through onto that left side, Jenny. It's always a danger when you bait the plant out like that, but he's going to send drone first.
Oh, while the drone's going up, the plant will come through. Gives them an opportunity. Needs to try and find the spams, and waiting on the other side will be 2 players. Heretics at least able to find a semblance of balance towards the end, but it is safe to say that was a very dominant half from the side of all gamers.
Yeah, and we came in highlighting Koshmaris. We came in talking about that Phoenix and how much impact it can have, and in actual fact, GRQ is lighting up the server. Woot was on fire on map number 1, and the whole squad of Heretics is slowed down, but GRQ continues to, carries forward that momentum.
I'll stand by the fact that I feel like the openers for Woot were the defining factor, and he only ended up with 7 kills. So think about it. It was the Blade Storm round that they just won. He got the opener. Then he had the double opener in one of the early rounds, and then the one just before that. It was a singular opener.
5 openers.
Yeah, so it's kind of like without him finding a pick, it just looked like they were completely flat. And then the retakes that were coming through as well were fantastic by the defensive side. Like you look at GRQ in this map and you go, Phoenix defensive side must be fairly easy. It's not. It's very difficult to get as much value as he's finding, even when you do have to run it back, because sometimes you're going to throw that on a retake, it gets absolutely nothing, and you're sent right back to where you were. But he seemed to have impact on it every single time. That's an impressive performance from GRQ. And now, when you think about it, which side of the map's easier to get the orbs on? It's the attack. So he might be able to do even more in this second half.
And meanwhile, that swap over from Heretics doesn't really seem to be paying dividends, but maybe the second half has something special in store for us. Remember, this is where all gamers wanted to start. They wanted to begin on the defense, and here in Ascent, it's not strange to see the defensive side walk out with a victory. With this composition, it's just strange to see, just generally speaking, but when we get into this second half, the pistol for all gamers could set them well and truly on the road to a map 3.
I'm not sure I want to even comment on comebacks anymore, because it's already been the case in the last map, a massive streak of rounds. But yeah, I definitely agree. We could see now both teams win both pistols on the opposing side or the opposing map. And that might be the defining factor. It doesn't feel like it, though. 6 of the last 8 rounds going the defenders' way. And they looked fantastic. Can Heretics wake up and make this a close map, or are we set for Lotus already?
Well, to answer that, we leave it in the hands of 10 players down on that stage and a few coaches in the back rooms. Spotted right away in that corner is Woot. Heretics have a plan, though. There's a flash ready to be fired in by Koshmaras for Woot to continue forward, but they see nothing. A trap on the floor that's soon to be broken, and otherwise not a sight or a sound to be found as all gamers group up on short. 5-man clumping towards the A site. In fact, towards Garden. They wanted a pick before they make it to the site, and it would have been good to take Omen out. The paranoia on Boo would be huge for the retake. A little bit of tickle damage as well, but that position... Oh, the position spotted run.
Gets out there without a lick of damage. It's been a weird one. Opportunities for kills. But the main thing for all gamers is they've got themselves the plant. Kira, a 1-for-1 trade. They've at least managed to clear that position quickly on the Heretic side, but the rest might not be so easy. GRQ up close. Riens does well, but again, this man turns up. Another double, another push towards his ultimate and make that 3. Only one man in Koshmara standing, and he cannot hold the line. It is all gamers with the second pistol, and now 9-4 in the lead.
GRQ has completely taken over this map. A genuinely sensational performance starting out on that defensive side and being able to put up that strong of a play. It meant that we knew there was a chance he was going to carry it forward here, that it could even get better from there on out. But that many kills in a pistol, that's one thing for you as a player, for your confidence, but as an agent, Phoenix now 3 out of 6 orbs going into an eco as well, with all those orbs to be fought for. With the attacking side typically finding it easier to secure them. Heretics' first full buy might not be very easy.
Yeah. Similarly, you are hoping for this to be a 2-0. You almost kind of feel like Heretics might need to do a bit of damage in this round.
Take flight.
But if this map has been anything to go on, all gamers are not going to give them the time of day, and it almost feels like one of the real goals in this round might just be not to die to GRQ. Because the guy's been insane, but also he's 3 off having his ultimate available to him. Koshmaras up against the disappearing. I like the totem pole, though. It is 4 different variable heights. GRQ seems like he might be the one to try and face into this one. Paranoia, Flash. Well, it seems like they might have been aware of the potential of something this dangerous, and already it's starting to look a bit worrying. Nice damage, though. A couple of players dropped, and well, eventually, yeah, it is GRQ. He's now 1 away from having that run it back online.
Yeah, that won't be too hard to find at the start of a round. If you decide to play pretty direct coming into this one, Heretics, again, could have to batten down the hatches right off rip. You're expecting all gamers to fight for control, take an orb, and send GRQ through. And honestly, I don't think they need to do anything else. At this rate, he's going to win the round himself, especially with that second lead.
अरे वो G वाला गेम चालू हुआ क्या?
From map 1. We saw it, though. We saw them fall off. We saw them give all gamers the way back
नहीं, वो दूसरा वाला.
That one round to close out Haven didn't solve any problems. We're still in this same simulation where all gamers have complete control. Right away, Buys ran it down onto Woot. A statement success. Run it back online off the back of the orb. They take space on short for the backstab. The trade out of the ultimate for another man advantage leaves them into a 5 versus 3. All gamers looking like they've got this one locked out. They didn't see the Omen. They didn't spot the Omen on sight. That drone didn't see. Boo! He's able to get 2. A chance still for Heretics. One small mistake. A glance to the right. And this could be secured. A massive lead for all gamers, but instead Heretics are dangling on to a cliff's edge with the very tips of their fingernails.
Oh, through the smoke they go, and both players winning their fights at once. Heretics cling to life, and as you mentioned, it was just Boob going unnoticed on the site that made all the difference. The openers that came through for all gamers were fantastic, the individual excellence, but it is a bit worrying for me that even though, yes, it's an important round for Heretics to win, it's a good break-back round, that was up against a weak buy. It was Fangi using a headhunter, not having a rifle to play with throughout the entirety of the round. Now they come in with what will be a solid purchase, but I guess at least that running back was used last round.
That's the main thing. I don't think any amount of weaknesses is going to make up for what you were up against there. Heretics are at least going to be happy to have that round, to have that big ultimate out of the way. But now we come back to conventional play. It's not going to be as direct from all gamers, and we saw a lot of success from them with that wrap-up on short late by Chamber. Some gaps for Team Heretics as they were distracted. This time, a full default spread by the defense. And Woot, well, he's a man that can hit headshots with anything. And with this weapon, he won't need to. There's no way he bypassed the drone, right? They must have seen him.
Instead, they're going to go the other way. Flash dodged, but it doesn't matter. GRQ just cleaner with it. He was down to 7 HP, but get a little bit of health back. Ooh, is playing on the edge of this smoke. Maybe a little bit risky. Dart through. It's only going to be the one. Again, GRQ is just flying. This guy has been on fire all the way through the map, and it doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Spike at least dropped to the ground, and Rians is aware of the player on site already. Again, they've managed to turn this back into a winnable scenario from what looked like another nail in the coffin.
The hard work is still to be done. All gamers will secure a plant. Outlaw will be one shot onto either of these players, and a headshot from Kira secures a kill, secures the advantage as Rian's now up against the odds. A spam is about as good as it could get, but Kira there to secure a big lead for all gamers. 11-5 on the board right now, and considering this is Team Heretics map pick, it's certainly not off to a good start.
No, for sure. I think that they knew coming in that this would be the sort of more favored of the two maps. I think both teams will be relatively happy with Lotus, but I think that for Heretics, that might have even been the map that they picked if they didn't think that they could get this as a bit of an advantage in terms of a weakness for an opponent. It's safe to say it's not looking like a weakness for the opponent. GRQ is 22-9. Well, I think Shrimp would be there with him. He's 15-6. He's not been dying very much throughout this game.
Kala coffee piyega kya?
But it's not even a last-ditch effort. They've gone for an eco in this round, and then they're going to try and fight
आजकल मेरे को नया जोश चढ़ गया ब्लैक कॉफी पीने का. बोलते हैं लीवर के लिए अच्छा होता है.
12-5, yeah. 12-5 before.
Unless they can find an upset here. And the only thing they have to pad the gap is a couple of ults. Like a Hunter's Fury can work nicely. A run it back if you can put it into the right position. Unfortunately, you'd be doing it without weaponry, which is far more of a risk. And also means that, well, look at the ults that could be online next round for the opposing side. You don't want to give them an even further advantage.
अगली बार डाल लूंगा, अब तो पी लिया, थोड़ा सा ही बचा है, 2 घुट का.
A lot of space taken here by Bai. It's a risky play when you're up against pistols. And, well, at least one is going to be found for Team Heretics to put us even. It's certainly not even in terms of the weaponry. It's going to have to be some big performances towards this B site. Spike's on its way. 3 players ready to break through. Kick down the doors, and Koshmaris has been spotted. TP taken by Boo. Okay, now there's at least 3 here, and Boo's got the rifle. Ult online for Koshmaris. But yeah, all gamers know what's just happened. And then they're leaving. They're bailing with Wood on the other side.
एक दूसरे के मैप में हराए हैं दोनों.
Only having a bandit, it's a good position, but 1, they'll expect it. At least suspect it. And 2,
maybe they looked
really
at the time for it and thought, okay, that's a little bit too much of a risk, but he needs to get the kill here. If he could somehow deny that plant, that was the only way they were winning the round, and now it almost feels like an impossibility once again. Boo's rifle is the furthest back. And sure, Woot has a little bit of ground, but it's not like all gamers are just sitting back and waiting. No, they're re-aggressing. This team is not shying away from a fight. Boo will trade things back. Move on. It is going to be the run it back thrown into this round. They need to now make this a conversion. Boo with his 3rd already, but he's going to have to basically do everything for the squad. And that time has been ticking all the way through. In fact, it might already be a point of no return. The spam's not quite connecting though, because Maris is trying to stick it over the line all the way through. Instead is stripped to close. 12-5. Sure, both attackers go down, but they're not going to care.
No, I think the economy is in a pretty decent position. And also, you know, they're 12-5 in the lead. So
yeah.
They can
and
lose.
the run it back's gone now.
Yeah, they can lose a few rounds. They can send by with an Odin to just run at their opponents at the start of the round and see what happens. Why not? Heretics did it. But GRQ has really been impressive. I am surprised to see that Heretics commit that much to this round, though. Like, as soon as the run it back was popped, it felt like it was a mistake, because it is an all-in play. It either works now, or you're not equipped for a very important round coming up. We need to see the solution from Heretics right here and now, because it looks like we're going to map 3.
Oh, what a brilliant time to take a tactical pause.
Yes, you've always said it as well. 12-5, exactly when you want to see them take a breather.
Yeah, no, that's why I said in the last map, I was like, if there was any time to take a tactical pause, it would be now.
Yeah.
There's someone in chat right now probably so angry that like clearly he's a bias. No. I think they're equally as screwed as All Gamers were in the last map. I think All Gamers had a very impressive comeback. I don't believe that Heretics will be able to do that.
The thing was, in the last one, it was like, Woot's finding all these openings. What do you do when he doesn't? And also here as well.
He hasn't killed his half.
3 out of 5 of their rounds. Whereas for All Gamers, I don't think it's that, oh, what happens if GRQ stops? Well, 6. Bangier's 12 and 7. Like, there's no shortage of individuals online right now for All Gamers. So it's not a case like it was last time. What if this one guy goes away? There's 2 more. Rien's, nice opening. It's by down and out, and GRQ's ult dealt with. Boo's also covering this space on short perfectly. And a Hunter's Fury, maybe he didn't want to put through.
What a great time to take a tactical pause. As said, this is where the comeback begins. I always believed. Shrimp being a 1v5. Now, of course, economy-wise, they're not going to be in the best spot for the next round, but they do have a lot of opportunities. And Heretics kind of just have to go at this point. It's an all-or-nothing position. Like, still take risks, still take gambles. I feel like what happened to All Gamers might also happen to them, though. It's like, even if you start this streak of rounds, there's no pressure until you get close. Because you're like, okay, we've already lost. I think most people would sit here in this position and go, there is no way back into this map. And then when you do start climbing back, I think it's the second you start to believe that then the pressure hits you. Of course, for Heretics, this is quite a different pressure. Because although we've always talked about them as a second place cursed team, that was broken, well, multiple times. Once EWC, when they managed to hoist the trophy, get their name engraved forever. But the fact is, they've also now done it in EMEA. They took the title there as well. So we are looking at a squad where those excuses go out the window. And you're going, okay, if you are going to have a chance at a title defense, I wanted to see them come out hot in the groups. And I'll be honest with you, they haven't.
Well, that's exactly it. It's a different kind of pressure when you are the up-and-coming team who almost did it so many times. And, yeah, you go into a final and you feel like the curse is there. But now you come in defending that title. That's something these guys haven't had to do before. And you know that everyone coming to this event, they have got you've got a target on your back, and they're more than happy to hit it. 6 rounds in a row for Heretics. I do think on this map it's harder. It's going to be so much harder, but at least, see, especially with the comp you're against, the amount of impact Phoenix can have on those run-throughs is crazy, and that ult won't take that long to come back online.
Oh. पिछला मैप याद है तेरे को? सेम हुआ था। TH वाले एक राउंड जीतने के लिए इतना लंबा खींच लिया था पूरा गेम को। अब यहाँ हो रहा है वही चीज।
This round feels like more of a gimme with the weaknesses that were there for all gamers, but it is also just a confidence booster for Heretics. Like, have a round or two that actually come up relatively clean, because even the ones they were winning in the last half, it felt like they could have gone back the other way. Buy as well now, desperately low, and even the reveal is pretty much perfect. Benji still has to be a little bit careful, but in the end, it's now just one man standing. Every single piece of utility being thrown out.
जला के सब मारा है एकदम.
Will get a kill in the end.
ये ले flash ले, ये ले जला दे.
On the side of Heretics, the comeback continues, but belief certainly isn't here just yet. Not on this side of the caster desk. We're gonna have to see them continue on this form, but good signs. Early picks were going their way, dealing with Fangir. A little ahead of the pack in the main swing.
I'll believe when I hear a Vamos. That's all I'm going to say.
I like the sending out a main aggression, and this time it's going to be changed up. Instead of having Woot there with the operator, he's going to be going looking for them on short, and yeah, that smoke immediately blooming is pretty much taking him out of the round for now. A whole lot he can do. And he wants to be showing presence. He wants to be seen. Whether it be by a drone that's not coming his way, it's over in main, or by a player, he wants someone to notice him so he can get out and then pull them into a fight with Koshmaris, who's just been waiting in the corner. A gorgeous setup. Very well executed. GRQ finds himself in that same boat.
Nice bait and switch. You can see why they wanted to have this operator in play. It just adds another dynamic. Even still, though, 2 players about to come up. Another pick coming through for Woot. Him waking up definitely makes this a little bit more interesting. And it seems like all gamers have sort of ground to a halt. It's almost like these guys had a pact that the second a pause is taken at 12, just you're going to slow everything down. You're going to really go for more tentative plays. Whereas what we were seeing in some of the earlier rounds were them just blasting through angles. Instead, I think we're getting a 30-second save.
It does make sense seeing this team play direct and play aggressive. So I'm surprised we haven't gotten more of it. Even here, like, the smoke goes up on short, and it's like the 2 players that go to push it, it's quite staggered going through those battles. And gives the opportunity for Woot to find one. He even manages to cloudburst his way out, run back to short, and then Kosh can fire from the side. Shouldn't have been that comfortable of a fight, even with the setup, after he dashed to the left instead of the right.
Ooh, do they get to keep the guns? This is going to be important for them to have something going into the next round, and
we'll never know. I guess we'll never know.
Who knows? Well, maybe we'll be able to tell by what weapons they have going into the next one, but I'm going to say they did hold on to their guns.
Okay.
Based on absolutely nothing at all, which is always a good way to come in with information, but you know.
I'll believe you then. So, a strong economy.
That's... I don't even think it would be strong even with the same guns. I think they had maybe 1 or 2 players that could rebuy, so there might still be a piece missing anyway. But at least gives them something to play with.
I see something in the middle of their screen, and I believe it was a red bar ticking down. Another timeout called here. All gamers have still one. I'll see it in a moment when the graphic comes up, but Yeah, still one left after this. 4-round gap. Definitely the time to pull this into play. Let another 2 go by and see where you stand. But I do think that it's only a matter of time before we see them take this super direct approach again. And Heretics are going to be put to the test. If the setup is wrong, if the players, the shots don't land, the reactions aren't there, like we've seen before, this composition from All Gamers can just run it down so fast.
Does look like they were able to hold on to the weaponry. And they're going to kind of like half buy around those couple of guns. It's like, okay, you still have the Tour de Force to play with. You can make this one at least a little bit more competitive. I also think the Tour de Force here could hold huge value. It's going to be playing on a lurk on the other side of the map, and then the rest of the players looking to try and challenge versus Boo. A lot of pressure put onto him, but without that initial contact going their way, they're now going to run back to the other side of the map, trying to get the Ultimate online or GRQ, who is now 1 away.
Well, for Team Heretics, it's only 1 man towards this B site. At least it's a Sentinel, but he hasn't got any of his utility. Only the camera to play with. So some backup will certainly be needed. All Gamers were to go quite direct. They're taking this immensely slow. They're clearly
भाई मेरी फील्ड को क्या हो गया है भाई?
They're taking a long time to re-clear mid, assuming someone's in a ratty little corner, and you can't blame them after what they saw in short a few rounds ago.
It'd be Woot. They're expecting Woot to go swinging. Okay.
अरे मैंने अभी क्या देखा है पता है तेरे को?
And somehow he's managed to take 2 kills, but this is
वो वीडियो भेजा था ना अभी तेरे को मैं?
They're trying to go back
गैस
in the other
वाला?
direction. In fact, he's now kind
Just
of
अभी मैंने देखा है 10 मतलब एक 3 लड़का है मतलब टीनेजर है
in the early stages of this round, but that doesn't mean they're going to get it over the line.
उसने
15 seconds now.
वो नहीं होते बुद्धा लोग जो वॉक करते हुए चलते हैं पूरा उसमें भाई उसमें कम से कम 14-15 लोग को एक साथ घसीटते हुए ले गया कार से.
Might be able to deny, and that's at least 1 for Woot. But there's still 2 more players that he needs to deal with.
40 बुद्धा है.
Operator in hand. Watching to see if Shrimp makes a mistake. A slight step forward. That could be the loss, but instead Shrimp is very patient with it. Even looks for the contact, and it's the contact of Fangir that will be there to close out the map a little bit quicker than Heretics managed.
Yeah, not quite letting them close the distance
दूसरे
all
उसमें
the
क्या चल
way
रहा है
to
भाई?
1.
दूसरे उसमें गेम चालू हुआ क्या?
From General Mates, should be coming through double doors now.
XLG का गेम देखते हैं. किसको इधर किसको?
There we go. First blood, Raga down. He gets his trade though. 1 for 1 so far in this now 4 versus 4 scenario. Still waiting for Leo to come on through. Double doors now entry from both Prox and Martin. But it's Happyway trying his luck against Martin. Not going to end up working out. 2 left, and Leo finally now will activate through doors. Lysol having to hold on for his lone sim. Does Leo have the angle? Does he have the timing? Because certainly Lysol doesn't have anything so far. 1 versus 3 might just be a little bit too much for Leo to be able to tune out. And it is. First round, General Mates.
Yeah, really good retake coming in. They were so ready with that flood. The fight towards mid as well. Getting all that information towards B. Looks like a really nice start here for Gentlemates. Very active, making sure they're not just sitting stagnantly, which used to be a problem of theirs, just being stagnant, not really changing a lot of their defensive setups. And now this change with Mini, with Martin, leading the charge, able to get onto site. It looks really good for them. And for Sheila, I mean, what can you do at that point when the retake is just so good? The flood is there. Doesn't really matter. But now guns on the board for Gentlemates and Sheila. They're going to do their best to get as many orbs with these sheriffs or with these pistols here on the side of A main.
Now Leo definitely probably activated a little bit too late in that particular round, but now big stack up for Sheila Gaming. In fact, playing this one patiently to see if maybe somebody from Gentlemates wants to walk on through into shops. There we go. Flash on in. 4 members have already approached, but Mini just makes short work of the defense so far. Lysol will respond with 1 into Star, so the rest of the Gentlemates will start to bring their forces through eventually. Happaway also fell in the middle of that as well towards Belt, so just low numbers here for XLG. The cleanup should be arriving in short order here.
Adi.
Big shot from Raga. Secondary available. Doesn't quite get the third,
चल
but
मैं तेरे से
puts himself in a great position and maybe gets the work done with Lysor. But if he stole the rifle there?
I can't believe this. Lysor and Varga being the reason why they win this
जेठालाल
round.
में
That's kind of crazy.
जेठालाल सोते रहता है और दया आगे उसको बोलती है इधर देखिए उठिए कौन आया है तो वो उठ के बोलता है कौन आया है इसका दया क्या करती है बता
was it a 3v5 I believe
मैं बताऊं परदेसी गर्ल देसी याद आया
obviously behind the smoke. Then the upgrade as well. No one saw the rifle being picked up in Lysor. He makes a lot with that.
And now the tides have been turned in terms of this economy. All pistols on the side of Gentlemates, and they're trying to do this quiet B stack, playing that close angle, just holding, waiting for some sort of contact play. They're not going to get anything soon though, because XLG doing a good job, playing passive the way that they usually like to, playing that slow, defaulty setup. They know they don't want to do anything way too aggressive. But set up in nest here, giving up that full A for retake. Really nice stuff so far from XLG to not overextend.
See Sheila even pinging over towards Belt. They sent a recon in that direction, a little bit concerned about trap setups coming through from Gentlemates, and obviously we can see the trap is over towards B. XLG fancy themselves 3 entries onto A. They'll find a clean site here. Full retake scenario for Gentlemates on A. As Bippo will be the one to find out the bad news in short order here, but still not taking too many chances. XLG drone in first, full util in, plant to come on through.
Gonna get that spike down. Mates, they know something's up. They're just using this time to start to try to re-clear this B, but obviously the spike planet sound is going to go down, and the instant rotate coming in. Fast clearing, and now they have the option to go through for that flank, making sure they're taking over 3 angles on this retake. Mini here with Martine grouped up, going towards that flank, and maybe just trying to play some sort of exit.
I think that's correct. You want to be playing and covering all the exits here, making sure that on exit for Sheila, they're going to be taking some damage. A few players going down would be ideal, but minimum here, I think Gentlemates will be running towards the spike and just dying to it if nothing else happens. So let's just see if anyone falls into that trap. Okay, Raga down is going to be something occurring. But as the rest of Sheila know that double doors is not going to be clean. Starstar activates a little bit later. That's a decent number of kills, not going to lie to you. Only happy way No Man walking out.
Yeah, 3 weapons down. That's really good for your Thrifty, actually. It's still a big dent into their economy. And now for Sheila, they're going to have to figure out if they want to buy up against those weapons or just make sure that they're using their bonus to the best of its abilities. They kept those 2 rifles. This was nice, just sitting, being patient here for Gentlemates, abusing the fact that Leo's just walking out in the open.
It's a bit of an awkward exit for XLG though. I mean, they all sort of just split themselves up. They could have exited as 5, and that would have covered their bases a little bit better.
Fast A main here though for Sheila, it looks like.
Fast A main. Starstar on the opposing end. By the way, I believe this is 4 A's in a row now. Quadruple A for XLG. And well, Gentlemates have to be a little bit quicker here. A little slow on the deletion of the dart. See if Starstar can find anything. Runner back's already gone. By the way, check the big flank. Martine and Mini to late activate at some point through shops. Raga will have to be covering that location.
Yeah, this post plan, it's gonna be a little bit tricky, but they have all of back sight here, but they're getting crunched. The good thing is though, he has the entire mid doors. He knows no one's coming from there. And now, peeking into that A main, he's gonna get contact and they're gonna push back onto site.
Raga's already low, but Leo's got Bippo down. No Man for a double here as well. It's all falling apart. Gentlemates, yeah, they're running away. They know they don't have money. No opportunity here for those 2 flankers to get anything done. Hiding in the sands, and the sands of time will tick down for a 3rd round victory for XLG.
Gentlemates just losing their timing. Everyone's coming out onto site when your 2 players flank. Just haven't even applied any pressure yet. They saw the Phoenix, but the Phoenix just ran away. They needed to speed up there, needed to be able to crunch down onto that site to make sure they get those timings down and the crossfires. That retake was almost really good. They well positioned themselves. But that was just a pacing issue there.
Well, since the pistol there, Gentlemates haven't had too much to say in these rounds. A 2nd round. Explosivity with Raga with a double. Into Lysor with his own double. XLG, 3 rounds in a row now, and a disastrous gun round coming through from Gentlemates, and a very broken buy now going into number 5.
Yeah, but it's looking like XLG, like you said, is going to opt to go towards that A main. Once again, they're using that drone, trying to find that orb, maybe on Varga one more time, or maybe they're trying to get that Sova on Leo Lysor, and immediately an A main execute.
Huge flash coming on. Martin still gets one despite being flashed in, so XLG did not clear that corner fast enough as Starso will be the one to slow things down considerably. Only Raga and Hathaway left alive, and Raga has been pinged down, taking no chances. Starso just sending out Understreet, but only the single shot so far. Might only need the one, because Prox has got Hathaway down. A single member left. Raga has to do it all. 1 versus 2. His health is okay. Prox's HP far lower. We'll see if this is going to be enough. Raga still hasn't planted yet. Has the opportunity just to take the spike and back out.
Grabbing that orb, trying to get as many numbers as he can towards that run it back, running away towards that B site. He has potential here to get that spike planted, to get that spike down onto site. To these players here from Gentlemates still clearing. They are going to be able to pick up some weapons though once they realize that the site is clear, which is really good for them. They do want to have those weapons in the 2v1. Margon, the 72 HP.
30 seconds
he's
left.
20 HP. Little bit scary here, and they're going to be grouped up towards that B.
Do note as well, Bippo's also only got the light armor here, which allows Raga to get that one shot. As obviously now, Gentlemates, seeing that A is clear, it's an obvious B plant. Raga has no U to work with. Prox does have at least a little bit of something, but no paranoia and no time. Those shots connected by Raga. Bippo instantly taking him down. It looks like Raga didn't even bother to hide away. Sort of just plants and holds position right next to the spike.
Yeah, trying to go for one, trying to equalize the numbers at least, but you should know at this point that Gentlemates is going to be grouped up for that retake. And now, I mean, so back and forth so far. I can't really tell what's going wrong for either of these teams. It just feels like the slow rounds, every single time, the trades just aren't there. Or one team has gambled correctly. So here, just playing a lot of those players, 3 players towards that site, playing that close angle, and Star himself.
Hello, Soundtrack, bye!
One of the main reasons why they were able to delay for so long, getting those 2 picks onto
Soundtrack, bye! Kaisen ba? Baal bachchan sab badhiya.
His stun as well for the relay bolt.
Mithun Chakravarti.
How many times on the road you want to go on a XLG?
Hey, Bobo Chakravarti.
This time now going to be a little bit more difficult. That's a really nice bit of util coming on through. Paranoia as well. Hunter's Fury, though, going to be trying to find its mark. It's WS Leo getting that one done, but no hits connected. Martin will get the cleanup hit, and it's a complete flawless as XLG gets stuck in shops. And you know what, Gentlemate says? We're close today, sir.
Bobo Chakravarti, kuch hua kya?
Had that comeback map 1, they win map 2 in dominant fashion. They're feeling great internally coming into map 3, but equally, it's just a fantastic map for Heretics. They love that this is a map 3.
And I think it was
Bobo Chakravarti.
Now, we're looking at this buy here. Sheila, everyone has rifles, but there is
When is monitor coming?
by?
Bhai, monitor aa gaya ghar.
So nothing too crazy.
Lekin wo wapas jaane wala hai.
So he could get a pick, but he's opting to do this play with
Aaya aur wapas ja raha hai.
A to mid split.
So a lot of players on B for Gentlemates as well. You would think by now XLG have maybe conditioned Gentlemates to lean heavier over towards A, and look at Gentlemates just not even spending too much time. Instant rotation.
आज ही आया है but वापस जा रहा है क्योंकि उसमें कुछ पीरोबलम है पीरोबलम.
Challenge for double doors, just all going to come through from their own spawn.
Going to be able to get the spike down here for the side of XLG. Not really being contested that much because they have a really good retake plan. At least we hope so for Gentlemates. 5v5, full site has been taken. Ooh. And Nomad instantly gets a pick onto Starzo.
Starzo the first one in, but now they know Nomad's positioning. He's pushed all the way into the boxes.
वो आया था पूरा भीग के आया है पूरा पानी पानी.
Double doors and he'll get the shot. Double doors now opened up. Yellow taking with Bippo, double kill. 2 members left for both of these sides. Araga wants to make sure there's none. Still pop that ultimate there in as well. Has an opportunity still to play off of Leo, who's taking a bit of damage. But it's Raga. Post runner back with 4 kills in this round.
That was crazy. I mean, that round actually was so kind of flip-floppy on who was going to win that round. Gentlemate's doing a good job. Bippo getting that 2K. It's a really good reason why he switched back onto that Sentient off that Duelist. It feels like he's got that really good positioning and he's able to take a lot of those 1v1s. But man, that round was close for both of these teams. Sheila just winning it out because Raga having a phenomenal clutch there for It was a 2v2, but it didn't matter. He didn't need any help.
We talked about storylines coming into this one with particularly for me at least, the last EWC for XLG Raga didn't really do too much. It was Happy Way that
पूरा
had the
गीला
majority.
आएगा वो.
Happy Way is just content with not having to do so much in this early half so
पूरा
far.
पानी रहेगा
It's Raga leading the way for XLG onto site for B. Finally, we're not going to go A anymore. First kill from Mini onto Happy Way, but the plant's going to come on through.
Getting the spike down again. Another retake here for Gentlemates, but this time they have numbers. A drone coming in at such a bad timing. Nomad getting the pick onto Stars. Another onto Martin. And now, Mini trying to get one. Leo actually shutting him down. On the ground, all of a sudden, it's a 3v2.
Nomad is what I used to describe the number of players still alive for Gentlemates, just down to 1 for now. Bippo, can we find some magic in the 1v3? He got a double kill on that last retake, and now he's going to say, money not looking great, chances looking even worse. Back out I go.
Amazon से आया था, but problem यही है तो उसको return डाल दिया हूँ. नया order किया है. 6 तारीख को आएगा वापस. Replace नहीं हो रहा था. Return हुआ है सीधा.
In a main, they gambled so much. They knew that they would be able to delay for long enough. Tried to get the early information, but
तो अब नया monitor आएगा दोस्त फिर से.
They were a little bit too scared to overextend, and because of that, Sheila, they had so much space to just go into B main. And what I really like here is Sheila. I feel like before they were kind of more well known for their defaults, playing it a little bit slow. But it's interesting because they've picked Breeze into Gentlemates, and they're also just doing these executes. So I think they're really on this kind of mindset of, I don't care what they do. I don't care that they haven't banned this map. We're just going to do our executes, play our playbook, and it's working out really well for them.
And they're usually just sort of going in, executing, committing to the site.
Go, go, go.
And it's win or lose there, as we saw even on previous rounds where XLG wanted to fight for the A orb, and they'll die there if they have to. No backing out at all. But this time around, it's XLG going all the way up mid. And mates should know that they've completely lost mid control here. Tunnels is open. Many looking for that angle. Doesn't quite land the shot. No, man. We're going to lick a damage over towards him, though.
Slow default once again. Trying to get any information here. No man, just constantly peeking, being annoying towards that Tons, but he's gonna hear that nothing is really contesting him here. Able to walk up and down towards that mid doors, and it looks like they're grouping to another A execute once again. But Martin actually getting the pick onto Lysor.
Yeah, mid to A, I should have said that. My letters mixed up, but one play does go down in terms of Lysor. Raga, though, once again, really showing his worth here. Leo, and No Man gone at this point, so Gentlemates is starting to pick up the pace here a little bit. No one left. Raga doesn't even get secondary there. They wanted to make their way on towards A, losing a player super fast. Here's XLG. Ended up being the mid to B, that mid to A rather, that was perhaps a little too slow for them.
Yeah, I think Martin overstayed his welcome towards that mid. He had so much space. Then he just walked back and got peeked for free. So, kind of crazy. I meant No Man, sorry, not Martin. But just overextending, keeping that space for way too long. They just got punished.
I think XLG maybe thought they had more successfully sold the B fake than they actually did.
Yeah.
Belt now being taken by Gentlemates.
Poison's off.
We're moving up into mid a little bit, but once again going back over towards the orb, going back over towards the shop.
And again, Gentlemates have gambled towards this elbow, trying to get info, but they're not going to hear anything, and they're going to have an inkling it's towards that A.
Patience here as his drones coming through. You should know it's going to be A at this point, though. Happy Way does have an angle. He's going to clean a shot. He gets both of them. In fact, the No Man on the side itself with Bippo. Seems like Raga's got to run it back every couple of rounds, and he's going to make his ability known to at least get his team onto site. And straight after the ultimate usage, will find a kill as well. Back over to A, where they found most of their success, and this time not going through mid. Straight at the guts and shops instead.
If I'm Gentlemates right now, we're taking a timeout. I think we just saw a glimpse of that on that screen, and I'm really talking about these setups, these defensive setups. They've been struggling the whole time in order to just gamble the right way, get that space. They know they're taking that A main a lot. Now they've started to give up mid. They're focusing a lot. This is the third time we've seen them fight for that elbow. One time they were actually towards that B main, didn't get punished. The other 2 times, nobody was there. It's just way too slow for me on the side of Gentlemates to get that information, to know where they're going to stack their defenses, because right now they're just too stagnant, staying in that so often and giving up the retake almost every single time. It's so hard when a team is good at post plants.
Should be a lot more of a better retake had 2 players not gone down to Happy Way. Even a 1-for-1 trade there would have been ideal, but just not quite clearing that pushed up angle that Happy Way had. Doors entry onto site. Because Raga's had an incredible half so far.
How do you spend your day? बकवास, बहुत बकवास, मूड खराब हो गया है. एक तो मॉनिटर प्रॉब्लम कर दिया, ऊपर से जी भी हार गई, कल पेपर एक्स हार गई, पूरा मूड खराब हो गया है. एकदम गुस्सा आ रहा है मेरे को. मैं बोबो का पिटाई कर सकता हूँ अभी. दे दनादन.
They've switched the Guardian and the Vandal over to Mini, which makes a lot of sense.
इस साड़ा बोबो.
A few extra orbs for Kira as well.
Yeah, Kira's been getting closer and closer to having that show.
चल भाई अपना वही वाला गेम चालू हो गया रे.
3 needed, but it does mean even the potential bonus might be enough to get it online, even if they don't manage to take that one over the line. And for Heretics, I think it is important to sort of stem the bleeding a little bit earlier than normal, because that last map,
यार इतना बढ़िया सोचा था. आज मस्त मॉनिटर आएगा, गेम खेलूंगा, रात भर जगूंगा.
But also almost letting map 1 slip. Like we were genuinely in a scenario where they were 12-5 up and this could have ended a 2-0.
सब प्लानिंग खराब कर दिया ये बोबा.
Well, it looks like all gamers are going to fight for A main, expecting Heretics to do the same. The nade goes out immediately. Doors already open. This is quite a pacey start from this attack side, and it's not slowing down. The Thorns will finally force the hand, and Kira's found another. Koshmaris, perhaps the savior of this round, but his back is turned, and GRQ's easily able to
Portugal won. हाँ यार, वो एक अच्छी चीज
थी. Players get closer, he's got to give up
पर मैं सो गया था, मैच नहीं देखा, मैं नींद आ रहा था.
Rian's just making it alongside him.
तो मैं सो गया था.
Oh well.
All right.
Look how far away Wood is. He's going to save.
I think even if he was close, he should probably save in this scenario. 1 versus 4, and I'll be honest with you, this feels like maybe, you know, when you put players into like
Portugal तो win हो गया, लेकिन Moderators हार गया यार.
It's like each player is trying to argue why they should be primary duelist over on this one, primary secondary duelist, because frankly
जीतेगा कोई भी, हारेगा तो Moderators
while playing the chamber. It's madness how good Kira looks now, switching over to Raze after playing Omen for the entirety of the series so far. And you sort of sit there off the last map and go, oh, you're really going to take GRQ, the guy like basically brought you through the last map, you can take him off Duelist? I kind of see why you did now. You got so much depth of talent over on this All Gamers roster, and it's something we talk about with Heretics at times as well. Like, they've got players that have the individual skill. Like, if at some point someone said to me, I'm going to put Rienz on Duelist, I'd be like, yeah, some of the best first bullet accuracy in the world. I wouldn't even be that mad at it. It's just because he's so good at other things that you don't do that. It's a bit like if you watch GC, you had Vanya, who was a great smokes player, and you go, okay, well, I'm going to put her on Duelist for a bit because she's just better than everyone. It didn't actually benefit them too much.
Sauter में आप किसको support कर रहे हो? FIFA में कौन सी team पसंद है आपको?
Phoenix, you're going to play Phoenix. You're a really good Raze. You're going to play Raze. And we're just not going to have the ego about having to play Duelist every single map.
That was a nice shot from Rienz.
Maybe I've jinxed Kira.
Kira came into this round with a showstopper, which is a great safety net.
बताओ soundtrack भाई किसको support कर रहे हो?
Nothing done in return, bar a tickle onto Rienz. Well, this is about as good a start as you could hope for. 3-0 down. It's pretty much a guaranteed fourth for all gamers, or at least it should be. They're under so much pressure. The Thorns stop anybody from trading. A rifle now recovered. And Team Heretics 4 versus 2. It has to be Bai and Shrimp with a big clutch.
Chance to springboard into this.
There.
Guns have now been retrieved, so the disadvantage.
I monitor shift bhi ho gaya.
And it's looking like an easy clean up. Shrimp.
Monitor shift bhi ho gaya, bhai.
But it's Rienz to close out the round. Well, maybe keep him on the initiator for now. He seems to do all right with it.
Nightfall online as well, thanks to a big 3K, but that is a ridiculous round to win. They come in with Sheriffs after being squashed when it came to the other buy rounds. And this works out perfectly for them.
अरे इंडिया है ही नहीं जब फीफा में, तो इंडिया को छोड़ के बताओ ना जी, होना भी तो चाहिए इंडिया फीफा में, ऐसी बात है.
On All Gamers was just stuck outside C main. Now again, we're going to see this fight. Oh, the C's is hit. It's hit a few of them. The nade's going to take down Koshmaris, and damage is being done. They're stuck in the open.
भाई खुल्लेम खड़ा है बेचारा बंदा.
All Gamers, they've pretty much won the round right as it started.
भाई TS का तो बेल्ट बजा रहे हैं.
2 players on Heretics go. Did they even bother? Do you even attempt to try and go for something here? They do have the credits. Bear in mind, because they managed to win a low buy, they didn't have to purchase the majority of the guns. So there is an argument to go, okay, let's throw caution to the wind and try and get something done here. But it does feel more like, do our opponents give us anything? And look at the way the attackers are currently setting up. There are 3 players towards tree. There's 1 player sat alone in the corner. Fanga almost just being used as contact, but also could create a crossfire. And even he's looking to try and just join up with the remainder of his teammates. And in the end, they're going to clean it up with no problems at all. All Gamers take a 4-1 lead on the 3rd and final map of this series.
That was huge. We've seen Heretics pretty much give up on that A main fight in every other round. This time they send 3 players to fight early on. And look at that C's. It catches them all dead to rights. And from there, it was just a formality. They had far too much on the table to fold out on that round.
This is an interesting thing, because coming into today, I was already a big fan of Shrimp, but now I am for a different reason altogether, because he's been unreal throughout this series so far.
Yeah, it genuinely has been. You think back to the last map, what was it, 17-6 or something at one point? Or 15-6 maybe? It's been delivering. But again, I think that All Gamers in general, they've really impressed me here today. Up against Heretics, again, on map 1, we see Woot on fire, and I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be a pretty tough game. Because if Heretics come in on medium form, yeah, I can see anybody doing some damage, but at their peak, they're one of the best. And I thought that was the Heretics we were getting here today, but they still need to show us that face.
Well, yeah, for like the first 17 rounds of map 1, that was the team.
Yeah.
12-5.
Yeah, 12-5, okay.
That was, and then the comeback.
Yeah.
From then onwards, All Gamers have been the better side.
Yeah, like, actually wild. From because it's not just the round wins. Like, when it was 7-2, that could have been a more even half. But then when we pushed up to 12, it was like, no, the Heretics have now got the win in their sails. They're now looking dominant.
Yeah. Woot was like by far the best player in the server at that point.
3 kills every round or something.
Yeah, and now it has been anything but that. All Gamers have stepped up, and it's not just been one. Like, I think GRQ has been a big highlight, but Shrimp was barely dying in the last map. Fangir has been deadly. We need to see some of the players on the other side delivering in a similar way. So much in terms of
nice shot, babe.
A double opener. The reveal from Rians was sublime. That showstopper still hasn't got to be used. Kira hasn't had a chance to use it or a reason to. And after saving in the last round,
बिल्कुल नहीं है ना. अगर excited होता तो अभी पूरा आवाज आ रही होती TP.
This was an important one for Heretics to take, and they're looking like they're in a good spot.
GRQ, Shrimp, and Bai left in a 3v5. No space anywhere on the map. Heretics have full control of Rubble, but it's towards the B site where they look to put pressure on this attack side. Woot holding from the sideline, waiting for the walkthrough. He's gone for the jump peek instead, but here we go. The wall goes up. Woot wants to fight, but he's lost it. A big pick by Shrimp. Showstopper no longer online for All Gamers, so they have to become the missile themselves. Shredding the first few fights, and Bai! That double has sealed the round. This was Heretics all over. An instant double, and yet this 3-man squad is able to clutch it back. Heretics have got to be devastated. We almost need a pause soon.
Well, I'm not sure if my eyes deceive me. I think they wallbang Shrimp to 1 HP with an operator in the middle of all of that. So, like,
I don't watch football as such, just following the hype.
Because it was a great wallbang. and then it was completely irrelevant in the end because by is able to step in.
तब क्या देखते हो बताओ उस बारे में बात करेंगे साउंड ट्रैक भाई
that even in a 3v5 scenario
अब
everything
क्या
can still
देखते हो
go
बताओ
wrong for the side of Heretics. Nice shot from Cosmaris to start. They've dealt the kill they would have loved to have in the last round. By the way, that showstopper still online.
Yeah, Kira's had it for a while. Hadn't had the chance to use it. Man advantage with buy down. Pistols.
अब जो देखते हो वो बताओ उस बारे में बात
all
करेंगे
gamers seem to have sensed the danger. Problem is that's not the only danger. You saw
तो सुराज सीमार का देखते हो
go for a pick through that door, but it's not to be. All gamers slow it down. Chance to freeze. And moving back in the other direction. Risky, as we've said, like they have no control at the moment. Players could have pushed
but I
up
want
by dead.
Argentina or Porto, but
just now. A rubble's been taken from them before. It has been again.
पता आपको 2009
But what worked last time was just
ऐसे कुछ ईयर में
up to be and
ये
bursting
कब
through
तो
that
पता
wall.
नहीं
And I think we're going to see
सिम्पसन ने प्रेडिक्ट किया था मेक्सिको वर्सेस
It's not going to be Woot. It's Koshmaris instead, but
Portugal.
he hasn't really got the gun for this.
फाइनल होगा
Oh,
okay,
you're dead.
Yeah, that's going to be one for free.
फाइनल होने वाला है
Gone once again. TP in towards the site. An opportunity again with the lower buy to potentially make this one work. Instead, though, they've got a few seconds before their weaponry dissipates.
ठीक है
I think that may have even.
अब देखो और ये पॉसिबिलिटी भी है हो
That
सकता
means
है
they can still fight with the guns, but the time is ticking away. The boombot coming in from behind, and Rians once again adding another to the pile of bodies. It's the low buy rounds that are working out for Heretics. Give them guns and they'll do nothing. Give them pistols, they'll take the round.
और आज तक सिम्पसन ने जो प्रेडिक्ट किया है वो चीज हुई है तो लेट्स सी होप फॉर द बेस्ट
Heretics, they probably shouldn't be doing that. But if it works, I suppose. I mean, this was really nice from Koshmaris. Like, the first tag was huge. They didn't make it through the wall together as well. And then he has the ult in his back pocket, knowing that he's already tagged that player up heavy. It's good to get the advantage, but on the side itself, they shouldn't have lost those fights.
Yeah, he took out Bai at the beginning of the round, so it really was
crucial.
just a huge round for Koshmaris. It's whether they can build off of this, though. Having the wins with the low buys, and we just go straight back. There we go. Showstopper immediately used. Now they have a trap of their own, but Bai is waiting, denies, and it's just straight back to regular programming for all gamers. Blink and you miss it. You thought for a second because they lost a low buy that was going to change anything about their game. Well, you'd be wrong.
Well, there's always a 1v5 Ninja defuse.
No, that would never happen.
If Benji wants to go for it.
Unfortunately, he's not trapped between the remaining attackers.
He's not
right
completely
on the C
surrounded.
Side. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, he is actually on the other side of the map, which in this case is a negative.
It's strange to see the fact that Heretics every time, because when they sit back with the rifles and all gamers are able to execute into them, it's understandable, right? All gamers are flooding in and taking a lot of favorable duels. But when it comes to this round,
he's dead.
I like the idea. Heretics swinging open the door to immediately put pressure on the back of that C hit. But they get punished for it. And again, it seems like the second that those rifles come into their hands, the disadvantages come along with it. And I don't know at what stage we will see a pause out of that side, but it definitely feels like all gamers have full control.
Oh, yeah. No, there's no doubt about it. Like, if you're winning every single full buy round, every ult that you're utilizing seems to have high impact, and that was so desperately clean. And on the other side of things, you're getting those rounds where you're like, okay, we never should have won that. Let's do something off it. Let's go for a contact play into middle, take some control. Let's try and pincer them while they're executing onto C, catch them through the door. And each time you get absolutely nothing for it. It's got to be brutal for the side of Heretics to almost try and just come back from that and go, okay, let's pick ourselves up again. Now that our economy is again going to be in a questionable state. I think for this round once more, they'll be okay because, again, they picked up a load of rifles. But if you don't build anything off this, it really doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, that's exactly it. Especially when your opponents are running away with it like this, when we're seeing different heroes step up, your GRQ from the map before. Kira looking to heat up on this one. The All Gamers camp, after the previous map as well, being as strong of a statement as it was, It looks like a mismatch on the server, which coming into today, I thought maybe we would see, just not in this direction. And not with this severity either. The barrier's up again. Timeout over, and for Team Heretics, it is time to start connecting rounds. They have a showstopper to work with and a full buy, but these are the rounds that they've been losing convincingly. Nice start from Koshmaris.
He's done well once again. In fact, he's been one of the players really stepping up. Riens is the other. Showstopper, not going to be fired, but they've already got the advantages once more. Put themselves in a good position. Mara's back on the Neon definitely seems to be much more comfortable, though it was the spams that did the work. And now this double up, the Turkish duo is going to be disjointed. Nice work at least. Clearing the second might be difficult, and while Riens really has been on a tear. Another triple kill to add to his collection. I think that's either 11 or 12 kills, and considering the current scoreline, that's a lot.
Yeah, considering they're trailing by that much, it's been a big step up from him. When you take a look at Koshmaris, though, the impact found to start out this round to catch off those deep B players as well as the spam straight through main. He's had a couple of very impactful openings. He's only 6-6 at the moment, but
he's won them 2 rounds.
He has literally put...
And they have 3.
Yeah, 66% of the rounds up for these boys.
There's that maths.
0.6 recurring.
Nice.
They'll need more. And the showstopper used up in the previous. You look over at All Gamers, they're still able to buy. They've still got a couple credits back pocketed, and with Fangear having the ult, there's not exactly a lack of flexibility in how they approach this round. 1:15 on the clock. Heretics seem to be waiting for A main to be pushed. Boo has a paranoia in hand, and you can see on the other side, Woot's waiting to crunch, but All Gamers going the other way.
It's funny because I'm surprised they even risked going back towards B last round, because it has been a failure for them. The C site, however, has been a very different story. They've been able to either force the player out or just get openings almost immediately. This time, the response from Heretics is to put Koshmaris there to support Benji. They're expecting that move to come in, but rather than being all in on this side of the map, they've also left GRQ to hold on to some of that rubble control. Make sure that they can default back in this direction if they need to, which is what they're doing.
There's the paranoia, and it's caught perfectly onto Kira. Nightfall to cover the right side as well. Benji Fishy picking up one on the other side of the map. Caught walking through the wall. Woot's here just in time, and there's a response immediately. You can see that they're closing in the walls on him, surrounding on all sides and leaving Shrimp with no choice but to run away with that spike. GRQ is going to do the same, tuck in on Rubble and save these weapons. Team Heretics are back on the board, and 6-4. Not as big of a gap as it felt like after those first few rounds.
No, a decent resurgence over the last couple. I think firstly it's important that just having that extra stack up, having the read on the C site, not allowing them to just sort of plow their way through as they did in the last take of C. I am a little bit surprised, though, that we haven't seen All Gamers just go for a more direct hit. I felt like that's what was working for them, and now getting sort of isolated in some of these more disjointed fights are giving opportunities for 1v1s, which I think that's going to help out Heretics a little bit more. I think also just Kira having a massively hot start, falling a little bit further down that board. But again, they're going to stick it out with the default. I think it's also a bit different in this round where they come in with a couple of ultimates. So you have that Nightfall available. You also have the Operator. And this is just being utilized to try and kill Koshmaris.
Well, he's had success spamming through the smokes. No doubt. They felt like they got unlucky at times, and he might be in that same boat in just a moment. He's not peeking until that wall goes up, it seems. Before, he's been keen to spam, keen to fight. Now he's seen the op. The shoulder peek, the bait out of that shot means no one's going to be falling hook, line, and sinker for it. And towards the A site, they take presence outside B as a reason to push up and take control of Rubble.
I'm liking the re-aggression. The only problem is not a lot of support. It seems like Boo has called for it, though. Seems like he has the right read, as he's asked Woot to come in to support. Of course, no nade available anymore, but they're looking to try and pressure onto him instead, though. Both players have been destroyed Boo obliterated, trying to help out his teammate.
Boo ho gaya, boo!
It's firmly under the control of all gamers again, although Koshmaras was hoping to try and catch someone crossing. Instead, they're already there, and Riens has found a kill back.
Nightfall's going to catch two, both down below in the pit. Luckily, no nade left on Kira, and he's got to be so careful to not swing out here. That timing awful as Riens checks up top, finds Shrimp looking the other way. Kira's fallen. And with an op still lurking around, there's no easy connection for Bai anymore. Second Thorns are destroyed. Op is trained in on the angle, tries to bait the shot, but can't quite get there. And Riens rounds the corner for his 4th kill of the round.
Riens
dragging Heretics, kicking and screaming up to 5.
Nah, he's genuinely been unbelievable in the last few rounds. Like you were talking about a double opener in towards the side.
आज भी 11 बजेगा आदि.
They would never have an opportunity of any control. He catches the aggressive operator player, and then on the way back into the site, hits his Nightfall and kills a player at almost exactly the same time. Like, these are rounds that Heretics shouldn't be winning. This is a 3v5 where basically Riens has, well, he's brought it back more than level just on his own. And if you look at the scoreboard, it's very clear why they're still in this map.
1 round between them, despite Riens being 15-6.
Yeah.
He's died 6 times. They've lost 6 rounds.
It adds up.
That doesn't tell you all you need to know. And you see the Thorns positioned inside the door. This time Benji puts them a little further back so the door won't break them on the way around. And this is somewhere that all gamers won't have any info on until they start moving. Prowler's going to be cancelled out essentially, but the showstopper. A bold play by Kira. The spam is awful for Koshmaras. And instead of fighting for neck and neck at the half, it looks like Team Heretics will be conceding 7-5. A big pickup needed. And some damage done to Shrimp and Kira.
Yeah.
It's still possible in the 3v5.
That was Koshmaras. He thought he finished the first. Woo, he's not even going to check the angle, and I think it was just a second later the reveal came through, just a little bit disjointed, a little bit early. And unless Riens, well, yeah, there you go. Now I have no belief. No offense to Boo, but it would have to be another Riens round if they were ever going to have a chance. And the second he's eliminated, that's a problem. Even still, though, I think that's a very good resurgence. You lose Pistol, the half end 7-5, you call it even, but if you watched those first 7 or 8 rounds, it didn't feel like it was going to be anywhere near even.
It's been the story of this series so far as well. I think both teams are adapting to each other. You think about the start for all gamers playing super aggressive. They got a lot of control stolen out of the hands of their opponents, and it worked well for them in that early aggro. But I think Heretics start to adapt. They start to get control over Rubble relatively free in the early rounds. They start to play these rotations in where the setup from Benji is on C, then it's on A, it's holding in towards the tree. And Koshmaras as well, delivering a couple of shots. But really, the difference maker was Riens. This man decided that he had to get them at least a couple of rounds for them to have a chance. After all, this squad came in to EWC to defend a title that they were searching for any title for so long, and they finally have one under their belt, but they are being challenged in the opening round of the groups.
That's the thing. They will always be remembered as the first team to win EWC in Valorant. But the fact is, a title defense, well, firstly, it proves that it wasn't a fluke, but it also feels, right now at least, that it is very, very far away. With all gamers in with the lead.
भाई 16 GB का
to be
16 into 2 आदि
making it to the playoff stage.
6000 मेगाहर्ट्ज का CL30 कितने का रेट बढ़ा है पता है तेरे को? 2 रैम स्टिक 42,000 रुपए का है प्लस GST.
Either they're going to get a rematch versus all gamers if it does end up in a decider, or they're going to have to face an MIBR who have just won a series by only losing 5 rounds. I don't think you want to play that team right now. Verno especially seemed like he was incredibly confident in that matchup, but they have got a wealth of talent. And I'm sure they'd maybe like the chance to play them a little bit earlier on rather than in a decider game, which I'll be honest, if they play like they did, I don't think they're going to be in.
No. No, not at all. For Team Heretics, a 2-round gap as we come in to half number 2. A recovery needed, perhaps now that they can put the pressure on. The tables will turn, but only time will tell. Benji Fishy, nice start onto Kira. Nice shot onto Shrimp. It looks like he wants a little bit more. But when it's hitting, it's hitting.
Woot as well, finding a kill. Chance with the pistol and follow-up to level up this map after being desperately far behind. Well, Fang is the only one anywhere near the action. A chance onto Benji, but Benji's also just playing a more passive angle, and the steps have definitely been heard by Rians. He is low on HP, but that hasn't made a difference throughout this game so far. Fang now in a 1v5. And the fact is, at this point, he knows he's being flanked, but there's not a whole lot he can do about it. Rians isn't even going to give him anything. It's just smart play from the initiator, sitting back, and even if he does eventually get this kill, you're going to be looking at a guy that now has less than 20 seconds to try and win the entirety of the round. In other words, I'm saying it's impossible.
Oh, at least a little bit of damage to close it out. An orb for Woot as well, but for
पोर्तुगल का अगला मैच कब है पता है तेरे को?
In the pistol, you falter
कितने तारीख
there,
को?
and
7 तारीख को.
continue that steamroll. 7-5 can turn into a much more convincing score.
रोनाल्डो नंबर के 7.
With how things have been going, you imagine
ठीक
a
है
couple of quiet
मेरी मम्मी
rounds
का
from
बर्थडे कब है? 7.
But that's the thing, you have to imagine.
धोनी का बर्थडे कब है?
they're not
7.
just yet.
ठीक है.
Yeah, you never know how this game goes though, because as we saw,
धोनी का बर्थडे कब है? 7.
The match, and we're looking at Woot looking invincible. He's gone quiet. You look at GRQ, he's got a bit quiet. Hello. That's a lot of players has been spotted, but they continue to try and aggress versus it. A little bit risky, considering they now could just leave. They could just fall back to push through the smoke. Looking to try and follow them, but if they run even for a second, the steps would be heard. And the rifle on Kira, unfortunately, isn't going to catch anybody before they make their way to the A site.
Yeah, so one rifle recovered. But what can be done with it? 3 players to take down, no shields in play, damage done. So we're looking at some pretty deadly opponents you're up against, but you're not going to be saving. Not at this stage of the game. You've got money for the next. Fight for Benji. One shot, all he needs. Head or body will do. And Benji takes 2. 7-7. Now we are neck and neck on the decider map. For Heretics.
Benji बंगाली तो नहीं है.
Coming to this event to defend the title. It's not off to a great start.
No. But if you get through the match, nobody's going to care. Like, that's ultimately what it is. Sure, you might look at it and go, okay, do I believe that they were going to have a chance to win the EWC trophy for a second time? Probably wouldn't have done coming into the event, but getting yourself closer to the playoff stage is the main thing, and for all gamers, they have had a fantastic display in this matchup so far. A slow start, a potential for this to even be a 2-0 with their climb back. They don't want to let this slip versus Heretics because, as we said, it seems like their group is a competitive one. GE might be making an argument otherwise with their first game, but I think we all know the caliber of the players they have, and will look to come into that lower bracket match competitive.
All gamers are starting to posture for this retake. The door already open. It'll swing again, but before that, Boo's going to be swung on by Kira. Now they'll up the pace towards this site. Vice wall in play. We're going to see the Thorns put out to block that north side approach. Big spray by Shrimp. He's found himself 2 as a showstopper comes online for Woot. A 3rd in this round, and the nade buys that little bit more time. Shrimp under pressure, that time ticking. He has to find them. And they can play Ring-a-Ring-a-Rosie or just take him down.
Ring-a-Ring-a-Rosie.
7 now. Team Heretics
Boba full of Posey.
Yeah, a huge bonus round victory, and more importantly, Woot getting those additional kills, allowing him to get the showstopper. Puts him in a position where they were able to convert a bonus round and continue to build momentum. That's the biggest thing. Because it looked like they were screwed. I'll be honest, you had 4 players at the back of that site get hit by a paranoia, and then 3 of them get seized in the corner. I thought they were dead to rights. There shouldn't have been any way out of that round, but as you can see, the confidence building, the pressure starting to mount. For all gamers, what was a previous map of all laughs and smiles, their opponent's map choice slipping from Heretic's fingers. They now sit there with their lead diminished to a point where they're behind. They need to step up on this defensive side because, well, basically what I'm trying to say is that could have been a very winnable round for them. I think their utility was well placed. It was just the shots that didn't land.
Always going to be a bump in the road here and there. Heretics only one round in the lead. The timeout just coming to a close. Let's take a look at where they're at economically for all gamers. It's certainly not going to be a pretty purchase. And the opportunities here for Koshmaris to run wild with that outlaw. Right off rip, he's going to be looking for a battle. Towards A. But I do think in this round, like, for all gamers, I expect to see aggression out of them. So I like what this is on C. They're just pumping the brakes, made a lot of presence on A, and then decide to burst out of the smoke with the flash. The problem is Heretics are being so cautious. They're sitting back in their spawn, waiting for an aggressive stance. And the only thing that could play against them is that position from Boo, but the paranoia has caused issues for the man that's in that corner. Made this look like a pretty easy round. Okay, with Kira down, that was the main danger. The Guardian gone. Only Fangir left to deal with.
Yeah, a little bit of additional damage, and especially considering Heretics pushed into the stack-up of players. They managed to clean that relatively easy. I also want to point out, I feel like Woot was like 3-9 or something like that. Like, he was down the bottom of the scoreboard. I think it was only Boo that was below him. He's now 11-10. So already in this second half, we are seeing that superstar duelist start to rise back up to the spot we know he can. Oh, Koshmaris able to close out the round. Lead extended. I'll be honest, after the start they had, it's not something I necessarily expected to see from Heretics, but it does seem like those few individual brilliant rounds, especially from Rienz. I don't know what it is, but I feel like whenever Rienz pulls off a round, it's always so impressive that it just gets everybody mega hyped, no matter how they're performing on that side. He's also a player I don't feel like I've ever seen mentally boomed.
I like that. I like the replay angle there. I'm just realizing that GRQ is so distracted by Boo that he didn't even turn to get the kill onto Woot. Didn't hear it because of the paranoia. I was waiting for his shot to land in the back of his head, but it never came. There's a showstopper online for Kira.
Glass cannon up as well.
This is probably the round that you do want to send it in. And again, that means Team Heretics want to be cautious early on. You make noise, you group up. They get a whiff of it, there's going to be a rocket coming your way.
This is something Heretics do quite regularly. They go wall hunting. They like to just remove that piece of utility, and it forces rotations. I just look already, like GRQ has had to go all the way back to the C site just to try and help out. They don't have any intentions of going in that direction. Now, it does force them in towards the operator, but we're also seeing attack side pings on the exact position that Fangir is holding. It's just whether or not he can get one and get out. Now, bear in mind, as said, he doesn't have any shields to play with. And he's already been smoked off the angle. This leaves the A site completely open. Now, of course, if you're Heretics, you can't know it's completely open, but you probably think you've pulled a rotation or two.
I certainly hope they don't think it's completely open, because it's not anymore.
They do.
The op's going to be forced back. As you said, the patience here paying off. The plant will be found, but look at this position from Rienz. I don't want to see him go any further than that, but he gets up close to the showstopper, gets popped. Now he can't see a damn thing, and Woot rips Kira out of the round. Great response from Heretics.
Yeah, good counter utility. I think there was a haunt in there as well that revealed him while flying through the air, so while being blinded, just gets decimated. It's a good start, but more is needed, and wow, it's a whiff or two, and Bai does a lot of damage, gives them an advantage, and Fangir extends it. It's left all onto Boo. They put their Nightfall the other way. They don't expect him to still be in this corner, hiding in those ratty positions. A man who's had a rough game so far, but he spots that he's on that defusal. Now just needing a singular shot. And it might have been a quiet game from Boo, but if he's winning you rounds, who gives a damn?
A masterful play. The second that you saw the Nightfall go out, he realizes, well, they're going to put the pieces together in a couple seconds. I need to take this kill. And pounces right in the nick of time. Great use as well of his TP to jump out and check. Oh, he is defusing it. And then he baits him with a shot. Just a single shot, hides back behind the wall, and knows there's no way he'll have the gall to stick it. 10-7 now for Boo. He was on 3 kills. That pushed him up to 5, but most importantly, it pushed Heretics up to double digits.
Yeah, it's about keeping that momentum going. The second there's a break, that's the moment where all gamers start to realize, okay, we're back in the game. We're only a round behind. Instead, that difference is up to 3. An aggressive stance. It's a shame because the paranoia was good, but it didn't seem to matter too much. Woot has gone from being executed to the executioner. He's stolen that blade and is cutting off the head of all gamers. And well, now there's only one gamer left.
The worst part is for Woot being the person that gets all of those kills in this round. All gamers go into the next round with a full buy. And Woot goes into the next with a showstopper because he's built up all of those orbs. Now we've got a problem. And more than one problem, that's for sure. Heretics are activated again. We saw it at the start of the series. And a few flashes in the pan here and there, but they have been missing for a while. It seemed as assured, a guarantee that we were going to go 2-1 in favor of all gamers, that this map was going to continue to spiral out of control, and yet they have turned it around. Swapping halves has seen them win 6 rounds in a row. Just 2 more to close this out.
They've been able to shut down everything that's been thrown at them as well. The operator wasn't a surprise. Defensive aggression hasn't worked. They've been patient, and Woot has been hitting all the way through this attack side half.
There.
You can see it. No walls spotted. So now they go looking elsewhere. They just want to put doubt into the minds of all gamers. This time they'd have to pressure in towards the B side. Although you can see there's a ping there, so maybe even that's going to be the next check. It might not matter, though, because the wall becomes irrelevant quite quickly once you lose your vice.
Fungear's very lucky, didn't swing deeper into that angle. They were ready and waiting. 3 players staring at him, and the jump out was a huge mistake. That's what he didn't notice on the first swing. Good job from Kira. Koshmaris is a big scalp to take here, and he'll run away after burning up the paranoia from the other side. Flank around by GRQ. It's being watched, and Rien's pixel perfect on the shot. Showstopper can't even land in time, and Shrimp is gone. This was
comeback mara hai
for AGAL, and it is all gone downhill. 7 in a row now for Heretics. Unless Kira is about to pull out a very impressive play.
Kira's had moments, but none quite like this just yet.
They need the money.
They need whatever they can get at this stage, and you can already see that the hunt is on. Arians is actually going to box Kira into position. There really is nowhere left to go. Can he hold on to the gun? That's a nice shot, but doesn't know where the other players are currently coming from. In fact, Benji's going all the way around just to try and catch him if he tries to go back towards the spawn. The safest place is B, and it's definitely not walking into Woot. The disparity between his first half and second half is going to be an absolute landslide. The fact that he's currently not just positive, but I think either 1 or 2 kills away from being the top of the board makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, considering where we started. This whole series has been like that, though. I feel like no performance can keep up from half
strong
to
start,
half.
Strong finish.
Yeah, yeah. But this
Woot
is the
bookend.
Yeah, no, he's the walls closing in on AG. And at this point, it is starting to feel like an inevitability. But, you know, I said that before, and we ended up 13-11.
It'd be a great time for a pause right now, actually. This would be a really good time for all gamers to take a pause.
I feel like the scoreline's too close. At this point, you have to just let it run the distance, you know?
I want to know what inspiring words are coming through from the coaching staff, because whatever it was on map 1, it did work.
Yeah, genuinely.
It brought them back from 12-5 to, unfortunately, 12-11 and then tasting defeat.
Yeah.
But they did manage to just sort of pick up the pace. And this has felt somewhat similar. Like, it's felt like in the second half, there has been no chance of them winning a round. Like, obviously, the Boo 1v2 was their best, but the fact that we are seeing 7 rounds in a row for this attack side, 0 opportunities or mistakes left for the defense. But hey, 12-5. They managed to win 6 in a row. Well, they only need 5 to get to OT.
If I'm not mistaken, that was the attack side, though, where they came in with a much more clear direction.
Don't worry about the details.
It was quite pacey attacks. But hey, look, the details here, they're doing the same thing. They might not be on the red side, but they are attacking. Pushing down on C main. 4 players there at the start of the round. This is an all-in strat. You're coming into this round knowing we lose this, it's over. We make one mistake, it's over. 4 players push C main. It's crazy. Heretics could already have the B site. They could have walked through that utility. They could have taken A with ease, and instead they stood and waited. Riens again, dealing death and dishing it out at plenty. All gamers.
Oh my God.
The question is, can he get the ace to close it out? Because I don't think they can win it anymore.
Well, Woot was making a comeback to try and take the top of the board. Unfortunately, Riens has made sure that there is absolutely no chance, unless they throw a 1v5 just to try and take that away from him. Riens dragged them through the first half with crazy moments, and he might be able to end the map with the craziest of the lot, just sitting in a corner, waiting for enemies. The Nightfall has given them the clearance of the site. And now Bite is all that remains. Riens has finally died. He's been able to steal at least a couple of weapons. But you've already heard the Neon ult has gone through. The overdrive is going to make sure there's at least some weaponry in. He does not look long for this world. A couple of kills are a nice parting gift. But he needs to try and find 3 more with only 21.
Yeah, they put a second set of thorns through. He didn't shoot them. He was waiting for that swing from Neon. So left on 21 HP. A spam in the smoke would be enough. Step through the thorns would have been the end, and there it is. Boo with the wall bang to close us. 13-7. And our title defenders off to a good start. It was a little bit shaky, but the series is under their belt.
It's been a very weird game. Map number 1 looked like they were going to win dominantly. Map number 2, they got dominated. And then map number 3, it looked like they were going to lose. And then they kind of win dominantly because of that 8-0 second half. It has been a peculiar day, but ultimately for Heretics, they got the victory. And that's all they're going to care about. They go into a matchup, I believe, versus MIBR, which on paper sounds like an absolute banger.
Well, for Team Heretics, I had questions about them coming in, how they'd perform on this stage after London, and now I have more questions. What I saw here today made me confused, but oddly hopeful for what Heretics can do. Here to defend a title and starting it off with success. 1 away from playoffs. It's a good run for Heretics, but hey, listen, I think they might have given Weber a little bit of stress there.
Yeah, for sure. I think all gamers as well, a good opportunity for them in the lower bracket, but that's enough from us, Mitch. I think we've talked too much already, and a man who, he's waving at me because I'm not allowing him to, okay, take it, Degon, take it.
Thank you very much. You know, it's like, hey, come on, man. You casted the second series is already over on the B stream. We already know who won. Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. As yes, it is Team Heretics getting it together after a slow first half on that map 3, after losing their own map pick on Ascent in map 2. They get themselves together and look like the title defenders that they are. Get the job done against AGAL 2-1 in the Group D opener. Degon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time to break that last one down.
वो भी खत्म हो गया क्या? एक साथ ही खत्म हो गया क्या?
Arzo is just having a field day, honestly, at this point. Like, just getting those frags. And like you said, the timeout did, in fact, come in for XLG here. It makes a lot of sense because you're struggling. You need to get that first gun round, or second gun round, under your belt, making sure that you're taking fights really, really well. I think for them, they're probably going to try to find that cipher, try to break some trips, just play the map a little slower, because every single time that they've tried just doing some sort of contact play, it just hasn't worked out. Gentlemates, they've done a good job with the rotates. They've done a good job of getting that info early, but they're still not really being tested with their defensive setup.
We haven't even seen XLG make it a site yet. They've just been kind of waffling into the opening doorways of either locations, and doors have been their problem so far. I think the battering ram is what they need to finally get their way on, and the timeout will maybe just provide that psychologically, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for the side of
सुन रहा हूँ
XLG as well to figure out exactly what Gentlemates is doing, because it's not like they're being really obvious with their plays. They're not showing that they're having.
अब अपने लाइफ में अगर अगला मॉनिटर खरीदूंगा ना तो BenQ का 2K मॉनिटर ही खरीदूंगा, चाहे 50-55 हजार वाला। अब अगला मॉनिटर वही आएगा।
I mean, Starso just sees the cross from pillars and instantly opens the door and just says goodbye.
He's 10-0, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't even used his ultimate. He might have found 2 ultimates by now if he actually went there. As many finds no man. Operator has been located. Ban used for XLG. Do have a little bit of a push up from Hathaway on the inside of things, but otherwise so far, Dog in first. Only sees a single player.
अबे नहीं जीता है बे, M8 जीता है, ध्यान से देख, मैप में देख क्या है।
Even later on, you can imagine if this does come down to a retake. 2 big ultimates potentially on line for mates.
पूछ रहा हूँ मैं, मेरे को नहीं पता।
Gentlemates, they're not too scared to over-rotate, and the best part is that deep
मेरे को नहीं, अरे मेरे को ब्लर दिखता है भाई, मेरे को नहीं पता है। पता तो है तुझे। मैं तो पूछ रहा हूँ तेरे से।
Knowing that right now, the only person that can get past it is potentially Jet. So that's why Starzo's sitting there listening, but they have the Nightfall for that retake, not afraid to play it onto that site, and they're letting Shilai finally get onto site and get the spike down.
Yep, playing super passively here. It'll be a 5v4 retake. Mates playing for the full retake scenario, and now those ultimates will need to start coming on through Martin as well. By the way, 1 away from that showstopper, but should be Nightfall first after the Prowler has been spent. Here we go, rip it through. See how much XLG end up dodging out or respecting it. Well, Raga falls super early. Mini wasting no time onto Happyway as well. This is falling apart quick for XLG. Leo, the only one who was super off-site, now has to do it all. And it's already been covered. Starso leaves nothing on the table. He licks that one clean.
Whatever Starso ate in this short break between maps, I gotta know, because I need that in my life, because he's absolutely fragging out. He's going crazy. And the best part for me is he's just confident in going for a lot of those peaks. He's just taking his ones a lot of the time, or he's just positioned himself so well that he's able to get a lot of those frags. It's really nice to see him, and following up as well with his duelist majority of the time, not necessarily having to do the heavy lifting, but instead having to get that trade in is really nice to see. Now Gentlemates again going towards this A main, fighting for this rubble, not allowing XLG to get as much space as they can. On the other side, Bippo here just spotting that C. Gonna spot it out with that Cypher cam.
Well, it's going to be a stinger round coming through from an XLG with Raga and Happyway saving a little bit more money. Dog coming in on towards C as Bippo might have to give this one away. He does want to operate, but he just doesn't find the shot. Has to cage for safety. Doesn't even get that down either as No Man. Nice upgrade. Finally, I mean, this is the second time really that XLG have even seen this site and gotten a plant. Okay, Mini. There is a crossfire here, though. Do they know that Leo is around the corner? Well, they do now. Good flash, but no option to get the kill. Finally, it will come through, but Martin trades on that showstopper. 3 versus 3. Operator still there for life, so that's the biggest gun that XLG have. Otherwise, they're still kind of broke here with No Man being the one to be able to still turn things around. That's your rifle gone. Pull the rocket, maybe. Pull through the ultimate. No Man has capability. Gets the kill, but doesn't have that rocket available now. Raga versus Martin, and Martin says, all me, baby.
That was crazy messy for both sides. XLG almost having a really good round. Really sucks for Bippo there, throwing his Cypher cage, but it bounced so far back while he was blind, he didn't know where it went, so he was just spamming F on the floor and nothing was happening. But that was rough. Again, weak side with that op. See right here.
Yeah, that is tragic.
And sucks for him. The Sky Flash hitting at the perfect moment. But of course, Mini with a really quick follow-up. Martin following up with his rocket as well. I think for No Man, he probably should have used that rocket a little bit earlier to deny that retake, because now they're in this position where they could have won it out. They could have done some serious damage. And 2 ults online for XLG.
What was bro thinking? Because I'm thinking the same as you. No showstopper, no win for XLG. And they are in the hole. At least by this time on Breeze, mates had gotten a couple rounds in. XLG still looking for one. Here we go now. This time around, showstopper will be played. It doesn't do anything, but does clear the site, so minimum value is still there. Full retake now from Gentlemates.
Full retake, but No, man, he's not scared. He's pushing through that smoke, trying to hold as much as he can, using the satchel, but he's caught off guard. Bibbo getting that pick, and the retake starts here for Mates.
Overdrive in, full flash is a little unfortunate, but still the kills are decent. Stars are finally full. Second death so far in this entire half through the wall, though. A little bit of damage from Lysol. Not too sure that he even realizes that's been happening. But Poor and Brox, low HP, but lower HP is Leo and Lysol falling apart now. Only Happy Way, and he's got way too much to do on the other side of the smoke. Is all four from Gentlemates, and Happy Way only gets one.
Again, the rotations. They're so quick on it from Gentlemates. They know exactly what's going on, the pressure when it happens. They were so ready, holding that smoke, not overextending, not trying to fight into that cover. And it just worked out for them. Again, another round here for Gentlemates. And it's starting to run away here. Not a single round for Sheila. This is looking really rough. They had a chance to win this here. That neon stun coming out, denying anyone from falling back from that smoke. And again, the crossfires just weren't it. Everyone, you can see on the site, they're positioning, taking those ones instead of playing close together, playing some sort of crossfire.
मेरा भी तो वही है, चालान कटा है, ऑनलाइन आया ही नहीं है लेकिन.
But the good thing is, the operator online here.
I mean, even on Breeze, you had still 7 rounds found by Gentlemates. Martin, Starzo, and Bippo still went positive on that map despite right now you have Starzo himself individually more kills than the entirety of XLG put together, which is a crazy stat line that XLG are not happy about. Playing with the door here. Raga blades out. Backing away. He wants to play for the retake. This is going to be the full flood in for XLG very shortly.
Really quick retake here about to happen. They're waiting for that spike to go down, waiting for the rest of their team to get online. Mini just deciding here, but the Viper's Pit is going to go down. Starzo getting the first pick onto No Man. That Viper's Pit is their winning condition, trying to play into it and making sure they don't get picked off or spammed.
Okay, here we go. Lysol trying to make the big flank happen, but he might just run into another player. Cancels it indeed. Bippo still looking though. 4 versus 3 here. It's the Viper's Pit that really adds the value for XLG, and they need some kills, or the pit alone isn't going to do enough. Pit falls now, and Lysol can't even capitalize. 4 alive for Gentlemates, and they didn't even need to use ultimates here.
This is insanity. I've never felt more like a fraud than I do right now, saying this map veto has gone the way of Sheila. I really thought this Lotus was going to look different. I thought it was going to be a lot closer of a game.
I bet Sheila feel like more of a fraud right now.
Too far. Okay, too far. 0 rounds.
I'm starting to think maybe they should have played the triple Senthi. I wanted them to do something a bit more normal, but if this is what normal looks like, maybe they're going to get abnormal. They spent so long playing triple sending on this map, they've kind of forgotten how to play double duels here.
Yeah, it feels rough. Feels like they're just not able to get on the same page at all. But we're starting this round 8-0. 4 of these players here for the side of XLG walking up towards but there's 2 ults on the side of Gentlemates again. Good for retakes or fast bloods.
Martin off the rip. It will get the kill onto Leo. This is a little bit of a mixed exchange here until Starzo and Prox start to come on in. Raga, we waited for him to come online, and he's got the double up. 2 versus 2. Interesting scenario. Doesn't get caught by the paranoia. No plant yet, though, as Mates will be patient here. Can they play together in time? Mini has at least got a little bit of an angle onto the site, but sees nothing. This is going to be a double entry for the retake for Gentlemates. 23 HP for Prox. And Raga in the corner. Now he knows Mini's positioning, but he doesn't know if Mini's just there yet. And that is a shot we're looking for. Lysol! Off angle, doesn't get spotted. And late into the day, we are finally going to get the first round of ball for XLG.
We're back on the board, and XLG just knowing that they just had to group up and execute. And it was kind of crazy because Mates actually used 2 ults. There it is, the Nightfall and the Rocket, to try to deny that spike going down. They tried to fast flood, but it just didn't work out here. Raga with that pick was so nice. Getting that 3K, that's the main reason why they won that round. And now for Gentlemates back towards the same main. They have these 4-5 rifles on lock, and they're just fighting.
Lots of flashes, lots of util coming on through, and it's No Man Lysol that find their kills first. Prox and Starzo respond though, 3 versus 3 still, and it's not going to be feeling too bad after this one numbers-wise, but can they get Happy Weight down? Still exactly 1 for 1. No Theft's going to reveal Raga, who doesn't get a kill here, as Leo will get a plant in a 1v2.
Spike planted.
They're going to know where he is because of that neural theft, knowing where he planted, and they hear that door, they know exactly where he is.
Okay, he's got a swing, but doesn't have the kill. He should have at least had one. I mean, you had Prox teleporting, an isolated 1v1. If Bippo goes down, there is an opportunity there. Leo, unfortunately, doesn't capitalize. So what small amount of victory you had there for XLG in the previous round slips away instantly.
Gentlemates not letting it affect them at all, changing up their defensive setup so often that Sheila, they're struggling to figure out how to kind of play against it. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see XLG go back towards that B main, because that's literally the only round that they've found success in, or at least put pressure towards A main. Once they hear those nades, once they hear that the stack is actually there, the strong side, that they can go back. I say that, but they're starting towards this A once again. They just need to slow it down just a tiny bit. It's so obvious where Gentlemates are fighting every single time. And Martine's gonna get that first pick onto Raga. Prox with a pick onto Lysora. Now this is a bloodbath. Mini Martine getting picked to drop Leo. Martine with a 3K to end that round.
They just want to run it back again. XLG constantly 2 rounds in a row. Major aggression put over towards Rubble side. I think they're just assuming that surely there wouldn't be this level of response defensively 2 times in a row, but not a single player from XLG able to really get into a good position. Leo and Happyway, as mentioned, managed to find a kill, but they just didn't get off the mark here.
It's just crazy to me that Sheila just haven't figured out now the weak side strat. They haven't figured out that most of the time, if they're fighting towards that A main, that they have so many players there, and now 3 players actually from Gentlemates. This is what I was talking about in terms of changing their setup.
Okay, well that's going to be the trip gun at least. Traded for the paint shells. Note the lack of equipment on the side of XLG. It's Happyway that actually has the only rifle on board. XLG just going to commit to this one. No Man would like to find a lock here, but he's taking damage from the boombot as Leo already falls. Still don't have a kill coming through just yet from that showstopper, but Starso is just making it hurt for XLG currently. 3 versus 4 Spike on the floor. Happyway trying to dance with Starso across the doorway, but the doors have been such a problem so far. It's all done. No Man, no teammates, no chance. And no round to be down here with just a stinger. It's 3 versus 1 with M8 looking at 11. XLG basically only going to walk away with a single round on this half. It's heartbreaking.
It is insane. I did not think this map was going to be this one-sided. I don't think Sheila did either. Looks like they came into it with a game plan, but they're just not able to execute because every single time, Gentlemates, they have the right read. Now, No Man not able to do anything against this up-down stack here. The high-low from Martine, and it's just kind of insane now. You're in this halftime. You have to consider what's going wrong. And you look at the scoreboard, it's 20-5 for Starzo. 20-3, I think it was, for Martine. I just missed it there. But that's still insane that these 2 players are just having such a good game. And most of the time when you are watching Starzo and Martine, they're going out together. Martine is in front, up and in charge, and Starzo's there to get the trades, using the C's to get the nades down as well, using that haunt at such a good timing to pull the crosshairs up and away. The util usage from Starzo has been insane. Not only that, but obviously he's been fragging out.
The only round that XLG found was on that B site, and in a lot of cases as well, I want to have to say they'd get quite fortunate that they didn't walk into any trips. There was a pretty heavy Cypher presence in terms of all the util that no one ended up walking into from XLG's POV, and Raga, without that 3K, things would have been pretty rough in that round that they won. Still came down to a 2v2, mind you, so could have still gone the opposite way, could have still been the 12-0. Most of these rounds, you didn't even see the site for XLG. They couldn't even make their way onto the site for a plant, and the few times they managed to get a plant not on B, very, very well fought retake. Nightfall, clear everything, play through with Mini on the Neon, and it's
just the fact that every single time Gentlemates, they're able to fight and gamble the strong side, able to get the deep line every single time, getting the fights forcing Sheila to go into those scrappy fights. It's crazy how much they're forcing them to play at their pace. If I was Sheila, I would have just slowed down and tried to understand what was going on, making sure we understood and took all the pointers that were kind of given to us by the Gentlemates. The pressure, the util, the nades, everything. Let them use it. Let them expect it and be able to come back and re-clear. But they just didn't have the patience for that. They just weren't able to. And it felt like every time they moved, they're thinking, well, they're going to fight A again. Let's go towards C. Gentlemates was there. It was really good gambles by Gentlemates. Really good setups as well. But it's a new half for Sheila. They literally have to win this pistol to get a shot at this game. And they're trying to fight towards this C long, in order to do it.
Okay, we're going to start things quickly here. Straight away, No Man just jumps into his death. At least Happyway's going to be able to respond. Mound is where it will take place for all of these kills. The smoke will slow things down just a little bit here. Slow is not a word I would use to describe XLG, though, typically, particularly on the stacking side. They go for a site, they commit to this one. On the defense, though, things have slowed down quite a bit.
Slow and steady, still walking up, trying to contact back into the C, re-hitting after that 10-second mark, making sure that they're getting the timing down. Starzo, beautiful kill onto Away, and again, this man is just on fire.
We talked about the two players we wanted to see.
इसको अपन सेट कैसे करेंगे थोड़ा बताना.
I had Starzo, both showing up big time. Only two players left here for XLG. Talk about them needing to win the pistol. Doesn't look like it's happening. 12 about to be found for Gentlemates, and it just might be a 13-1 finish on this Lotus. Going to map 3 in just a while here. Not too long now. There's only one more round required. And if you are the side of Sheila Gaming, there's not enough timeouts in the world to save you from this.
Yeah, this is looking dire. I don't know about this one. It's just so rough. You're going to have to force. You're not going to have the best weapons. Maybe sheriffs, maybe some sort of stinger at best. Luckily, they got that spike down, but it's still just not going to be enough because here they are fighting towards this A, but every single time they've chosen the right side, they've lost the fight.
No Man, okay, he's trying to get a forward angle here, but just instantly gets chewed up by Prox. He walks away with 5 HP.
ये आदि दो जगह क्या बात है.
XLG get a single play here.
बड़ा आदमी भाई दो स्ट्रीम एक साथ अलग-अलग चैनल पे. कोई देखेगा तो क्या बोलेगा ये क्या चल रहा है भाई. मैं आ रहा हूँ ठीक है.
That's insane. Gentlemates 13-1. I think that's the best scoreline we've seen so far in this whole tournament. And it's just been on the fact that Gentlemates.
दूसरा वाला गेम लगा के जा रहा हूँ मैं. 8 सेकंड. नहीं तो इन लोगों का तो 1-1 हुआ है ना अभी मैप. इन लोग फ्री में है.
Hello everyone, welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. Tigon here alongside Kakuka, and big time as we get ourselves ready for the final opening match of Valorant 2026. It is Group C, and it is the champs of NA versus Pacific. It's G2 versus Nongshim Red Force.
मैं आता हूँ ठीक है. सब सोचेंगे मेरी चैनल पे तेरा थोबड़ा क्यों दिख रहा है. आ रहा हूँ मैं.
Your former colleague in Baby Bay, one of the best stories in all of esports, against the team from your region. How you feeling, man?
Where's your heart?
Come on.
I love Baby Bay as much as everyone. He was here with us last year.
There's a bug coming.
I know, I feel it.
नहीं मैंने विंडो कैप्चर में लगाया तेरा आवाज नहीं आ रहा. DC on है डायरेक्ट वहीं से बात कर ले.
My Valorant career was raised, so I always got to support them a little bit. You know, those young kids across the stage, they also have an amazing story to them as well. I think they've really been through the ringer, and for me, I would still put them as the underdogs today, but that's where they want to be. So.
That's the spirit that he has fabricated, right?
No. It's true. It's
You've been asking me a lot of explanation about, hey, what happened with KC, what has been going on with Heritage Vitality, blah, 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 all this EMEA teams. What is happening with Nongshim, okay?
Okay.
Because, like...
Let me give you the whole history of Nongshim. 2024, their SPG at Ascension. They are probably the greatest team I've ever scrimmed against. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe how fantastic these young kids are. They qualify to Pacific absolutely perfectly, flawlessly. They think that this is an open shut case. They think they're about to go lift trophies. They don't. They have a strugglesome year. They go back to Ascension again. They win it again, and then they hit that form. The Neon gets buffed. Dambi goes crazy with it. You see them run Santiago flawlessly, lifting that trophy, but it's not been smooth sailing. They're back to that turbulence. It's been inconsistent since then. So that is the question. Is we know they have championship form. We know that they've managed to lift so many trophies now over that time. You know, 2 different Ascensions and the Masters. Can they do it at EWC?
No, Morgan. The question is, what happened? Because you know that I don't. For them to remove Dambi from the Neon. So we're doing this thing that has given us a trophy, and we're so strong, and that is so incredibly good. A 3-0 final in Chile. They go back and they decide to change? What did you do?
I wish I had nice things to say about this change, because I hated it. They took Dambi, the best Neon in the world. They took him off the Neon. They gave it to Francis, and that's when they started to lose. It's all about enabling Dambi, apparently. Apparently. It's all about enabling Dambi to be free, to be able to shoot and not have to be that first man in. But that's where he's at his best. That was during that period of turbulence. But for the EWC qualifiers, they swapped back. Dambi was back on the Neon, so it's not a surprise that they managed to qualify. It's almost like the answer was there all along. You have the best player in the world on Neon. Maybe he should play it, guys.
Listen, we understand the dilemma a little bit, because you want Dambi to be alive for as long as possible, but no one else can do it as good as him when it comes to entry. We also need to talk about G2, the champions for the split of Americas, and that is the title that they've had many times. The problem, it comes with internationals, and especially and specifically speaking about the last one, speaking about London, they just bomb out of the tournament. A loss against Shilai Gaming and another more devastating loss against Foot. We know that they always come back stronger. You look there at the right, we're all smiling, looking at Babyface's face that of course you were seeing last year sitting with us. But we know all the experience that this roster has. Everybody knows that they're destined for greatness. The question is, when will it start? You know, like when is the legend born?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think when people talk about this team, they ask the question, when will they lift the trophy? Not if. It's a predetermined certainty that eventually they'll manage to do it, right? Surely the team this good on paper should lift the trophy, but it doesn't seem to be, appearing this manifest. Could this be the first one?
Especially given the fact that their opponent across from them promotes up, wins their region, then wins Masters like so much faster.
But not personal, man. It's personal.
Huge storyline there. Because
it's personal.
I think when you have the pressure of constantly being the best in your region, making changes to continue to achieve that, still do it, and don't achieve it, that pressure becomes haunting. It becomes that extra battle that you have in your mind, the monkey off your back that you got to get rid of, that G2 are also fighting. And to do that against Nongshim, who've promoted up, they played free. Once they got a little tight, they went back down, and then played free again, promote back up, win, and then win again. I just feel like these are G2 could be looking in the mirror like, oh, this could be us.
I mean, it very much could
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
That's the problem for me with this G2 roster. It's the
2
story
premium
of
plans in one price tag. Get started.
Bangkok is what I'm thinking of. Against T1.
What year was that? You need to talk to me in years.
2025.
I've been everywhere.
First Masters 2025.
Yes,
They're
I remember
in the
now.
finals against T1, and they should have won it. They should have won it, but they don't. And
But Pacific on top, man.
That's what I'm hinting at, really. But to me, that's the idea, is that it feels like they're so good. They're a team that's good enough to win the trophy, but are they composed enough
अबे
to
जब
win
मेरे
the trophy?
पास
That's
है
the
तो
big question
Google
we ask of them,
AI Pro
bringing
तो
themselves
फिर मेरे को
here.
प्रीमियम क्यों नहीं
When we
दिया
talk about
है
star power across both these rosters, who jumps out at you, Kukuka?
I mean, I'm here to see
One
if
dot.
Dambi is actually back on the Neon. I think
Google
everybody
it.
should be incredibly excited.
Dot
Yes,
com.
there's been the nerves and whatnot, but if other players are making it work, there is no way that Dambi doesn't, right? And for the other side, I want to see that head-to-head against Jogemo. I feel like Jogemo has been a little bit of inconsistent, and I have to say the same about Baby. He didn't have the best of the performances there at London, but it's all about bouncing back, you know, and EWC is the perfect round to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think for G2, I gotta talk about Leaf, man. Leaf, one singular leaf is all it takes. So this guy is
Google Health Premium
क्या होता है भाई? Consistently, he's in that discussion. He's in everybody's top 10, but he doesn't have that trophy yet. He's been known to put this team on his back when they really need him the most. So I think I want to see big and consistent performances from him if G2 are going to be able to
create with Google Flow.
Now, I'm taking away Danby. You can't say Danby. Other than Danby.
That's fine.
Who else you got?
It's X-Ross. X-Ross, when they lifted that trophy, he was on that initiator role. He's supporting, but since they've swapped back, moved down beyond to that Neon, it's X-Ross who's playing that secondary duelist. It's him that's on that Phoenix. Now, his career before Nongshim, he was a duelist player. He adapted before. If he's able to fill that second man in role beautifully
create a character,
that's
try
when this team
Omni
gets
now.
incredibly scary.
All right, the vetoes are
try
ready
Google
as we
Flow
get ourselves
agent.
underway here for
Explore
our final
tools,
opening match of
nice.
EWC 2026. And G2,
I know.
Nongshim,
Your face,
going
your
head
voice,
to
your
head.
story.
G2
Oh
and
my God, you can
Breeze. So
recreate
Breeze
a
gonna be in
story
there.
also.
Ascent out. We've seen so much Ascent so far in the
Ooh,
tournament.
guaranteed sunset.
Getting locked on in
Okay.
here as a second map for Nongshim, leaving up a couple more splits still in there.
Get started.
Yeah, I mean,
Do you know about the previous history of Nongshim on Sunset? Because I honestly don't.
I mean, they were good at it. They were good at it. I mean, they play Neon on it pretty consistently. Breeze for
Doodle.
Nongshim for me will be a very, very interesting map because...
Ooh, no, this is super interesting.
And it's split. Okay.
That's so
this is
different from what we've been getting. Yeah. No, Haven,
like
thank
it.
you so much. For every team that doesn't choose Haven,
I
love you. Seriously, thank you. I was going to say, for Breeze, what are we looking for? Harbor v Harbor, and then like Viper Astra, I believe that is like on the mix there. It's going to be complicated, but that makes it even more interesting.
Nongshim on this map in the past, we see them pick Neon and Phoenix so consistently with that Harbor, and they keep winning on it, but I don't know how. I watched a game against Team Secret where they went 12 rounds in a row on attack, and I lost my mind. I couldn't believe it.
Did they win?
They won. That's the thing. It baffles me. So
if the other team has a massive hole on A, pues you will have to go A, no?
So it always makes me curious. They love to go back to this map time and time again. I'm curious if G2 might have that read. I think G2, one of the strongest Harbor teams for sure that we've seen coming out of Americas. It's the region that's really managed to perfect it. I think in Breeze, if we do get this Harbor versus Harbor, it's all about the retakes on the defense. It's who's best set up for that. So we do have the Agent Select coming in now, and it's a swap for the side of G2. Doesn't look like there's going to be a Harbor there, but it is an Astra.
It is an Astra. Let's see what Chogamo is going to be doing here as we have to wait for things to settle down. X-Ross, how much do you rate it, especially considering the ones that we've been seeing, like the Phoenixes that we've been seeing?
I like X-Ross on this Phoenix. I think he's good on this role. I think he's a great fit for it. This is the way I wish they would have gone in the past. It does look like Danby's going to be sticking with that Neon, which is what we love to see. Thank you for everyone who cares about Pacific.
This is very different from the side of G2. Trent is going to be staying in that Sova. Leaf was playing on the Astra, now he's on the Viper. To me, that is a good sign. Love a Leaf on Viper. And if you don't know anything. Valin, he was the one playing on the Harbor. He's now going to be playing on the Astra. Jogemo is not on the Neon. It's Baby Bay, and now they play without the Sentinel because Baby Bay was playing Vice. I think that he's doing it for us, guys. He knows that we're watching.
It's Baby Bay going head-to-head with Danby on the Neon.
That's crazy. Again, the oldest player in the tournament on the Neon, trying to make plays for G2 to get over the hump and get themselves their opening win in the final opening match of EWC 2026. It is G2 and Nongshim Red Force on Breeze for the first time here at EWC. On the call, it's Achilleos and Paper Thin. Gentlemen, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a lot to unpack here, as it turns out. The desk was just highlighting it. We're going to have a head-to-head with the Neons, and Baby Bay is the one piloting it for G2. I did not have this on my bingo card at all.
No, I didn't have a lot of this on my bingo card, to be completely honest, when it comes to what G2 is showing us. I mean, I always really enjoyed watching Valorant on the Harbor on this map, but switching over to the Astra, you know, with the KO, it feels a little more post-plant heavy here for the side of G2. So coming into this attack side, feels like they're going to maybe try to match Nongshim's speed and aggression that they're so well known for. You know, these really well-rehearsed executes into really oppressive post plants in particular, because you've got that Astra, because you got that KO, because you got that Sova, got a lot of ability here, and the Viper, you've got almost every molly that you could ask for to try to just deny Nongshim from getting those retakes to really solidify and get the sticks on those defuses. But we will be seeing if that is the case. Nongshim spreading out in a 3-2 formation early. Send their strong side over towards A. I think seeing this Neon in that comp, you know, they're well known to be A-side abusers on this map, so probably assuming that that very well could be. Dombi is going to get identified by the knife early from G2. Francis only seeing Valen. That's not a ton of info necessarily, but it makes you suspect A.
This is a sprint forward, quick little which will glance over. Baby Bay able to spot out some of the players here on Nongshim. A little fan out around the site though, and still this forward tuck from RB. And we'll be able to get the jump on one. Shogamo's going to be taken down. Relay Bolt into the corner. Has him stunned up. Meanwhile, the slide in. And Baby Bay's going to be able to find one. But Ivy comes away with this turn. Just not going to be fast enough to strike him down. The swing out. Francis already has him dispatched. That's going to be the opening pistol going the way of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want to see from Nongshim. If the success that they had in the qualifiers here for EWC 2026 are going to be replicated in a long-term stint here, it's that, yes, you're always going to be looking at Dombi, what he can do on the Neon, things like that, very impressive, the way he creates space, but it's Ivy who has been leading the charge for them. He has been the one in those back lines, along with Francis, doing a really nice job of cleaning up those kills, being really sturdy. You know, and Ivy has always been mostly really good. Had a little bit of stumbles in stage 1 in Pacific, but right there, you can see why he was often top fragging for Nongshim.
I mean, I'm not trying to be, I don't think I'm being revisionist here. I think that going back to Santiago, Ivy was the one that I had voted to be the MVP of that tournament. Win with their lift of the trophy. Meanwhile, though, it's going to be a full-out fight here in mid. And G2 very much the ones limping away from this. Exros will get taken down. Francis, a quick turn to the side, able to put a shot there into the chest of Leaf. Looking for a bit of a timing as Valen through shop. As Leaf will be able to hold his own for one. Bandit chance to get some more damage through if he can click some heads, but it will be Ivy with a backstab to go ahead and bring this round to its conclusion. 3 players surviving, key weaponry going to be carried over, and a 2-0 start for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, a couple little nice moments from G2 in this one. A little setup there to trap the player around the corner, use the snake bite, force them out. And getting that early kill onto Exros, keeping him kind of pinned in. Yeah, Francis, another player looking to do damage. Obviously, you know, there's a lot of really good players on Nongshim. They absolutely destroyed at a Masters, so this is one of the only team that took a map off them, though.
That is true. G2, one that made them bleed for the first time at that tournament. Forced them into an overtime as well to try to close out that series, but it was, of course, Nongshim coming away with a win in that upper semifinal. Meanwhile, drone is going to be sent forward. Francis spotting out Baby Bay.
Well, they've gotten an idea that maybe this is a mid crunch because of that push up. You know, a lot of times if you're taking elbow control like that, you're trying to clear up mid too, but this is all quite an elaborate ruse.
It's playing the fake pretty well here for the team, and will find themselves a fairly open A site. So Plant can come in, but Nongshim are going to be very quickly rewrapping around the back of this through that main as Ivy continues to explore a little bit further towards the attacker's spawn. Now, fully planted out. 4 players to try to hold the line. Spot on the one, Dombi setting up that relay bolt, trying to zone them back. Leaf, however, eyes just going to be turned over towards double doors. Wall's going to be set up. Trent watching the rear, but starting to pull off the angle, and that could be a critical mistiming. He does look back at the moment, still reading that this presence is going to be coming in, but Nongshim continue to scale forward, taking some space here on the site. Trent has to turn away for a brief little moment. The wall going to be falling, and immediately G2 able to find a plethora of kills. It's just going to be Ivy now, with an opportunity to get some damage here, but no, with the on the spray, Trent surviving, still very healthy, as that will be a bonus conversion denied.
Yeah, really clean in this post plant for G2. Just doing a ton of spam damage early when the harbor wall comes up. Even though, okay, you lose Baby Bay, but again, when a Neon is normally doing that kind of play, it's meant to create a crunch at top mid to go into B-Link, and it completely fools Nongshim, and they have to play a full-on retake. And G2 has that post plant on lock. The positioning's there, immaculate. Fire very good. A little bit of spam here back and forth as Nongshim is going to use a molly of their own to try to contest this orb, as Exros has been newly kind of anointed as the secondary duelist for Nongshim. You know, behind Domby, who has been back on permanent Neon duty. Francis back onto initiators for this team. So
back on duty.
A decision that kind of, I think, makes sense overall. Francis very flexible, very good, no matter what you throw him on. But Exros, you want to get that firepower into play.
Yeah, and he's been very solid for him. One of the key reasons why they're able to make it to this tournament is Phoenix. Very palpable here within the qualifier, but Edway's going to be able to strike a little bit faster. Francis trades it back, but then gets traded out as Valen will come away with that second kill. So player advantage now in the hands of Nongshim. That operator going to be left on the floor as Downby collects a Vandal. Try to utilize that for this retake.
Late lurk by Leaf.
Low scale across, looking for that stun. Jogamo does get caught by the relay bolt. Going to be sent in as well. He finds the first, but cannot find the second. Trent with that shutdown. As Ivy needing to find a little bit more there. Hunter's Fury will get baited out. They know RB now going to be contained into the corner. 8 HP to try to see if he can find maybe a additional little lick of damage, but ultimately it's going to be coming up shy of the mark, you would suspect. Tagging to the one, the spam going to be coming through, and Leaf, it's just going to be a matter of time as the will fall, and so too shall RB. G2 tie it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, just really solid macro ideas from G2 on this map. They've got some really neat, you know, kind of setups that they're running. We're seeing the late lurk from Leaf, as you would expect from this team. Well rehearsed, well drilled. Domby's been playing a lot of operator during his free time. I've been seeing him posting a lot of clips on his social media, but right there, can't connect with the shot, and that's pretty crucial. Could have made that retake a lot safer. Could have maybe avoided that danger of Leaf at the very end, but that extra layer for G2 because you couldn't claim some of those early kills.
Oh, they're looking to try to up the pace here, but obviously weaponry not going to be great for it, so just some spam shots out, no connections found.
But G2's been playing the beginning of the round the same way. Being patient, looking for those aggressive push-outs from Nongshim.
Speaking of which, two players down on this shop side. Footsteps being made. Valen still able to get the weapon out, and Trent is there for some covering fire. Second layer now going to be spotted out as RB.
अरे दोनों मर जाते भाई अगर लग जाती
गोली Trent. Downby with one. Now with a second. And 2 steps finishes off Leaf. Sprints back into the A site, but it's Ivy here. Early damage suffered. Chuck the Guardian over to the side. Flex a Phantom.
Weapon retrieve हो चुका है.
As the lurk forward into mid, this allows for Downby to continue to keep his eyes trained forward on a main.
Not going to be able to scoop up a gun for Downby, but get a one tap here, make it the 2v2. Definitely a real shot.
Going for it. Jogger was down to 5. A hell of a hit to be coming through, but Ivy now going to be taken down, and Downby has to do it all. The slow creep around the back for the moment, not going red. Swings in, finds the first, but Baby Bay very quick on the adjust. Has a shutdown, does not allow him to get anything more.
Just होने से पहले
will
मार
take the
दिया
lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think
बढ़िया
in general, it's really just
बढ़िया
good
भाई
game
बढ़िया.
planning so far from G2. They've clearly kind of identified and read some
Guys,
of
don't
what
forget to hit
Nongshim
the
is
like
going to
and
be wanting
subscribe
to do
button.
on this
Like,
map.
share and subscribe
It shouldn't surprise anyone. They're going to want to be aggressive. They're going to take control of those orbs if possible to try to funnel them into Exros a little bit, as well as establish some presence on the map to set up and play their style of game. So it's kind of two things at once that G2's been able to deny from Nongshim so far. Once we've gotten to these rifle rounds, and they're on the move again. They're going to use the no command to thwart RB from throwing any more util into their face, but 3 big ultimates available for Nongshim. RB one away.
Deep scale forward, it's going to be Leaf not able to hold his own. Damage not even actually going to be registering there. Exros gets away scot-free, but RB still going to be forced down to the sights. Now a full take here by G2 and Valen. Playing forward in front of the wall. Downby going to still go sliding across, but trying to just use that wall against him, but ends up getting isolated, pushed back out by the relay bolt. The player advantage going to be reestablished for Nongshim as the run it back gets popped. Curveball around the corner, no one there to receive that. Time starting to bleed down, but Baby Bay going to be intercepted a backstab there from Ivy. The late lurk back through Nest, catches him on the bridge. Going around the back, likely getting the spot out. Trent just going to be suffering some damage. The face forward now all down to Jogamo. Swings the corner. Ivy has him outdone. 3 players alive. Big pulls for the economy. Nongshim Red Force will tie it up 3-3.
Yeah, so Nongshim finally able to conjure up a response to what we've been seeing from G2, and this time it's just a big push out through B. They're saying, okay, if you guys are going to fight A main that hard, then we're going to set up early to try to counter it and get into those post plants quicker to find your flanks a little bit more, get that early advantage in the player department as well, which they're able to do by taking down Leaf. And then the Cosmic Divide utilized here, maybe not anticipating that Nongshim would just keep swinging in towards Valen, leaving him all on his lonesome. G2 tries to fan out, tries to put players into individual positions to succeed, and this time around Nongshim able to win some of those battles. They're able to hang on to most of their ults. Just had Xros as used in that previous one. So you've got everything in the kitchen sink as Nongshim try to set G2's economy into the gutter. Jogamo just on a stinger in this one, and he's only got 100 credits behind that.
Rough go of it after that previous round loss. Leaf with a very clean shot. Babyface able to find one, and Xros going to be taken down as well. Stinger be damned. Don't even need it to get involved. The rest of the players with their rifles.
Gun बचा लो रे, save कर लो, 2v5 है.
Given that your other player is a world away, RB is calling for this save, so we'll just be backpedaling silently out of this site. G2 once again going to be establishing a lead for themselves. They don't have to commit much of anything to this.
No, not at all.
नहीं
नहीं.
And 1.5 4.5
just talking a little bit here is Nongshim about how they want to take that mid fight. I mean, just kind of going into the, the first one from Dombi. Okay, you're going to let him try to make those moves where he's willing to just take a 1v1 on the slide. And, he's usually pretty good for it, or at least able to do some damage. But then the fact that G2 has layers behind it to cover the attempted re-aggression towards what Dombi started. And then it was just shut right down because G2, again, playing very cautious, very safe most of the time in the beginning of these rounds. And again, an immediate change up from G2 from what they saw in the previous round. They're a little bit more thoughtful early here. And then they get a big push out in towards mid quickly.
Still enough to get the buy going.
Yeah.
4 ultimates to try to utilize to tie this up once again. Obviously, G2 able to get into a post plan. That pit from Leaf could be giving them absolute fits. For now, just some mid-presence, but Dombi, okay. I think just spam through the wall, maybe a pixel out of place there from Jogamo. Either way, he does get punished. Early takedown in the favor of Nongshim as Ivy still looks to try to hold the line here on this B site. Quick little jump peek out. 2 players going to be spotted.
And now you should feel like this is potentially going to be a B hit, so you have to call over a little bit of extra help. So RB was there, but
Just pulled off this angle though. Be able to try to get the early jump on these players in transition back over to A.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on in elbow, so they have to re-clear that space. Otherwise, going to be leaving Francis on a bit of an island on his own on A, but he's already tucked way back. Doesn't want to try to fight at the point of attack. Thing is the Sova, he could be, ripe to the picking from Baby Bay's overdrive if he were to pop it.
Spot out anything that he can, but they still managed to scale forward. There's a spot out. Hunter's Fury available to try to just slow things down, and they will send this one out. A little bit off in that first pulse. Retap, just baiting out the charges. In the end, ultimate going to be expended. Trench is going to be hit the one time. Xros trying to work his way forward, has to check this corner, swings in, does so.
Kya shot mara bhai.
Sleep will fall, full flash connecting there on a Valen, going deep enough. Now the overdrive going to be popped. This Baby Bay frantically backpedaling away, just trying to avoid all this util, but he will get overwhelmed. Valen just able to find the one before getting taken down. Now it is all on the shoulders of Trent. A 1v4. And as that wall falls, so too shall he. Francis will find it.
And now you're seeing Nongshim be a little bit more disciplined, playing a little bit more cautious into the beginning of these rounds, giving up some of that space and looking to make some counter moves early. And the spam catches a player out. That kind of sets G2 scrambling to try to find the open space on the map. They do eventually, but you have that Hunter's Fury there to delay, to set up for this retake. Xros, great job checking that corner. And then when Nongshim is kind of running and gunning together like that, hard to slow down their roll for sure. We're going to go contestant towards B, Ivy.
Well, it might just be a fast hit, but the pit will go through, and this ends up looking like a very good read from Nongshim, but also a big overcommitment. Ivy, he could have just backpedaled out of that one, held down the main, but instead pushes forward and just offers himself up on a silver platter. So now the pit gone. Plant will come through. RB very quickly slots his way forward here into the site. Balls raised, overdrives exchanged on either side. Jump up over the top, and Babyface going to be taken down as RB is able to find two. Valen as well, joining him in the grave. Wallbang shots in. Jogamo able to find him behind the box. Is Dambi tagged down to 21, even with the overdrive. Does give him some balls as he tries to maybe go for these plays. Curveball ends up going in a little bit too deep, but Dambi has a wraparound from the side. Jogamo struck down, and Trent now looking to try to play this one patiently. The Hunter's Fury available. Sends it out. Here's the push coming through. Dambi stopping him from getting any additional charges in it.
भाई डैम्बी ने क्या खेला है भाई, क्या खेला है डैम्बी ने भाई. Love you brother. Love you for that bro. क्या मस्त खेला भाई डैम्बी ने.
Just makes you so impressed with Dambi as a player, because it's not just the mechanical skill, it's not just the aim. It's the brain here too, where he recognizes very quickly, you know, things are going bad over on the B site, so he throws up the wall, gets RB up on top there, he gets 2 kills, then he's going to scale around, cover the site itself, then he's going to rip his ult and make sure that when Trent has that Hunter's Fury, he can't do anything with it. He's very aware immediately of where that Sova is and what he's trying to accomplish, and is right there to shut down. That is a really, really good round from your Neon.
Hello guys, जितने लोग भी देख रहे हो यार, please like कर दो और subscribe करो.
Confirmation, but this feels like a timeout. At least a pause of some kind.
Dun.
About what I was about to get into is this does feel like, yes, a moment for G2 to call a timeout. Yes, the score is incredibly close. You're only down by 1.
But like कर दो यार, जल्दी से like कर
with
दो.
this, and you want to be having as strong of an attacker side as you possibly can. This is your side selection. You still have this critical ult in the pit available. You're 2 charges away from having both that combined as well as the null command online.
अगर एरर आ रहा है तो पूरा एनवीडिया ब्रॉडकास्ट मतलब पूरा एनवीडिया का ड्राइवर हटाओ. डीडीयू होता है एक, ठीक है, डिवाइस ड्राइवर यूटिलिटी करके, है ना, डिस्प्ले ड्राइवर यूटिलिटी. उसको इंस्टॉल उसके थ्रू सारा एकदम क्लीन अनइंस्टॉल मारो, और उसके बाद एनवीडिया ब्रॉडकास्ट एनवीडिया ऐप इंस्टॉल करो, उसी के थ्रू एनवीडिया ब्रॉडकास्ट इंस्टॉल करो.
Suddenly it is just Leap left alive. Taps the door, does get stunned up. Looks back around the corner fast enough, but now the Molly's going to be there at his feet. Push back into the open. The curveball again connecting, and what a call from Nongshim. Completely shut down G2 inside of A main.
That's one of those ones where Josh RT thought he had a good read on an idea, and the Nongshim coaching staff knew what he maybe was going for. And this is spectacular.
And now I'm curious.
Guys, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. जल्दी से like, share and subscribe कर दो.
It's revealed there.
क्या कर रही हो?
Still very quickly scales forward. So
क्या हो रहा है?
When you see Tommy that far back, you're not necessarily going to be ready for that just full barrel forward.
करता DDO से नहा DDO.
Like that was an elaborate bait.
I think you're right. Does feel like that. You get a couple spots there with that knife though, so G2 should be reading this pretty quickly that they're going to have an open A site. Going to use that Cosmic Divide just in case, but Nongshim again going to go for that long spawn flank to try to get this retake to go. Worked the treat a few rounds ago. See if they can get this one available, but with that pit in play.
This is everything.
Yeah.
Just chucking everything that they've got. Just set up to try to delay. Null command obviously very much hindering the opportunities here for Nongshim. Zexros would love to commit this, run it back into this position, but cannot. Now was able to do so as the ult does expire. Still going to be delayed on the push. The sprint through. Dambi going to be caught at the end as Valen is able to find himself a second. Swaps over to the Classic. Gets a headshot on RB, but cannot finish the job. Pushes forward up into the pit, and he will quickly fall. And now it's just Xross having to backpedal away, try to hold onto his weapon. Baby May trying to play this one in. Will lose his life. Pass the kill to Jogamo. Critical round for G2 to find after getting absolutely swatted in the previous.
This is just a great mental battle between RB and Valen right now. Valen this time able to dial up some responses to kind of the ideas that they had already seen previously from Nongshim in a very similar retake. They've got the run it back. They're going 4-man through spawn, and they know kind of what they're going to do. So it's a stall. Yes, you have the no command there as well, the Viper's Pit to make it a lot easier, but a lot of this comes down to the fact that you have so many layers with those mollies, with the grab well, to make sure that Nongshim has to press to try to get that retake.
Looking for this crunch again. I'll be sticking around for a little bit longer as the drone will be committed forward as well, interrupted by that 0 point in the end. Relay bolts is going to be exchanged and everybody going their separate ways, and in the end, it's just really Francis eating a bit of damage. No one scathed on the side of G2.
Just
until that.
Yeah. But yeah, it didn't really have much happen. Ivy versus Leaf, Viper v Viper, but nothing going to be coming out of that other than revealing each other's position. Now Nongshim re-clearing mid. Trying to make an aggressive push. It's going to be Leaf again called upon, potentially to try to square up against Dombi. They're just going to ooh, they're going to slow.
I mean, Leaf has just destroyed them from this position, it feels like. Yes, he absolutely has. The second kill found. Dombi, the only one surviving. Only one nearby this A site. Desperately needs some reinforcements as we'll get the spot on the Jogamo. Swings in, takes the fight against Baby Bay, ends up winning that, wins the follow-up. 3 kills now for Dombi. Tagged down to 6, but he's somehow gotten them into an advantageous position. The overdrive immediately going to be popped. There's that Reckoning sent towards backside, but Trent plays out in front of that one, dodging it. Not going to be caught. Gets a shutdown onto the Neon. Double wrap around to this plant side. RB. Try to get the sun in case there's this second little flank coming through, but Valorant and Trent just playing this one together. As RB is able to find the first, Ivy finds this second, and somehow, some way, Nongshim, they managed to close out the round and lock up a 2-round lead at the half.
Yeah, the individual skill this time for Nongshim, going to be getting him over the line. Talked about kind of the brain of Dombi. He's been doing it with the aim. He's the complete package at times, but at the end of this too, RB and Ivy play this really disciplined, really nicely to not give anything up over to G2. A lot of players in that 2v2, when you've got 2 players on your left-hand side of those pyramids, are going to swing and just try to go because you got that 1v1 initially. If you get that one quick, then you can just transfer over and get the other guy, right? No, RB backs up and waits for Ivy to reposition to isolate those fights a little bit better. Really, really well played.
That's still damn close between these teams. A lot of these rounds just kind of teetering on the edge, but Nongshim still the very solid read, and this has been one of the big maps for them in their run to make it here to EWC. You know, will they stick with it given the changes moving into this patch? The answer is yes, and it's still looking quite good for them. Now we get to see this double duelist shift over onto the attacker's side, where this should just be an even bigger thorn in the side of G2. We'll see what Valorant's defensive calling is going to be looking like and how much value he's going to be able to get from this Astra to slow down these approaches. It's always a big gamble when you try to go for a comp swap like this.
And there were some definitely decent moments from the Astra, but I think personally, I was so, I guess, maybe just enamored with Valen's Harbor that I'd rather see that. I think he's so excellent on that agent that, to me, it's like almost his signature agent now because he's so creative, he's so smart with it. The way that he makes your life so miserable at the choke points on your way into B or A. He's really, really good with the timings and the decisions, and you know, maybe the Astra's still a little bit of, you know, kind of working out some of the ideas and the kinks a little bit. Still some really nice rounds, some really good adaptations from him and the team, but a tough map to go up against this Nongshim squad who has, especially when Dombi's playing like that.
Yeah. Should be able to see maybe a bit more value as well from the KO, which we haven't really touched on too much here for Jogamo. It's still struggling to register that one in my mind, that he's not the person playing Neon on the team at the moment. But the defensive setups for KO likely going to be a bit stronger. 0-point denial on those drones in particular, something that is great for a defender on Breeze. But if you can get the catch when Dombi's getting ready to go in for the sprint, stop him from setting up that relay bolt, you can buy yourselves a lot of time.
And there were a couple rounds where the early knife got good info that they were able to use against Nongshim. You know, you identify, oh, there's both duelists up at, you know, up at elbow. Oh, that means we've got a free A site. Easy money. And the ult did come in really, really valuable during that one round where they had the pit up as well. So some value being found. I think this defender side is really where you should be getting a lot more out of it.
Ooh. Spot out here from Baby Bay. Unable to get those shots to connect. Recon as well was previously sent into A main after the 0-point scan. No one. Giacomo just continuing to peek off this corner. But he can spot. Swing. Suspect getting ready to come through, maybe led by the drone, but now it's going to be Gambi swooping out and claiming his head. Ivy at the same time. That late insert onto the B side comes away with that elimination. And Valorant is just going to be completely overwhelmed. Francis's life with the plant on the site. A trade that Nongshim will take every single day of the week. And now Baby Bay 2 shall fall. Nongshim, another pistol collected, now up 8-5.
Hey, just buy a bunch of sheriffs and put them in the hands of these guys, and they just go in there and fearlessly click people's heads. That's just beautiful stuff in terms of, again, individual skill on display from Nongshim. This first one, I was so nervous here for Jog on those wide swings. I was like, oh man, if the timing here is wrong, and it was. Then Valen just, the Dombi's like, yeah, later, bro. I know they've got you dead to rights behind me.
Yep.
See ya.
Just playing the rest of them. 17-7-5 at the moment on that Neon. Ivy once again left on an island. It's just a bit of a repeat here from Nongshim, giving me deja vu. Obviously, have plenty of weaponry this time around, but they're really expecting this forward push into mid from G2. Instead, it's actually coming through A main. Giacomo again gonna get tagged down as well. Both of them down to 45. The Marshal now arriving. France is going to be stunned up, but they're right into the sightlines of Xross, who will dispatch them with ease. Turn inside, trying to play anti-flash. Meanwhile, Ivy back over to B. He cleans up Trenton Leaf, and Nongshim end up having an incredibly clean anti-eco round.
Yeah, that's really successful. They were just patient enough, and just as they're starting to get an idea, you know, Francis there makes contact, does some damage, doesn't take too much himself. It was only like 3 damage total to his health, a couple armor damage. So he's able to kind of confidently continue to batter them back while he waits for the reinforcements. And then when he gets hit with the relay bolt, you've got your 2 duelists right behind you to give you the backup with the Marshal. Really nice. Pretty effective bonus that Nongshim's going to be bringing to bear.
Yeah, it's a ton of firepower here. Just that Marshal, but hell, we saw yesterday how much damage that can deal here on this very map.
In Francis's hands as well. He is an excellent sniper, as we all know, from Santiago. Almost said Madrid. I was like, nope. Don't do that one.
Orb just going to be grabbed here, Xross. One past the halfway mark. That first run it back from this attacker's side.
G2 is very unsure about what's going on the map right now.
I don't think they saw anything. Wall able to get raised fast enough, and Ivy quickly is filling in this space behind them. Meanwhile, Damby just drawing all the attention over to the far side of the site, and Ivy then strikes. 2 kills found. And what are you meant to do other than save? But they're still working their way forward towards the site. And the 2v4 is just now a 1v4. Even for a player of Leaf's caliber, feels impossible with the way that Nongshim are playing right now. Yes, in the end, we'll have to try to make this call, but he is being matched. Ivy on the side already. Push forward past this wall. Finds him at Nest. Gets himself a 4K as Nongshim get up to double digits. Bonus is converted, and it's looking like this map is over.
It's a gorgeous round from Nongshim. Again, Dombi creates space. You almost feel like a broken record talking about this team, but he finds a little bit of an angle. He gets that opening kill. Look how he's trying to scoot through there. Sure, he gets hit, but that is exactly what Ivy needs to get in there and get those 2 kills, because Dombi's going to identify where both of them are. And Ivy cleaning up with the aim. 2 kills now behind Dombi. 16 in that department. Things starting to look really dire for G2. 1 stinger for Leaf. Otherwise, it's just Sheriffs available. No ults really in the realm of possibility unless Baby Bay goes absolutely crazy. Xross will be getting very close to his ult. Ivy went away as well from a pit. So this is concerning for G2 in a couple different ways. Even if you do some damage here, Going to be running into a couple big ultimates in this next round, most likely, unless you can get this Thrifty to go.
And they've got to run it back off that orb grab, so X-Ross can just pop that storm forward onto the side if they want, but it looks like they're starting to read that this might be a heavy A-side stack. Meanwhile, Ivy going to be spotted out, ducks back over towards cannons. X-Ross ready to tap the door. The wall gets re-raised, but he's not going to be able to see a damn thing. Baby, however, is just going to be seeing bullets connecting into his face as Ivy quickly cleans him up. Again, these eco attempts here from G2, just not really holding any water.
Yeah, it's rough, to say the least. Let's see if Trent has some magic.
Well, it's got to be one of the scariest sounds in the world.
Yes.
Well, you know who's on the other side. Okay, we'll be able to sit him down. It's a nice shot from Trent. Maybe a little too overzealous and aloof from Dambi. Tap at the plant. We'll just get past this one over to Francis, wanting to try to get his ult online. RB says, I'm a world away, so you get that plant, you take that fight, I'll take the kill. And Longshim will take an 11th round win.
Well, nice little early ideas. Ivy, even though he gets revealed by the ping, gonna use that snake bite, give himself a little bit of time. Again, Longshim's been really good on this map about when they do find themselves in tricky situations, about buying that extra time for the rest of the team to get there to bail them out. And again, that's that coordination, that speed that this team can play with. That is so good. It's good enough to win you a Masters.
Meanwhile, built up in the previous round, but never committed that. Run it back, still there. So we'll just take a pause in the action. Or grabbed here by Francis. Valen scaling forward. Will get slotted up into A lobby.
And Giacomo, even though he takes a bunch of damage, his knife there might have saved G2 a little bit, potentially. As it did hit X-Ross, so he couldn't just get up there and rip the ult. And just kind of, you know, if you give up that A site in this round and they're able to get that pit into play, it feels like you're going to be on map point as G2. So, a little bit to the cause there and forcing plan B out of Longshim. I think kind of a win here. Longshim, though, waiting out that Sova util, not going to give up anything. Ivy doesn't get spotted. Leaf ready with the snake bite.
It sends it onto the corner instead of on the main, then that still means the floodgates are opened up here for Longshim. And Dambi going to eat quite a bit of damage on that entryway, but X-Ross into the back of side is still going to be able to find one before he gets snapped back by Trent, who does manage to find Dambi as well. And bolts remaining, but Ivy around the back does not check towards Pillar. Trent comes away with another one. Has been revealed. Meanwhile, RB finding Baby Bay. Giacomo going to be cleaning up the enemy harbor. Takes it into a 2v2. The health advantage still going to be there. However, for Longshim as X-Ross comes away with 3K.
round nikal diya,
And that is
bhai.
them now up to map point.
Oh, Trent, so close to being able to do something really special here for G2. He's one more kill away. He's able to slip the net. Trick Longshim enough that they're not exactly sure when he repositions here. He doesn't get identified. So Ivy comes through the back thinking that he's still backside or something like that. Instead, he's actually moved up towards the pillar. But X-Ross, phenomenal.
Bhai X-Ross kya khela bhai.
Such a stellar
Maza aa
young
gaya
player.
dekh ke.
Think that he is a Royal Roader, comes in and immediately in his first year in Tier 1, goes up, wins a Masters. And that right there, folks, is why he is sharp as all hell.
Well, now the final timeout call to come through from G2. I have to suspect that a lot of this is just going to be trying to get prepared for that next map. Shake this one off, boys. Breeze is theirs. It's coming back from here. I mean, seen it from G2 in the past. I know the caliber of play that they are capable of, but at the moment, it's not really shining through.
No, I had a lot of hope after that first half that they were going to hang a little bit more here in the second half. I saw some good ideas, some good thoughts, some good counters, a little bit of anti-stratting in there.
And G2's kind of just playing the second half like AG played theirs.
Yeah.
Haven't been able to find a damn thing.
On that Lotus, yeah. Now it is all the money invested, of course, is G2, is some Guardians, a Bulldog. Not what you want to see.
Well, Dambi able to get that fast lane out fast enough as well as the relay.
Wow.
He's still getting kills. Jogamo going to be taking down Balance, only able to find the one. X-Ross will get the trade up, and now it's a player advantage. Baby Bay, okay, some spray and pray. The heavens listening. They reward him with a kill. Plan will come in. Hunter's Fury now to be sent. Trying to sound down Francis, but he's still able to backpedal away. This gets him now disconnected off the site with a Hunter's Fury of his own, but he's just going to be sending this one from the outset. Overdrive invested from Baby Bay, trying to find a target. Tucks over to the side, slides in, and Ivy will sit him down. 7 health remaining. Sends out the pit to try to keep himself alive. The shock dart will be able to find that kill. Nullified immediately as RB. Swing at the corner, takes the fight, takes Trent's life. And it all comes down to a 1v1. Ooh! Damage gonna be found. Leaf able to dodge it. The challenge in, and Francis has the timing. 13-5. Nongshim take us back to Breeze, and they take G2 to school. This was a one-sided affair.
This is incredible stuff from Nongshim, and you're seeing the dividends from them going back to Dambi on the Neon. Obviously getting here through the qualifiers, and today going up against G2, a team that gave them fits in Santiago. They are able to dispatch easily on their map pick a Breeze.
This needs to be a very, very big rebound here. G2, they're electing to take us over to Sunset as their map pick. It needs to be the staging ground. Take this all the way to a third and final map if they want to get some revenge over Nongshim Red Force from that loss at Santiago, from being sent down to that lower bracket. But for now, let's go ahead and send it back over to Degon on the desk to break down all the action from Breeze.
Thank you very much, guys. A little bit faster than what we thought in the setup of this head-to-head between G2 and Nongshim Red Force, but in the end, Nongshim come firing out, especially in that second half, rifle off 8-round wins in a row to call it with only 5 there. Thank goodness Global Esports played earlier, otherwise this would be the biggest one-sided loss of the tournament so far for G2. But they still have yet another map. It was Nongshim's pick. They've got questions, and we've got answers. Joining us back on the desk, Kakuka and Big Time. Not so good there for Dre and the rest of G2, but fantastic here for Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, who said Pacific was washed?
Wow.
Who said we were going to go 0-4 in the openers?
You.
No one said that.
Maybe it was me, but I've changed my mind now. That's
Yeah.
what's important, so that I will always be correct. This was a great map from Nongshim. This was Nongshim's pick after all. This is what they decided to go for. And, you know, I mocked them in the past. They've always gone A, but that seems to be G2's mantra. We saw Nongshim, they did manage to end on B a couple of times.
One,
so.
2?
I think it was 2.
Maybe it was 2.
So, you know, we'll take that. This is why we love Breeze, everybody. But they are good on the map. It's so nice to see Danby back on the Neon. This is what he does. This is when the team is truly at their best. So, a really dominant map one. Then we're feeling great now.
Yeah, it really felt like we were living in a loop with all those A hits, but we have to say, and even Seth was losing his mind, being like, how can he still be getting all of these kills? We need to ask them how much they regret putting Danby off. Like, we could be having a way different story for the side of Nongshim. It is good to see that they can bounce back the way that they did. X-Ross as well, playing absolutely amazing. Ivy as well. I think that for all of them, seriously, they played very, very well, especially in the rounds that had the tiniest margins. There were not that many. I thought that they were very, very comfortable. Yes, we had a couple of these rounds that didn't make a lot of sense or ended up in very crazy clutches. But you see a Nongshim that just bounces back every single time. Like, they were in control for the entirety of it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the first half for sure was competitive. G2 weren't out the game by any means, but they weren't always able to win this post plant. I think these guys, they know the harbor so well, but you're not winning those post plants. That was, you know, that set piece that we just saw. X-Ross taking up the mantle of this Phoenix. He's great with it.
Look at this. I think that Jogamo was having a difficult time with the KO, and this was one of the talking points going into this match. Into this map specifically, sorry. Jogamo not playing on the duelist, him playing on the KO, and it's actually Baby Bay playing the Neon. It did not fare well.
No,
that is all that we're gonna say.
Yeah, we have to ask questions about the comps and roles here on G2. I get that they've not managed to lift trophies, so things have to change. You have to innovate. You have to keep pushing those boundaries. But is this the way we want to see it go? I can't say I was convinced by this.
Listen, Morgan, just because things have to change, it doesn't doesn't mean that you need to eat your soup with your fork. You understand?
Yeah.
There's a difference, no?
Yes,
That's true.
There is a difference. Don't eat the soup with the fork, and G2 need to learn that one very, very quickly. This was Baby Bay's first time in a while playing a duelist, as he's been playing the Vice a lot, had a little bit of time on the Chamber, but was not able to match the same level of pressure that Dambi and Ivy were able to put across the map. Also, Harbor on the side of Nongshim, not in the side there for G2. So just compositionally a little different, but and then finally, as you said, Jog just not landing shots that we know that he can do, losing a lot of those duels in this matchup.
Like, if I'm looking at the rest of the players, like I'm seeing Lee from Viper.
Yeah.
Yes,
good.
We like that. You know, all of them would slot. But it's like, if you want to put, I don't know what you're trying to do with, who are you doing this for? It's definitely not for Jog.
Yeah.
Like,
but then does that mean it's for Baby Bay? Does that mean that is that where they think he's at his best?
Can we like call Josh RT
just
and just ask him, just be like, Josh, you know, and just ask him directly, because I know and I understand that a lot of people are testing a lot of things. Well, now we know that is not the way.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. Maybe we can set up that interview with Josh RT in between the rounds. You know, little production action. We'll see and find out here after the short break. You are watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
अच्छा खासा खेल रहे थे, गलत कर Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
I guess we're live. Welcome back to EWC 2026. D-God here alongside Kukuka and Big Time as, again, we're setting the stage for G2 versus Nongshim after Nongshim dismantled G2.
Yep.
Close in the first half, 7-5, and then 8 rounds in a row in the second half. But now it's time for G2 on their map pick of Sunset.
I love that they are picking Sunset into this, though. I think if I was going to approach this tournament as a coach, having a strong Sunset really does set you up well. This is a map that a lot of teams won't have been able to put too much time into, so knowing you can pick it is an amazing advantage. But we have to ask the question, are they good enough to execute whatever they have prepared here? Because execution was definitely lacking in that map one.
I remember the long time ago, because Sunset has been gone for a very long time, when you used to play this map, and they did it with the Sage and with the Chamber, like things that nowadays could be played. I want to think that they have decided to pick it because they have something very well prepared. Because if you think about the opponent that you have in front of you, if Nongshim, you know that Nongshim has put Dambi back on the Neon.
Yeah.
And that is scary. It doesn't matter if you think that, oh, he might have a bad day. And especially after you just seen it, you might be walking into the, what is it, the Devil's Den? Or the, how do you call that?
I think Devil's Den.
Okay.
I mean, I think for me, when I think about Nongshim, and I cast my mind all the way back, this is a team that could play this map as far back as 2024. The core is still pretty much the same. So they would play that breach with the Neon to support. It was Francis on the breach, Dambi on that Neon, and they had these just incredible lethal set pieces. This was their most played map in their first Ascension run.
Bobo,
Where they really made a name for
Bobo, patti aa rahi.
Yeah, so hopefully G2 is coming prepared that.
Dheere dheere putti putti patti aa rahi.
We are going to split, something that we haven't seen yet here so far at EWC. What a composition do you want to see out of G2 here, given the fact that we had the flex of the Neon onto Baby Bay didn't quite work out as well.
I would like to see.
ये तो बहुत आसानी से जीत गई.
Finally putting it down.
13-5 है ना?
Test in the server, forcing M8 to play at their pace, and now Gentlemates, they're gonna go for that save, maybe a couple of exits, but still safe because they want to save those rifles. Their economy is not
यूरोप की टीम है ये.
XLG have snowballed their economy. They also have the lockdown, one away from that Viper's Pit as well. They have so many really good winning conditions for them to win these post plants. They just need to keep enabling themselves to get onto that site.
And nothing easier to fuse against the Viper's Pit either in a following round, but more importantly, you thought that XLG were going to get choked out of Haven, but suddenly they just find that extra gear. I mean, how fast is Ryan?
मेरे को भी वैलो खेलने का इतना मन हो रहा है ना.
Barely a pixel available.
लगा ले मॉनिटर और क्या लगा.
Gentlemates now.
घुस हो जाएगा बे, फिर मैं फंस जाऊंगा.
Finish this map and get the series 2-1. We'll take a tack pause here to talk about how they're going to get that one done, because despite there still being 2 rounds played and that not being a lot,
रिस्क लेना ही नहीं है भाई. क्यों लेना है? फालतू मेरे 20,000 फंस जाएंगे. पेमेंट हो चुकी है.
Here at a good time because they need to understand what's going wrong. They need to hear back from their coach. They need that third-party perspective. And right now, it feels like maybe they're just waiting for an operator to be online so they could shut down a lot of what Raga's doing. Make sure to punish him for holding W, going crazy and getting those initial picks. I think also they should not play scared. The last thing I want to see here for Gentlemates is to lose that confidence, to lose that momentum that they've had so far this series, and to make sure they're continuing to play confident, playing those 1v1 peaks. It's okay having a little bit of those hero plays because they've come out on top of it almost every single time. Varga just needs to get shut down, and I think we have the tools for that, especially when you're looking at Starzo.
The scoreline's looking a little nasty here. Mini and Martin, though, nothing to scoff at, 17 each for them. On the XLG side, it's Raga, a little bit of happy way contribution, and other than that, not much else to speak of. Gentlemates, the play is going to be quite a few players pushing up into long. Are they going to just drop off Mini here? We'll have a look and see what that means.
You should run.
Lockdown's already in play over towards the mid side of the map, by the way. And who is going to win this game of chicken here? Mini's in a great spot. Half away in a worse one. Relay bolts exchanged. How does Mini get out of this situation? A little bit of help from Starzo is good. Raga is going to find only the one. And the lockdown's already gone, by the way.
So crazy. Beautiful shot from Bippo. But Starzo, going back to essentially what worked in Lotus, is following up with his duelist, making sure he's there for the trade and using that util to set up his team for success. Mini playing close, really well done. At least it wasn't an eco or thrifty round this time. Lysor trying to go for a couple kills. Gets one, gets two. 2v1 all of a sudden. He's low on HP, 13. Almost nothing left in the tank. Tries to cross. Starzo lets him. No spam coming in, which is insane.
And he gets the spike as well. Quick feet coming through from Lysor on 13 HP, and M8 are forced to split. This is going to give a possible 1v1 opportunity. What a smoke play. Lysor has the heads up on that, but he's just going to go straight for the plant. Proc should have an easy freebie here. No chance for Lysor. Doesn't realize how close Prox was.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but 12 to 8 now. Series point here. So scary for XLG. It's gonna be really worrisome. But they've kind of come back a little bit. Gentlemate's taking that timeout to talk about it. And it looks like another timeout's going to be coming in with the way that these players are kind of lean back in these chairs. It is confirmed as a timeout from XLG, and I think this makes a lot of sense. You literally have to win this round. Last point of the series if they lose it. But I think they're on the right track here. I think they're kind of in a good route average. Like they're going for these executes. They're almost winning being absolutely phenomenal. But you need another player to be online to be able to support him and make sure you set him up for success.
The other player in that particular round might have been No Man. He found his way all the way through. Starting to get a bit of a flank going, but just gets caught after the lockdown came through.
ऋषि भाई एग्जैक्टली कौन से शहर में रहते हो?
Scuffle that happened over towards
इंडिया। पूरा तो नाला बन गया होगा यार।
From the side of XLG.
रोड के ऊपर पानी बाहर आ गया होगा नालों से। जब इतनी बारिश हुई है तो।
Got a lot of work done.
पूरे शहर में पानी भर गया
होगा।
No
HP and barely the time to play through. 12 to 8 now. Match point found. Gentlemates one away from locking the series away from XLG and putting them into the lower bracket.
पानी आ रही
because you see the run it back online for Martin. You see that
धीरे धीरे पुट पुट पानी आ रही
भाई 31 इंच बारिश in 30 hours not 30 days.
Really quick C-split here.
भाई रहते कहाँ हैं वो तो बताओ पहले वो नहीं बता रहे हो आप
just yet. Putting a pause on it, but the run it back is spent.
He's ulting. He already slowed things down with that hot hands, and well, currently it's hot hands in favor of Raga. Martin loses ult almost instantly. Mini just spamming through the smoke, but he's not catching anything so far. He might have a bit of an off angle here. No one's quite seen him. Gets a giant kill on the lead. Raga goes down here as well. 2 versus 3, and it might all end here. Gentlemates just need a couple of more. Viper's Pit, though, still a rescue opportunity for XLG. Spike on the floor here. Starso using drone to explore.
भाई एक राउंड जीतना है बस एमिट को वो भी बेचारे एक एचपी है वो वाइपर्स पिट
opportunity. XLG have found themselves in a spot where they can still win the round just off the pit alone.
जीत गए
My God. And that's going to be Gentlemates defusing round. It got a little bit spicy on Haven with a small comeback for XLG, but Gentlemates and EMEA in general will not be denied in the opening round here. 3 maps, they did lose their breeze and questions to be asked, but all questions answered on Lotus and Haven.
It's very fitting that Bippo got that last kill too there. His positioning all game has been absolutely phenomenal. He's brought them back to a lot of these rounds where they struggled to figure out how they want to post-spawn, how they want to retake, and he turned out to be the answer on this specific map of Haven. Really well played by Gentlemates. They genuinely surprised me today, especially on that Lotus.
Huge round as well from Bippo on that B plant that we have from XLG.
चलो अपन अपने मैच पे चले वापस
Puckett said it.
उधर भी चल
सेम में ना मैं अपने लिए बनाऊंगा सेम मेरे लिए
मेरे लिए बना देना
सेम बनाऊंगा पूरा ब्लेंडर में एक चीज बनाऊंगा मैं
मेरे लिए बनाना भाई प्लीज
पूरी अपनी लाइफ की स्टोरी दिखाऊंगा उसको
understandably yeah he's pretty good at chamber
शादी भी दिखाया करा मैं शादी में आया नहीं था
X-Ross tucks around the corner of the relay ball going to be connected as well as Francis tries to peel back some of this pressure but Trent is right there he continues to trade it out and G2 traded
गाइस 5 की वाचिंग आ रही है भाई कोई तो चैट में बात कर लो भाई कौन देख रहा है
Spike going to be playing back not quite going to get caught by that but he cannot catch Leaf either takes him
भाई देख लो भाई प्लीज लाइक वाइक कर दो भाई बिल्कुल व्यूज नहीं आते गरीब लोगों को
and he's right back up to full
अच्छा सॉरी मैं गलत वीडियो देख रहा हूं
भाई लोग सब जगह अपना एलिमेंट्स को डाल दिए हैं तो हम कैमरा कहां पर सर में लगाएं
is flipping the teams around the split might be nearer on the horizon than we anticipate Ivy eating some damage does manage to survive will quickly backpedal away keeping his life intact but this round no closer to going over to Nongshim so G2 with a 3-0 start
सोमनाथ ऋषि भाई का घर है सोमनाथ टेंपल से 120 किलोमीटर
रुको टेप लेके नाचता हूं
the deep flashes that you can set up with Trent
केशोर जूनागढ़ गुजरात
जूनागढ़
an agent like a Sage where they're not really going to have much of a response if that wall
जेठा जी मिले क्या वहां पे आपको
isn't available in time to
जेठा जी तो बचाओ में रहते हैं
of Jogama
बचाओ है बे वो भा है भा
G2, the rest of them are already starting to swing in.
जो भी है बचाओ बचाओ.
So, I think
अरे वो जूनागढ़ का कोई आइटम है वो बहुत फेमस है कुछ तो. इज इंडिया प्लेइंग? हाँ, इसके पहले ही तो हुआ है उन लोग का गेम इंडिया का. इतना अच्छा खेली कि क्या बताऊं, बता भी नहीं पाऊंगा.
मतलब दिल गार्डन गार्डन हो गया भाई. इतना अच्छा खेली.
Nobody's going to have that full armor. Only 2 players even have half. Ivy carries the Vandal over but can't afford to.
इतना अच्छा खेली कि हमारे समीशी इतना अच्छा नहीं खेल पाए.
समीशी प्रो प्लेयर बैक.
Leading the way here for that Trailblazer that will get cleared out.
RNG on top.
अच्छा, आपके यहाँ से जूनागढ़ 30 किलोमीटर दूर है. मतलब इट्स लाइक अ स्मॉल, मतलब आपका वो गांव में आता है कि छोटा शहर है कहलाता है ये आपका केशोड़.
अर्बन एरिया है, रूरल एरिया है, टाउनशिप है, विलेज है.
छोटा टाउन है कि रूरल एरिया में आते हो आप? वो केशोड़, जो केशोड़ करके है.
The outs on Ivy. Do they check him? The answer for now is going to be no. He swings in. He's in the final
बिना चेक करे निकल गए आगे.
ले भाई 3 मार दिया. 4 एस है उसका एनवी का. प्लेस.
One Vandal's all they need. They kept it in the right hand.
इंडिया खेल रहा है ना साउंड ट्रैक भाई. अभी तो खेल रहा थोड़ी देर पहले.
But they just don't check the generator.
देखा एस मारना सिखाया हूँ मैं ऋषि भाई में.
I mean, look at this. Immediately they all turn around, but he's pivoting so fast, and then Valen kind of walks in front of Trent as he's trying to line up his shot. Baby Bay was the one in that 4, trying to create that extra angle, and
क्या कर रहे? मैं तो 40 HP था.
He just uses the fast lane completely against them.
Yeah.
Tucked into that, Jogamo sets it up. He's on the opposite side, and there's no way to check him from there.
हेलो शर्मा जी. हाँ मेरे को पता था कांग्रेस वाली हो. पता था मेरे को.
क्या कर रहे हैं डैम्बी?
हाँ जी EWC.
Heal, of course, in effect. Francis now playing ring around the rosy here with the Trailblazer. Tries to get the drag across, but Jogamo now on for an ace of his own.
अब Jogamo मारेगा एस.
क्यों ही 5 भी तो हो सकता है. नहीं.
Even though they see that,
हम नहीं मानते ये सब.
Should just be a call to save in the end, you would suspect, for Nongshim. Leaving out the wall would just buy too much time off of this clock and the spike plant.
अब इग्नाइटर मान ले उन लोग दौड़ के आए इसको एज दिलाने के लिए. पता चला सब मर गए उसी चक्कर.
Question really becomes how much this G2.
Nanny, thank you so much for the 50-month membership यार.
Weapons out of hand.
बहुत शुक्रिया.
बहुत शुक्रिया. बहुत.
With the operator and a couple players being pretty low on credits, probably not too eager.
भाई जब से
maybe they could send one out.
₹60 वाला हुआ है ना भाई
maybe, but
पूरी.
they're not going to do
अरे
it.
हाँ यार फ्री वाली
I
मेंबरशिप
think
तो
you got to
मैंने
rip a
दी
time
नहीं
out here
किसी
as
को.
Nongshim, and you got to talk
दे देता हूँ
right
यार.
here, right now
Send
about how
5
the
now.
protocols for
किसको
slowing
किसको
down
मिलेगी
G2
देखते
at
हैं.
the chokes, especially at A, are going to be dealt with because you don't have answers to it right now. And frankly, part of that again is going to be the composition that we're running here. You don't have a hard flash to try to slow this down. If you don't have,
सलमान
your
सैयद
neon
पता
able
नहीं
to
कौन
react
है.
properly against
अमन
theirs, then you're
सहगल
going to
पता
have
नहीं कौन है.
real
मून
problems
नाइट
if the
कौन है
Cypher
पता
util
नहीं.
isn't
नूब
there at the
गेमर
front of the
पता
site
नहीं.
as well.
ST Esports पता
There's
नहीं.
no ability for Nongshim to really have a counterpunch. They have to rely a lot on their individual skill, and that's tough against a player of Jog's caliber like Neon. He is very, very good, as we just saw in that previous round. And
देख किसको मिला है.
we're kind of scratching our heads a bit that he.
बताऊं. वर्मा. DRD.
DP into the spawn now.
ठीक है.
ये सबूत है कि वर्मा नहीं आता स्ट्रीम पे.
We'll just be able to join in, but alongside Jogamo, who's
और उसको मिला है.
to find himself a second kill. That is critical value being put up by the Cypher yet again. Give them a very advantageous position. The drone now to lead forward. X-Ross. That's going to be Francis.
अरे मोनू का दोस्त क्या नाम है उसका? वेदांत उसको मिला है और आई एम वर्स इज लाइव पता नहीं कौन है ये मॉम्जी कौन है ये भी नहीं पता
चलो भाई 5 और गिफ्ट कर देते हैं अब देखते हैं किसको किसको मिली मिस्टर फूडी जय जाधव शुभम गुप्ता जैद भट्ट सुपर गर्ल ये कौन है भाई
कौन लोग हैं भाई
कौन लोग हैं
That's some huge alts on both sides of the coin. Baby Bay can have that tour de force. Seekers, Res for Leaf, Ivy.
मैं भी तो 5 लोग और
as well as Francis's Hunter's Fury.
क्या करेगा बचा
साउंड ट्रैक भाई को कभी क्यों नहीं मिलता है जबकि वो चैट साउंड ट्रैक भाई थोड़ा स्पैम करो चैट में तो शायद आपको मिल जाए
The neon on the other side.
तो चैट में कुछ लिखो
It's just the paranoia that connects here.
On to everyone, but not going to be too dissuaded by that. Continue to work their way forward. Spam shots out.
साउंड ट्रैक भाई चैट में कुछ लिखो I have turned off अच्छा turned off है ठीक है फिर ठीक है टर्न ऑफ ही कर लिया तो फिर क्या बोलूं
Street side. Down with the paranoia. Ready to try to clear some angles. 2 players going to be spotted off the drone. The Trailblazer spotting out plenty as well. Hunter's Fury now going to be sent through. Just look at the try to gum things up here on this.
अबे किसको मिला है पता है तेरे को मिला है एक तेरी मेन आईडी को एबी डेविल और मेरे को खुद को मिला है दीपेश वाली मेरी जो ईमेल है ठीक है सुन और डैनियल मेरा वो है कहते भाई है छोटा भाई उसको मिला है और किसको मिला पता है मॉन्टी को अब 5वां पता है किसको मिला है गुग्गू याद आया और क्या सही बोली नैनी ये तोहफा हम खुद को दिए अपने आप को हम स्वयं अपने आप को गिफ्ट देते हैं हम किसी को नहीं देते व्हाट्स द इंडियन टीम जीई ग्लोबल esports
गिव मोर गिफ्ट्स भाई ऋषि भाई सिर्फ 10 ही मिलते हैं मेरे को फ्री के YouTube देता है जो फ्री के मेंबरशिप 10 वो मैंने दे दिए अब और कोई गिफ्ट करेगा तो मैं दे फिर उसको मिलेगा
भाई हम किसी और को नहीं देते भाई हम अपने आप को देते हैं
knows that Baby Bay is going to want to get that op going. How dangerous he is with it. Ross and Domby do have their
इसका पैसा थोड़ी मिलता है आदि हम लोग है ना
नहीं इसको पैसा नहीं मिलता ये फ्री मिला है मतलब इट्स लाइक अ गिफ्ट टू द सब्सक्राइबर्स हमको इसके पैसे नहीं मिलते
ले लिया तेरी मेंबरशिप को 5,500 रुपए की वो कर सुपर चैट
slotting just alongside that trip will clear it. So upshot going to be registered. Hongshim trying to get pivoted into the right position, but the spike now starting to get ushered over towards A.
I mean now G2 is kind of realizing that they gave away the script a little bit in that previous round, and yes, they're able to fight their way through it, but they don't want to make it easy for Nongshim to get the reads with the rotations. Ivy again finds one.
Able to find it just before that flash connects. Quick to get to RB, but there's the backstab.
Guys, जितने लोग भी देख रहे हो प्लीज लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो थोड़ी सी बातें शाते हो जाए चैट में कर लो एंड लाइक कर दो यार स्ट्रीम को गाइस
कर दो यार लाइक कर दो
ओ भाई
Spam not connecting, the Trailblazers spotting. Both players' positions widely known. The rest to come in. No counter spam going to be available from these positions. So Nongshim get back into a 3v3.
Jinda kar di.
Very far fanned out.
Check GG.
Alan could just be there undoing again, but no, X-Ross a little bit faster on the draws. Able to find that kill with Baby catching RB in transit mid-TP. Back into this 2v2, and Baby Bay still looking for a little bit more. Turns to the side, but the shot is just a hair off.
नहीं आज आप लोग की लड़की गैंग किधर है? सब गायब हैं क्या बात है? आपकी मित्र लोग पूछू क्या किधर है?
अरे डिफ्यूज हो गया.
I feel like one team has the macro advantage and then can't convert the round. You know, a couple rounds ago it was, I think, Nongshim making the good read, getting all 5 of their players to try to counter the execute, and they can't. And this round, G2 actually works the map really nicely. They're in a position where they get a decently early plant and they're making it tough for Nongshim, but they're able to find some big kills on the way through. G2 tries to push out, tries to gain a little extra footing to hold their ground and can't do so.
RB, quick shot. He's able to find one, but Jogamo immediately has that trade, and he's not checking the corner. Press is there. Does keep this back into 4 players. Just wall them into alley. G2 immediately having to pivot now. Back across into mid, re-clear this space, and potentially strike onto the B site.
Yeah, there's the camera here, though. Early warning network already installed for Nongshim. But G2 kind of aware of it, of the likely position. A lot of cameras are going to be either where it is or just in the corner right around next to them by the orb. They're just taking their sweet time. Yeah, you're going to see Trent, though. Immediately brings out the slow. A little bit of damage done to Leap. Again, you're buying a lot of time here as Nongshim.
Nothing that he can't shrug off, though, but now at this point, you're going to be very committed to this site. 3 players here. The backstab ready to be enacted. Francis is on that flank. And the door is just being held. And at this point, I think the round is just going to be over because they're just peeking in the down B.
Wow. ABS marega kya?
Trent eventually able to find the 1 kill, but now has to try to just retain it. This operator, he's going to be ping revealed. Francis frantically trying to flush him out in the shorty. He's not going to be doing a damn thing.
बाप रे इतना दूर से उसने क्या शॉट ही निकाल ली?
2 consecutive round wins as they're now 1 away from
इतना
tying
दूर
it
के
up.
लिए शॉट ही कौन निकालता है भाई? इससे अच्छा क्लासिक रखा रहता, कम से कम मार लेता.
Send some trickery early, set up some different formations at this A choke to make it a lot more difficult. You know, RB just swings out with the Guardian, and then they're going to tuck a player in to the corner, and again, not checked. Causes huge problems. Losing that Neon with the way G2's been playing so far here on Sunset, really, really painful for them to try to get into a site, because then Nongshim can really plant their feet. They don't have to worry about that player running past them. That operator could be so much more effective.
Guys, कौन देख रहा है यार? चैट में कौन है? थोड़ा
Again, going for this TP, but it's the same position overall as Francis.
भाई फ्रांसिस क्या मारा बरे?
Good for the kill. Jogamo sliding forward, able to find a one with the stinger. Valorant with that backstab off the TP, still going to come away with value as Francis gets blinded up here at alley, but Trent still not going to feel comfortable enough to try to flush him out. Just has that bandit in hand. So he needs some assistance. As oh my god, he almost has the collat, but no, Jogamo is a bit faster.
मैं जादू दिखा रहा था उसके मुंह पे.
Survives. Dexros trying to wall them out, but Zol to try to play in Ivy. Heals going through, finds the first, can't quite find the second. Trent again with the operator, able to find a bit of value. And now it is all down Dexros. Try to come away with these 2 kills to try to get this clutch. Jump up over top of the box, and Jogamo is ready for it. Has the 3K, and G2 have it thrifty to get up to 6.
Oh man!
ये नहीं करना था उसको. थोड़ा सा wait कर लेता.
Sending that TP through where there was just no good response from Nongshim, because they're busy worrying about the 2 players that have pushed right up mid. So there's no real ability to clear these back lines. You just got to try to hold on to the ground that you have, and that's exactly what
chat glitch हो गया है.
Beautiful stuff.
Hello शर्मा जी.
Light chat रखे कर उसको.
Getting those early kills.
Live chat ही है.
Live करके रखता हूँ.
लेकिन मैं pop-up करके चला रहा हूँ ना. पता है ना तेरे को?
हाँ मैं भी तो pop-up करके चलाता हूँ. इसीलिए बोला. Live रख नहीं होगा glitch.
शर्मा जी हो क्या? Chat में hello.
Dog goes past that trip, so
अपने मित्रस के साथ busy हो. वो हो सकता है.
मर गया.
They did get cleared.
अरे बच गया.
Or pulled back, one of the 2.
Swing in and leave is going to get caught. Big mid exploration there from
मेरा दिन बढ़िया था भाई. अभी आदि को यहाँ बैठा के मैं वॉक करने गया था. वॉक करना जरूरी है ना, मेरे को डॉक्टर बोला है. वॉक करने गया था मैं आज.
Now you can slow down.
Guys, don't forget to hit the like button. Please like and subscribe कर दो.
None the wiser, I don't think of G2. They're not really
आपके मित्र लोग से पूछता हूँ किधर है.
Oh, he pops out a little too early.
Baby Bay can't quite collect that kill. RP, very fortunate to still be in this fight. Zombie spotting out. The enemy Neon slides his way back over to Market. Just going to be shutting that door for now. RP continuing to stay sat here, but looks like G2 are incredibly suspicious of this.
That smoke's weird.
And it has fallen. So too shall RP. Be dialed in for a headshot to instantly get the kill on Jogamo. Now the Seeker's going to be let loose. 25 seconds remaining, so they have to push forward onto the site. Downbeat here to try to slow them up as the relay bolt goes in. Trent gonna be stunned. Flash out into Downbeat's face. Pedals away. Ends up making a little bit of noise, and Baby Bay will
बोल के सारी स्कीम बता दो.
Shot connecting. Francis only gonna be good for the one. 10 seconds now left in this round. The swing out. Xros eating some damage. Cannot find those kills.
जिंदा रहना भाई, प्लांट नहीं होता.
कौन सा स्कीम? ये क्या मार दिया?
As Ivy bails them out and gets Nongshim a 5th round win.
Screen वाला मतलब?
This would be a 9-2 scoreboard right now if it wasn't for Ivy. That is absolutely.
Sorry, समझा नहीं मेरे को screen वाला.
Shit, bro. Goodness.
Oh, भाई.
I mean, I think you know.
क्या मार दिया इसने?
Kind of both teams' directions at one point or another. With that time left on the clock, good night.
Good God.
Oh, भाई.
My God.
भाई crazy था भाई ये वाला.
It's one of those rounds that if you're G2, I mean, you want to be able to just shrug it off and say, okay.
Mind-boggling shots थे भाई तीनों उसने जो मारे.
Walk पे गया तो वो वाली अच्छा. नहीं.
It's also going to be so damn frustrating.
उसमें क्या है?
Ushered back away.
Walkie पे तो गया था.
क्या
बड़ी बात है.
Brings out another warning shot.
भाई साहब, what a mind-boggling shot that was, bro.
They're gonna have this drone here. It's gonna. The info is known that they pretty much evacuated A, at least deep enough that you don't need to keep that extra player on that side of the map.
Crazy था भाई वाला crazy shots मारा है.
Control that mid, that top mid space. Xros.
भाई गलती से भी वैसे शॉट मार देता ना तो मैं तो भाई
gap in the back by the look of it, and yep, we'll just be the double push forward.
3 दिन तक गाते फिरता 4 दिन तक.
That might even be able to play in front of this one. Ivy's going to be taken down. The sort of force of Baby Bay is able to find that kill. Downbeat now, isolated, zoned away, just trying to find anything that he can with that shorty over the wall. Ends up coming away empty-handed. His pop flash, the turn not going to be.
ये level line में मार दिया.
Blind make मार दिया उसने.
G2 looking pretty firmly in control now as Francis will also fall.
7-5 हो जाएगा लग रहा है.
Downbeat and RB in a 2v3 to try to clutch this one out.
अगर चेंबर ने मिस किया शॉट,
RB taken down on the approach.
इसने तो 2 शॉट मिस कर दिया.
Clears the dog, wants to try to slide in.
चक्री घूम गया मेरे.
With that shotgun, will be able to find the one, but Leaf is there for the counter swing in G2.
भाई साहब क्या शॉट मारे वे, क्या शॉट मारे. गाइस लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो यार, लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो प्लीज गाइस. Thank you so much if you are watching me. Literally please guys, थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट कर दो एंड लाइक कर दो. भाई साहब क्या माइंड बॉगलिंग शॉट्स थे ब्रो.
To just make Xros really uncomfortable, really difficult for a Sage. You know, if the wall's already out to stop a Neon, even with the slow orbs, not going to make too big of a difference, or at least in this case, you know, just the overwhelming numbers of G2.
भाई उसने एक स्प्रे किया, 3 टप्पे पड़े भाई, एक स्प्रे में नो हेड. और उसने एज भी मारा है भाई.
As Ivy just had, not having him be able to hold the line. Baby Bay with that tour de force. so good with the sniper rifles. Just a exciting first half again.
हर राउंड कुछ ना कुछ कर दे रहा है वो.
Let's just hope that this second half can deliver. I mean, if Nongshim are going to be able to find another pistol, very much we'll have a half for ourselves.
उसको शूट कर देना चाहिए था, पता है?
G2
पहले ही
not looking to see
मर जाता है उतने में.
Go ahead, take this one down.
ये लेटेंट का नया एपिसोड आ गया.
2-3 भाई उसने भाई स्प्रे रोका भी नहीं भाई उसने.
This gets better every time you watch it.
It will never get old. That is
shot भाई, literally shot. Guys, don't forget to hit the like button.
Ivy again, he has been just tremendous in the qualifiers for EWC 2026.
It was a tremendous, bro.
He hasn't been missing a beat since flying over to Paris.
Yeah.
Guys, तुम लोग का क्या कहना है? तुम लोग मतलब कौन-कौन ऐसा खेलता है?
मैं
देख रहे हो.
मैं
हाँ वो तो मैं सिखाया तेरे को. बाकी लोग
7 बजे आने वाले थे आज. कौन आने वाला था 7 बजे?
और तुम लोग के एक्सपीरियंस कैसे रहे हैं इस गेम के रिलेटेड? थोड़ा सा यार शेयर करो ना।
He's whatever slump he was in, he's got himself out of it. 13-7
कौन आने वाला था 7 बजे? लेटेंट, अच्छा हाँ, आज आ गया ना। देखेंगे। वैसे मैं देखता नहीं हूँ, मेरे को पसंद नहीं है।
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned
भाई नॉन्गशिम
about this attacker
जीत
side.
गई
You
अगर
almost feel like
मजा ही
you
आ
have to
जाएगा
rely
भाई।
too much on Dombi, which is
G2 कभी नहीं हारी होगी इतना बुरा।
Baby Bay out in the
नहीं
mid,
नहीं
will be able to
सेकंड
get
टाइम
some
हारेगी
damage.
इतना
Francis is going to
बुरा।
be tagged to 45.
but it's healed.
एक बार जी ने
So
नहीं
not the end of the world
उसने
there.
हराया था पेपर एक्स ने
CD out
भाई।
early.
वो जी आज तक याद है।
शर्मा जी 7 पे देखेंगे लेटेंट, क्या बोलते
Been
हैं?
around, he's playing the 10 spot at
G2
the
ने
moment.
वो
Yeah,
किया
they
था
created a lot of attention towards mid, so Ivy's
चैलेंज
in a
किया था।
world of trouble if he swings too wide here.
Oh, he's going to be
भाई
completely
तीन लोग
overwhelmed.
के बीच में ले रहा है
Able to
बताओ।
find even really any significant damage. Shield's still going to be burned, but Dombi sliding forward will be able to at least trade it back as Baby Bay does get taken out of the equation. But again, that heal burn early means that Dombi's going to be stuck at 45.
तीन के तीन
Leaf
खड़े
is
हैं
able to
भाई।
find Francis to boot, so
आज का मजेदार लगता है, पैनल इज गुड।
G2 Flash not going to be connecting here. Dombi.
हाँ चंदन आया ना चंदू।
चंदन भी है, वो भी है, क्या नाम है उसका? कीकू शारदा।
कीकू साड़ा हाँ।
और एक और कोई।
Getting taken. Dombi now pushed back to 100. RB just on the other side of this smoke, but it's going to be Jogamo finding Dombi through it, cleaning him up. The push coming in. RB looking for a little bit more, but Trent's got the
नहीं यार स्मोक पुश नहीं करना था।
G2 will take both pistols on Sunset.
Guys, don't forget to hit the like button.
Yeah, I
Please
mean,
like
I think
कर
you're
दो।
seeing that Nongshim's still a little uncomfortable on
Guys,
this
like
map,
कर दो यार,
and
please
in
like कर दो।
particular, I'm thinking about two fights that
अरे यार
happened. It's
स्मोक
Ivy
पुश
in
नहीं
mid,
करना था
who's
यार।
kind of swinging to get info, and by the
भाई
time
तुम
he's
लोग में
swung
से
so
कौन ऐसा
wide,
खेल
it's too
लेता
late
बताओ?
because
मैं
there's
बोला
three
कौन-कौन
G2
है ऐसा
players
जो
that have
खेल
been
लेता?
hitting them
जल्दी
right
जवाब दो
up
मेरे को
at
चैट
top
मैं
mid,
मेरे को
and then the
देखना
other
है।
problem is
जानना चाहता
when
हूँ
they
मैं
get
कि कौन
onto the
खेल रहा है
side,
ऐसा।
Francis kind of doesn't really process that there were three players up there earlier, goes for the swing himself around the backside of B, and then just gets cut down by the firing squad of G2. So just some kind of
Tell me who
individual
play
mistakes
like that.
cost you a lot in a pistol
Whoever
round.
is in the chat,
There's a
tell me
bucket in hand for Dombi,
who
but
play
there is
like
a judge
that.
in hand for Jogamo. Baby Bay again is able to find Francis here in main, as X-Ross will be able to come away with 2 quick kills. Bucky in hand for now. Brent slowly slipping back towards B. Try to join in alongside Baby Bay, but Nongshim Red Force going to look to explore elsewhere as the judge will just get dumped off the side of the map. So back to the pistols here. But X-Ross and Ivy.
अच्छा था भाई।
Already taking some damage. You see the investment here just in the cash from G2. And if they can find any more, this is going to be still a
Rocky
very
भाई कहाँ है यार?
thrifty attempt, if not the thrifty itself. But Leaf playing forward, potentially unexpected in this position.
Leaf गिरा।
As at the wall,
it's a wall.
Has to be waited out. Will now break, swing in the corner, and Leaf's got them both outdone. Two casualties.
Angle check करना।
They end up saving it quite a bit. So
मेरे को लग रहा है जीत जाएगी G2 ये वाला मैच।
over into the bonus.
Yeah, that's totally fine for G2. You come out of that
G2
relatively okay.
मेरे को लग रहा है जीत जाएगी आराम से।
Lose a couple guns, but whatever. I don't think anybody else
भाई
even
वो
took armor
पिस्टल
damage.
से 2 मार दिया भाई
So,
उसने।
that's a pretty
X-Ross ने।
healthy bonus that you're going to be situated with. Leap even going to go for the judge.
X-Ross ने
Carry those two
पिस्टल से 2
specters and
मारे।
the outlaw over, and 2 players on Nongshim aren't even going to be able to afford the full armor. That's one of them's Dombi. So Baby Bay can hit a banger on an entry maybe, but right now not going to be given the opportunity and just shuts down RB.
Oh my god, what a shot, bro.
Just going to be looking to try to hold this market door down. Meanwhile, Francis has found another Valorant dead atop of mid, and Dombi just quickly slides in, takes Trent's life as well. Revenge for their fallen IGL.
Oh shit.
As Leaf will be able to hit a very nice shot, but quickly has to backpedal away. It's just that judge in hand will grab the orb, guarantees that he'll have the res going into the next round. This would take some serious work though. Try to get a clutch materialized from this position.
Well,
gun लेने
given a
जाएगा।
chance. They're just trying to figure out where the hell he went, and I think Ivy's finally kind of pieced it together. Must be holding somewhere in the vicinity of spawn or something.
Guys, आप लोग को thumbnail कैसा लगा ये भी बताना।
Some weapon opportunities available. They'll be able to hear this for the most
मेहनत
part.
कैसी रंग लाई। भले वो मैंने आधे घंटे में बनाया है जल्दी-जल्दी में, क्योंकि आइडिया कुछ आ नहीं रहा था तो ऐसे ही बना दिया।
Regardless, looks like Leaf is just going to try to play this one for exits. Question is, does Ivy give it to him? The answer is no. But Francis will.
दुखा होगा भाई.
It's a very nice headshot from him, but got not to be carried over. It's just a judge, so nothing to really get stressed about here for G2. Nongshim Red Force still eating quite a bit of damage, trying to get this anti-bonus over the line.
Yeah, exactly. And having those half armor is something that hurt them even in the previous half. Being that Outlaw being able to be carried over in around 3, finds that kill, finds that extra little bit of damage that maybe you normally wouldn't have suffered. Because Nongshim does like to invest just a little bit into those ecos. You know, they're going to grab a shotgun, they're going to grab a bandit, they're going to grab a sheriff.
And this is why you see that Outlaw again in the hands of Baby Bake. Half armors across the board aside from Ivy.
This adds just more value that you're getting out of the chamber on this map. And Trent, well, not too bad. A little bit of armor damage, a little bit of health. Nothing to be too concerned about. Nongshim again, really prioritizing mid control. I mean, you see the differences in these comps and how they have to be piloted. G2
Please
can
like the
bully
stream,
the
guys.
extremities,
Thank you so
and they
much
know
for
it
the
because
love
they
and
have that
support.
sky. Whereas Nongshim has to be a little bit more diligent with trying to create extra angles, extra opportunities to take those contact fights.
Cover going out. Really slowed down the round though.
RB's in a weird position.
He knows he can't scale. He's heard that trademark around the corner.
Exactly.
Not to mention the 2 players watching this angle. Well, it'll have to just be a 3-2-1 go, push into market. Try to shut this down and slide in. Somehow Valen doesn't manage to find that shot. Down, sliding right at him. You would have thought
मेरे को तो लगा गया.
बुढ़ा भाई.
Neon comes out on top.
आदि VC आ जाना रॉकी भाई आ रहे हैं बोल रहे हैं.
Over to the corner. RB not quite getting blinded up, but he's still able to find Jogamo. Continues with that player advantage. The res is going to be committed in. Leaf immediately drawing down, is able to find X-Raw's Hunter's Fear going to be set from Francis, but everyone scatters to the wind. Avoids those bursts of damage. Now have 4 players to try to go for the retake. Some shots exchanged. The flash not quite connecting. Ivy is tucked into the corner. The wall will fall, and Jogamo gets the better of him. Tap the defuse. Jogamo now finding Francis. It's all down to Down B. And Baby Bay will be able to pick him to pieces. Double digits found for G2. As Nongshim struggling on this attack.
Yeah, this is really tough stuff. You know, you get this early kill, and then even you're able to get Jogamo taken down off the slide, but the res, and Leaf plays ahead of it, expecting a peek from a player of Nongshim, and he's able to get the res and protect it. That's so hard to do sometimes as a Sage. He knocks it out of the park, sets them up for that extra advantage, and finally a timeout.
Yeah, first one. They'll look to try to right this ship, but 4 rounds down. Feels like Nongshim not having a great grasp of how to try to pilot things. Just generally on this map. I mean, a lot of the rounds that you're able to find from the defender side just boil down to Ivy going nuclear.
Right. No, I mean, again, honestly, outside of those rounds, this has been G2 all the way. They have been just a step ahead all throughout Sunset. You can see why they're very comfortable to pick this. I mean, you know, coming into this event, a couple of the maps that you're probably really keying in on are Sunset and Fracture, the ones that a lot of teams tend to avoid. I mean, throughout most of the day today, you're seeing Lotus, Ascent, Haven, Split. And we will see Split later. I'm happy about that. Don't get me wrong. The last time these 2 teams played on Split, it went to overtime, and it was map 3. We can only hope, but that being said, you know, having a pocket pick like a Sunset, like a Fracture, gives you such a huge advantage that maybe if you do have a weaker map like a Breeze or something that your opponents can lean
Hello,
into,
Jumbo.
you're able to at least force out that decider.
क्या हाल है Jumbo?
All sent at main here on a timing. 2 weapons into this one for Nongshim.
Nongshim's so keen to get a player tucked up in mid into that top left corner. Again, this time it's Ivy. And sure, it gives you a little bit of info. I mean, you're able to probably identify that that trademark is around the corner in market, but able to capitalize off of it. They really haven't been able to. I think it's something that G2 is probably going to be pretty aware of, I would suspect, but we'll see. Tag on the drone, but the wall there, so Leaf doesn't stick around, but nobody really accelerating.
But with that Trailblazer leading out through B main, this is allowed for Jogamo to start scaling forward, so he's going to have a faster rotation around the back. Granted, yes, Tripwire for the moment still going to be there, but Ivy potentially going to be caught on the timing. No, it's going to be Leaf at the same time, though. Back over towards the site is gunning down 2. Ivy tucked into this position. Leaf finds a third. He's going to try to play this patiently, but if Trent just looks over to the side, which he now will, he will quickly shut down the enemy Cypher, and that leaves now Dambi alone in a 1v4. Plant onto the corner, the wall now falling, the flash connecting, and Leaf is there to collect it. A 4K form, an 11th round for G2. Split is looking all but guaranteed.
Another phenomenal round from Leaf. Saw it on the res where he's able to cover it. And set that retake up for success. But here, it's just shutting down the huge push. That's the 4-player push that he's facing there. Yes, he's got some help from Valen, but he gets the 2 kills. And that means that Ivy can't go for plan A, which was to wrap into back alley. He didn't want to go into Link because he expected that should be able to be cleared by his teammates, or maybe somebody gets flushed into him when they're not ready. But there's discipline here from Leaf and Valen. They don't move a muscle. They don't give Ivy that opportunity until it's too late, until the rest of G2 is already rotated in through top mid. Heroic efforts from tremendous player in Leaf. Really just thwarts Nongshim's plans all across the board. And at Nongshim, they're so nervous about some kind of trap play, some kind of reactive flash or neon stun could be waiting for them, or maybe just a tight angle being held by Baby Bay with that outlaw.
Oh, Jogamo not going to be able to find the timing, but here's that jump from Francis, and he is not going to be ready for this forward position. Even though the tripwires comparatively shallow. None the wiser, but same could be said about Leaf as Ivy this time. Being able to get that backstab through. Neural depth, the ping reveal, Valen's position now going to be known. Relay bolt going his way, and this is all to keep his eyes trained towards sight, so Ivy can slot in from behind. Comes away with that elimination. The repace forward, tries to take the fight, expecting the Jogamo's going to go past him, but Jogamo plants his feet right up in front. Ivy's unable to clean up Trent fast enough, so now a 3v3. And a very much win round for Nongshim. Fastlane over to the side with Paranoia, going to be out in response from RB to try to slow them up. He finds the first, but Trent quickly trades that back. 2v2 now. And a round where Nongshim need to win it, and likely even need to commit the res off the back of this just to try to steady the economy. Swing in, Baby Bay has the shutdown onto the first. The defuse not held to half. X-Ross aware of this. Baby Bay will rip everything out of their grasp.
All Gucci भाई, तू सुना जंबो क्या हालचाल है? तुम लोग क्या किस्त में आ रहे हो क्या? तू नैनी, पहले नैनी आई फिर तू आई.
He just this time a little bit pacier with this lurk up through mid, catches Leaf off guard. That allows the neural theft to be invested. And he's trying to use the Seekers against G2 there. Knows that after he clears the first, the second 2 aren't locked into him. But
94.5.
regardless,
call us and share your story for a chance to win.
Chance to win what?
Not sure.
Yeah, they didn't.
What did you want? What do you want to win?
A car would be good, I suppose.
Yeah? You already have a car. What you're greedy.
Yeah,
wow.
Well, what about second car?
I don't have a car. Can I have your car?
Sure.
Sweet.
Well, for now, similar scenes here from Nongshim, just keeping everybody stacked over onto the A side of the map. Ivy this time, however, exploration up into B main.
High-low could be really annoying.
Oh, they're going to go for the push now. The drone going to be coming out. Jogamo wanted to try to get this punish here, but Dambi just slides across. Smooth criminal with a stinger is able to find that kill. Baby Bay now making his exit.
FNC कब? FNC का भी नहीं है. FNC है भी कि नहीं वो भी नहीं पता है अभी मेरे को. What's the name of an Indian team IG जिसमें Helef है? Helef इसमें नहीं है. EWC में इंडियन टीम के नाम पे GE खेल रहा है, ग्लोबल Esports. और जिसमें जो टीम तू बोल रही है ना जिसमें Helef है, वो खेल रहा है नेशन उसमें, ENC में खेल रहा है वो। समझ रही है? वो अलग है, ये अलग है।
That time it was Trent. Nongshim gonna try one more time out. This one better be a damn good one because
क्या पढ़ रही है भाई तू फिर से?
And you're scraping the bottom of the barrel at the moment. You look at the cash.
अरे जंबो आज मॉनिटर आया था बे।
Speak up for Nongshim. Bankrupted by G2.
ए जंबो मॉनिटर आया था आज,
in this half.
तो आया है।
Well, why are they just going to be looking at, Stinger Sheriffs? That's about it.
Yeah, it is less than ideal to say the least. Silkanon have to come up with
कुछ नया
something.
कोलैब हो रहा है सोल एंड गॉडलाइक का, नहीं पता, कोई आइडिया नहीं।
There's some individual things they can do. I think maybe
देख
some more
वीडियो भेजा हूं तेरे को, व्हाट्सएप चेक कर
mid
अपना।
explorations are good, but I think G2's been pretty able to
बोबो क्या हो गया? सदमे में चला गया बोबो। बोबो बोबो डोबो।
And so
बूढ़ा नंबर 2।
if that's the case, then you just throw that strong side
रॉकी भाई कहाँ है?
try to hold the line, and it's worked pretty damn well. And again, all you have is the paranoia really to clear some of those angles in the relay bolt. You can wait those out or bait those out. Round's pretty much yours.
And Babyface going to be so favored here.
Whoa.
Okay, shot not going to register, but Stinger at that range also not going to be able to find too much damage. He's got 2 sources of healing to put it back up to full. And Jarmo, okay, that's not a time.
देखना अनबॉक्सिंग वीडियो देख, समझ जाएगी। वॉल्यूम ऑन करके देखना लेकिन।
Is ready for the punish. Jogamo the repeat takes down X-Frost. And the wheels have well and truly come off as Jogamo.
हाँ चलिए शुरू करते हैं, पर वॉल्यूम ऑन करके देखना।
But Balin will say, let's speed it up. Let's get into map 3. 13-7 Sunset. It's a dominant display at the hands of G2 Esports. And once again, they will square off against Nongshim. A final map, a 3rd map in a series on Split.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be so thrilled here to see this from G2. Going back to some of their comfort agents. Really impact here. Suits the Neon really well on this map. Able to tee up Jogamo, who was really, really impactful. Everybody had their moments, it felt like, for G2. Kind of what you want from this team.
वॉल्यूम ऑन करके देखना जब भी देखेगी।
Well thought out, well executed efforts.
Maybe I'm crazy, but I think that Jogamo might just slightly be a better Neon compared to me. There's a lot to work on when it comes down to that breeze. And Jogamo looking good, alive and well. But let's go ahead and send it back over to the analyst desk to break down Sunset.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. I agree. Jogamo on the Neon might be a little bit better, as it was a
मॉनिटर भीग गया था क्या? यस। तो मैंने Amazon पे जाके मॉनिटर रिप्लेसमेंट डाल दिया है। वो मॉनिटर लेके चले जाएंगे, फिर दूसरा मॉनिटर आएगा।
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it just shows the power of having a strong Sunset here in this tournament so far. It hasn't been.
नया मॉनिटर ऑर्डर भी कर दिया मैंने।
I think they caught Nongshim underprepared on this map, and G2 clearly had it down. It looked very, very strong from them. I think even the scoreline is quite tight, quite kind to Nongshim. You go 7-5. Wow.
ऑन करता तो खराब हो जाता, उड़ जाता।
Oh, but they got pistol and bonus, and you go, oh, well, maybe Nongshim were good. Then you go, Ivy
चिंगारी फेंकता।
And you go, okay, maybe G2 are actually better than the score looks here.
Being realistic about Sunset, the first rounds are always going to be a surprise. If you have those set strats, like we were seeing Valley, like reading the papers, being like, oh, this, like this is what we can, how we can get the most out of them, and it absolutely works.
अरे ये तो डेंजरस गीला है भाई, हाँ बहुत ज़्यादा डेंजरस गीला है।
That double sentinel in the way that they were playing it, you have Sage on one side, Chamber on the other, and they're going to be an absolute pain in the ass to deal with. And if on top of that you add in a Jogamo that every single round is in a different part of the map, putting pressure onto you, and it's now on a
ये लोग इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स कैसे है?
I'm sorry, but that means
आवे तो भाई वो बहुत खराब तरीके से आया है, पूरा बॉक्स वॉक्स सब गीला था, पूरा वीडियो है मेरे पास उसका।
In the first half and then kind of sped away in the second. And that's still despite the fact that there were many big moments here for Nongshim, kind of like tournament highlight moments here for Ivy on this.
मैंने तो आप फोन लगाया था ना, उनसे बात की है.
He's so comfortable on these traditional sentinel roles, especially this Cypher. Now, do I think Cypher is the best in slot here on Sunset? Probably not, but is it the best for Ivy? It very well might be. He was putting up, you know, a great show. That 1v3 as well. It's insane the stuff he's able to do, but the problem is it's too little too late. It's not enough. You can't only rely on these individual moments. It does feel like they need more time on this map. They need to get more drilled in the macro and get familiar with it again, because G2 just leaps and bounds ahead in my mind.
Something that I was talking about before we jumped into Sunset, and something that also a paper thing just highlighted, is how Trent was going to mix with Jogamo to make this situations so favor for themselves. And Trent had an amazing map. We've seen a Sky resurgence thanks to the later buffs that we've seen from the agents. So it is definitely something to take into account when you go into a map like that, and you're going to be pairing it with a Neon. It looks very, very good when you're thinking that that is going to be your only information, considering that you have those two Sentinels. You have to go with them.
हाँ वही इसलिए मैंने ऑन नहीं किया, तुरंत रिटर्न मार दिया है, बट मैंने पेमेंट कर दिया था, तो वो पैसे रिफंड आएंगे मेरे को.
7 and 20. I know that's a little tough when you're playing Caboose there, but just being -13 is a little tough, given the fact that Ivy was popping off on, as you said, not best in slot, but a team that can go ahead and bounce back. The resilience of this Nongshim Red Force squad can't be understated big time.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like they can do it. Split is a map where they've been perfectly fine on. We saw it from them over in the qualifiers. Running that double duelist, Danby sticking with that Neon, and it was X-Ross on the Raze there to help back him up. And I think that is also a pretty solid map for them, but it's also not terrible for G2.
No, absolutely not. I think that I like the fact that we have each team wins their mapping. This is kind of like the form, the ideal form that you will get to in a playoffs, where you have your map, which is super strong. You know that you're going to go to an opponent.
जी आपको याद है मैंने एक एग्जाम दिया था, हाँ याद है.
Be the biggest clash of them all,
याद है.
all the worrying signs that we could
रुक जाते कुछ घंटे में प्राइम से शुरू हो रहा है. कम हो गया ना?
Gone out the window thanks to the map too.
18,000 में मिल रहा है.
Absolutely everyone.
18,150. पहले 20,000 का था. मेरे पास प्राइम है ना. प्राइम में पहले ही एक वो दिखा देता है. एक दिन पहले ही सब खुल जाता है.
And on the opposite side, in terms of the groups, Gentlemates was the one that took out XLG, and so
EMEA.
कर भाई कर, बढ़िया तो है.
According to Athena, we're the worst region. We'll have some words.
Well, we'll see how it all shakes up for the non-EMEA regions, as G2 and Nongshim Red Force will battle it out on that map 3 after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
बधाई, congratulations भाई. वाला एग्जाम क्वालिफाई कर ली तो. कुछ भी कहो, लेकिन बर्थडे पार्टी तो फिर भी नहीं दी है. कुछ भी बोल, तू बर्थडे पार्टी तो फिर भी नहीं दी है, तो क्या ही बोलूं. बिलासपुर माता तू वहीं से दे दे, ज्यादा खर्चा हो जाएगा तेरा.
Play is in our DNA.
बट बात ये है कि
हेलो.
हाँ रॉकी भाई.
हाँ भाई.
क्या हाल है? आओ यार, गाली मत देना, बाकी सब बोल सकते हो ना. माइक ऑन है आपका, क्योंकि
अच्छा तू स्ट्रीम कर रहा है.
आकांक्षा भी बात करो ना जंबो से.
हाँ नहीं. अच्छा उस पे
भाई ये बर्थडे पार्टी नहीं दी ये रॉकी भाई.
अबे कुछ नहीं देती भाई. अकेले अकेले 1-2 लाख रुपए छाप रही है महीने के.
वो और क्या. हाँ नहीं बताऊंगा. तू पार्टी तो दे पहले भाई. बर्थडे का तेरा बर्थडे निकल गया, तू बर्थडे पार्टी नहीं दी भाई. रॉकी भैया थोड़ा हमें भी पार्टी दो. रॉकी भाई आपसे उल्टा पार्टी मांग रही है अब तो. क्या बोलना चाहोगे, क्या कहना चाहोगे?
कुछ नहीं. अच्छा ठीक है, समझ गया. तू कर ले क्या.
भाई 6 तारीख को आ जाएगा रॉकी भाई, लेकिन क्या बोलते मेरा मॉनिटर नया, और मेरे को तो लग रहा है 6 को भी नहीं, आज रात निकल गया है भोपाल से, कल मत मिल जाए मेरे को लग रहा है, कल या कल ही मिल जाएगा मेरे को लग रहा है।
नहीं
पूछो
नहीं
कैसे,
इतनी भी कैसे?
सुनो, जो ये जो मॉनिटर आया ना जिसमें पानी था, ये आज मेरे को मिला है, ठीक है।
हाँ।
कल का अपडेट था कि कल वो भोपाल से निकला है और आज मेरे को वो डिलीवर हो गया, समझ रहे हो। और जब मैंने आज नया मॉनिटर ऑर्डर किया वो भी निकला है।
वो तो शिप भी हो गया भाई, ये
हाँ,
तो शिप भी नहीं हुआ था 2 दिन 3 दिन तक।
यही बोल रहा हूँ, ये तुरंत शिप हो गया और तुरंत मेरे को लग रहा है कल तक आ जाएगा।
देखते हैं, चलो कोई नहीं।
हाँ, भोपाल से आ रहा है। आज ये मेरा हालत टाइट चल रहा है, बर्फ खाकर पेट
अच्छा,
भरना पड़
मैं
रॉकी।
वो भी देख रहा हूँ, मैंने कहा इतनी जल्दी एक्सेस कैसे आ गया, फिर मैंने देखा अच्छा हमारे पास तो पहले से ही एक्सेस है इसका।
किसका?
अबे प्राइम डील का
हाँ, एक
4
दिन।
से चालू है ना, हमें तो
हाँ,
पहले मिल गया ना।
अपने को पहले
अबे
मिल जाता।
एसबीआई और एसबीआई डेबिट कार्ड क्रेडिट कार्ड पे डिस्काउंट था क्या?
हाँ, मेरे पास है ही नहीं लेकिन क्रेडिट कार्ड।
अबे मैंने अभी बनवाया ना।
अबे पहले बताते ना भाई, तो उसमें कुछ 1500-1600 रुपए और कम हो जाता।
हाँ मैंने अभी अभी मैंने आईडी एचडीएफसी और इसका एसबीआई दोनों का बनवाया।
अबे यार, रे रॉकी भैया यार, क्या यार, 1500 रुपए के आसपास और माइनस हो जाता, बढ़िया 16,500-17,000 का मिल जाता मेरे को मॉनिटर।
नहीं नहीं मॉनिटर तो कोई इतना भी नहीं मिलेगा भाई।
भाई देखो 18,000 का तो वो अभी दे रहा है प्राइम डे पे मेरे को, ठीक है।
तो देख
एसबीआई का
मुझे
डेबिट कार्ड
हाँ,
यूज करता तो 1500 माइनस हो जाता, तो 1500 उसमें और माइनस करो, कितना हुआ?
अब साला
17,000 के आसपास।
मॉनिटर मॉनिटर नहीं शो कर रहा मुझे तो
आप लेकिन आईसीआईसीआई का नहीं बनवाए क्या, आकांक्षा का वाला? लेकिन उसमें कुछ ऑफर नहीं आता।
Here on Sunset,
अबे
that is
बेकार।
something that they have to find a way to translate onto Split. Watch out because obviously the chokes are
देखो
much
बताऊं आपको
smaller and
कितने का
many
मिल रहा
things
था?
can go
भाई ये
wrong.
तो करंटली अनअवेलेबल आ रहा
है?
Yes, no.
हाँ
No, that's
सही
what
में?
it's exactly wrong.
That's like no.
अनअवेलेबल हो गया
No.
No, I
सच्ची?
think I want to see Jorgamo stick with
तेरे
that
वीडियो में
duelist.
देख
I
रहा हूँ
don't
तो
want to play the
अनअवेलेबल
Neon.
दिखा
Also
रहा
know
है।
he can play that Raze really well.
Raze,
I
very
think
much
that's a
so
really
here on
natural
Split,
fit.
yeah.
मेरे
But
में
I
आ
think
रहा
on
है
the side of G2, I totally agree with you. I want to see control. I want to see the
नहीं,
Leaf take over that Viper. I
मेरे
want to see
में
maybe a Vice with
शो
that.
नहीं
You
हो
know,
रहा
there's
था।
the whole objective for this is G2 need to slow down Nongshim. Nongshim need to not allow themselves to be slowed down.
The best thing
तो
that could
इसमें
happen for them
डिस्काउंट
is
कहाँ
trying
से
to isolate
अच्छा
those
ये
kills,
ऑफर
right?
आ
When
रहा है
we're
ना
speaking about
कैशबैक
slowing
ऑफर।
them down, it's more so of like
कितना ऑफर है
one by
कैशबैक
one,
का?
you know, one by one, get onto the side, and if you can
देख
shut
रहा
down
हूँ
Dambi,
जा
probably
बैंक
one of the
ऑफर ही
reasons
देख
why
रहा
he swapped from the
कोई
Neon
नहीं,
in the
अगर ये
first
आपके
place, the fact
मोहल्ले
that
में
he
आ रहा
was
होता
not
तो
the
मैं
one
आपके
being
मोहल्ले
isolated.
मंगा
He
कुरियर
was
करवाता,
really,
अगर
really
अभी नहीं
absolutely
होता तो।
brilliant, so it's definitely not going to be easy for the side
बट
of
अब तो आ
G2.
रहा है,
The
तो कोई
resurgence,
टेंशन ही
though,
नहीं है
of
अपने को।
Jogemo. In the first match, Dambi diffed on him, like, made absolutely no sense. But if he is on a duelist, he does have a lot more freedom. And also with the compositions playing more around him instead
प्राइम
of him
सेविंग
helping the
10%
rest of the team, it just works
इंस्टेंट
better.
I
डिस्काउंट
think it's
था
one of those selfless things, right?
एसबीआई
You've got
पे
such a star and he wants
कार्ड
to
पे
try and
अगर
lift the rest
परचेज
of the team
वैल्यू
on up,
हमारी
but really, the team needs you.
4,990 से
You be
ज्यादा
the
होती
guy.
10% ना?
Yeah, you're the guy. That's like a whole thing in
हाँ
Korea
तो
here.
2400
And
कितने
Pacific as
होते?
well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
1800 रुपए
I think
माइनस
this is
होता
a meta
लगभग,
that's centered around those duelists, right? They're probably the
समझ रहे
strongest
हो?
that they've ever been right
मेरा
now. So
मॉनिटर
I
और
think
2000 कम हो
if
जाता
that was
लगभग,
running
18
Nongshim,
का
I don't know,
16,200 रुपए का पड़ता मेरे को।
हाँ
that's why they could lift that
16,000 का पड़
trophy
जाता।
over in Santiago.
यार
So I
रॉकी
want to
भाई
see both
नुकसान
G2
करवा
be
दिए
able to
यार आप।
emulate that.
And let's speak a little bit about the repetitions. Yes, you were saying that in the qualifier they were playing with that double
एसबीआई भी था
duelist with the Neon and the
सबसे
Race
ज्यादा
for the side of
1500
Nongshim.
और
But when we talk
1250
about
था।
reps, G2 is
नहीं बट
on
तेरे
the
को
lead
1800
by
का
a
नहीं,
lot,
मैक्सिमम
especially I think that they
1500 का
played at
डिस्काउंट
least
मिलता
3
है, या
weeks during the
1250
regular
का।
season.
अरे चलो
Now it's
1200
on to
भी
playoffs,
मिलता।
and of course they're in Masters London. There is a lot of
KFC का
fear,
बकेट
there
आ
is a
जाता
lot
ना
of
रॉकी
fear.
भाई।
This is the only match that you know for sure
गलत कह रहा
your
हूँ।
opponent before coming into the tournament. So if
16,900
any
रुपए का पड़ता है।
preparation has been done, it
अभी
has to be
18,000 का
fast.
पड़ रहा है, दो मतलब 1,000 माइनस हो जाता और
Agent Select
हाँ
coming in
1000
now.
और माइनस हो
Baby Bay
जाता है।
back on that duelist. He's on the waylay. This is not
आईसीआईसीआई
what I
डब्बा कार्ड है
expected
भाई,
to
कुछ
see
नहीं
from them,
मिलता।
but I can see
आईसीआई
where
में
they're
तो कुछ भी
coming
नहीं
from.
मिल रहा, आईसीआई
On
का
the
तो है ही
side
नहीं,
of
जमाना ही
Nongshim,
नहीं है,
it's
तो
not
पता नहीं
that
क्यों
Raze.
लेते हैं लोग।
They're going back to the Phoenix from X-Ross that we saw back on Breeze. We know that there's has a 1-2 pairing that's effective.
So
ICICI से कुछ नहीं देता भाई.
this guy would literally worked very well on
तूने आया था खोल के देखा
something similar like this before with Baby
सही
Bay
था
on
मॉनिटर
the
ठीक है
waylay,
शेप
but
वेव देखी थी तूने
Jogama was playing
हाँ
on the
शेप
Neon.
तो
Maybe
देखी
he
थी
feels
मेरे
more
को
comfortable on the
पकड़ने से तो
base, and
बढ़िया
after
लग
the
रहा
nerf
था
and
बट
everything, I think the
उसकी
Jogamas
लाइट
are
पीछे
really
को
in
होगी
race. So I'm not
लाइट
worried
पीछे
about
की होगी
Yeah,
मतलब
I think for both of these teams, there isn't a ton of
अबे
stopping power
मॉनिटर
here.
की
It's
लाइट
only
है
really going to be that Viper,
मॉनिटर
maybe
की
a
लाइट
paranoia. So I think it's going to get
अबे
explosive here on Split.
तूने देखा नहीं फिर शायद ठीक से
वो एलियन वेयर का जो लोगो में लाइट जलती है
हाँ
हाँ वो तो पीछे ही है
हाँ वो बैक साइड में तेरा जलेगा जब और 25 इंच लिखा होगा या कुछ ऐसे कुछ लिखा होगा
हाँ वो देखी थी मैंने हाँ मॉनिटर उसकी है एलियन वेयर की होती है अबे एलियन वेयर बहुत रेपुटेटेड ब्रांड है भाई प्रीमियम ब्रांड है बेसिकली वो ऐसा अपरी छपरी नहीं है वो एकदम
भाई डिस्प्ले पॉट ही चलाइयो ना वो नहीं मत चलाइयो एचडी वाला
भाई मैं तो बिल्कुल भी गलती से भी ऑन नहीं किया पता है रॉकी भाई
नहीं भाई नहीं ऑन ही मत कर छू ही मत
हाँ पता चला भूस हो जाता तो मेरा पैसा नहीं आता इसलिए मैं ऑन ही नहीं किया मैंने पूरा वीडियो बना के रख लिया है फोटो वोटो सब खींच लिया है उसका
वो तो ले अब तो रिटर्न तो वो कर ही देंगे ऐसा तो है ही नहीं करेंगे
हाँ
तेरे को प्रूव कर दिया ना उन्होंने रिटर्न का
हाँ वो देखो ना उसमें देखो आप उसमें जाके Amazon पे जाके देखो पूरा डेट्स वेट सब डाल दिया और रिटर्न उसमें खोलो
अभी तो पहले पिकअप आएगा ना उसके बाद रिटर्न आएगा
हाँ
It is a very different setup for both squads in a lot of ways. I mean, you got Xros on the duelist now, Francis over on the fade. So they're going to swap roles.
Amazon में कोई अच्छी सेल आ रही है क्या?
Be Ivy on that Viper again. RB maintains the Omen. Valen will not be piloting the Astro with this comp. He's going to move over to the Omen. Trent switches off of fade, goes in.
6 जुलाई को सुबह 9 से रात को 9 बजे और रिटर्न रिक्वेस्ट इज कंफर्म्ड. We will initiate your refund within 13 days from the time of return is picked up. After that, it takes 7 days for your bank to credit the refund in your account.
No one home though. Snongshim were heavily stacking more towards the A side of the map. Curveball going to be set by Dambi.
आपका इसी में आएगा रॉकी भाई IDFC बैंक फर्स्ट बैंक आपका
Banged through the box.
इसी में आएगा.
Gone as well, and that leaves just Ivy and Francis to try to peel back anything they can get in a 2v5, but it feels like G2 gonna have a third pistol win in a row from Sunset now in a split. America squad very much waking up after getting beat.
आपसे लेकिन मैं 20,000 लूंगा लेकिन याद रखना 19,999 है. 1 रुपया सगुन का आना चाहिए. 20,000 1 रुपया लूंगा आपसे. याद रखना. डेल का ही सिस्टर कंपनी है ना. हाँ हाँ एलियन वेयर डेल का ही सिस्टर कंपनी है.
Not even really trying to take fights in some of these positions necessarily, but because you get one tapped off the rip.
दिखने में लेकिन सुंदर मॉनिटर है नो डाउट. मैंने देखा
मॉनिटर बहुत अच्छा है भाई.
ब्लू कलर का है.
Get in a little bit quicker and deeper like you'd hope. Things just aren't going so good. For Nongshim there, that one looked a little bit not so well rehearsed in some ways, whereas G2
तो को 65 इंच का सोनी ब्रावियो चाहिए था ना.
finding themselves a third pistol in a row.
अब नहीं लेना चाहिए कुछ.
Couple specters, bulldog.
आप फुल करिए.
Just a bandit, leaf with just a ghost.
मैं वही देख रहा था.
So this is a round where
कितने का पड़ रहा है?
70 का होगा शायद.
assuming you can get
नहीं
all
लेना.
the
टीवी
guns
चाहिए ही
carried
नहीं
over.
हमको.
So
मैं
far,
टीवी देखता ही नहीं.
Nongshim had
छोड़
gamble
दिया.
stacked more or less on the
अब
other side of
PS
the
खरीदूंगा
map,
तभी
but
टीवी
willingly
आएगा.
gave up the long B space.
PS तो ले
Do
ले
have a
भाई
late
तू.
lurk here from Leaf to
अब
try to
नेक्स्ट बर्थडे में
deny
फिर देना तुम लोग सब चंदा.
any attempt to just dive inside or thwart this
6
retake.
खरीदूंगा
Here they
फिर.
go.
Paranoia not going to be connecting on anyone there.
ठीक है रॉकी भाई.
Swing out over the Raptors, curveball forward into the smoke. Xros eventually going to be able to find that kill on a Valen. Trent going to be taken down as well as Nongshim.
रॉकी भाई
Already on for the defuse. Downbeat. Just bouncing back into the
बर्थडे के समय पे बर्थडे बोल रहा हूँ यार.
They will be able to find one. The fuse going to be interrupted, but Ivy having to kill Leaf, having to reload.
ये डेस्ट्रो मेरे को बोला है
हाँ.
कि दिसंबर में नवंबर में आपको क्या मैं अपना PS कुरियर करवाऊंगा. थोड़ा कुरियर करवा देना तो.
अच्छा वो खेलता नहीं.
नहीं खेलेगा. आप ही के साथ मिल के लिया ना GTO. तो यही बोल रहा था कि रॉकी भाई के साथ मिल के लिया हूँ.
भाई उसने कोई वो थोड़ी बोला. मैंने उससे पूछा था भाई. मैंने जब खरीदी थी तो उसने कहा था खरीदनी. मैंने कहा हाँ. कह रहा था मैं दूंगा. कह रहा अगर मैं नहीं दूंगा तो मैं खेलूंगा नहीं यार। ये क्या, अब तो
मैं तो
खरीदे भाई,
छीन
कोई भी
लूंगा
खेलो, खेलेगा कोई भी खेल लो
भाई। देखो वो उसको मैं बोला हूँ कि तो अपना PS मेरे को क्या बोलते हैं कुछ दिन के लिए भेज दे, 1 महीने के लिए, मैं फुल कंटेंट बना लूंगा, उसके बाद तू क्या बोलते हैं वापस ले लेना।
तो तू बना कर लेगा, इधर ही आ जाए 1 महीने के लिए, कंटेंट इधर ही बन जाएंगे।
फिर कंटेंट नहीं बनेगा, फिर बहुत कुछ बन जाएगा। सिर्फ मजे ही बनेंगे और कुछ। सही में रॉकी, मैं 1 महीने के लिए आ जाऊं क्या आपके घर, कंप्यूटर लेके अपना?
पीसी लेके भी जाएगा तो मेरे को पता है ये पीसी में कुछ नहीं करेगा, कंटेंट तो नहीं बनाएगा।
तो सही में ऐसे तेरे को 16,800 रुपए का पड़ जाता।
बोल ही रहा हूँ भाई, 16,000 का पड़ जाता भाई, मेरे 2,000 और बच जाते। आप पहले आइडिया नहीं दिए। मेरे को नहीं पता था कि आपने HDFC और इसका कार्ड बनवा लिया है करके।
हाँ मैंने बनवा लिया यार, मैंने कहा चल थोड़ा बहुत डिस्काउंट तो मिल ही जाता है। अभी एक एसी हमारा खराब हो गया था, वो लेना तो उसमें 5,000 का डिस्काउंट आ रहा था, तो मैंने कहा भाई अब तो बनवाता हूँ कार्ड।
अब अगली बार लूंगा तो अब 1,000 रुपए के लिए इतना नहीं सोच रहा हूँ, पहले 2,000 भी तो।
अबे पहले 2,000 नहीं सोचा था, फिर भी तेरे को वापस आ गए ना। तेरे नसीब में लिखे थे 2,000।
हाँ मेरे नसीब में लिखे थे वो 2,000। अब 2,000 आ रहा है, बढ़िया। मैं उसका ईयरफोन खरीदूंगा सोनी वाला।
ईयरफोन?
हाँ मेरा ये ईयरफोन खराब है।
OnePlus के लिए अच्छा साउंड है।
अरे नहीं, मेरे को ये स्ट्रीमिंग के लिए चाहिए। मैं वो हेडफोन यूज नहीं करता हूँ ना, ईयरफोन यूज करता हूँ। और आदि का मेरे को साउंड मिक्सर उठा के लाना है जिसके घर जाऊंगा तो। फिर इसी से सेटअप करवाऊंगा, बता दो कैसे लगाना।
Nobody home from Nongshim. Oh, counter spam though. Look at Baby Bay's health.
Nice.
Trent can get some healing through.
Guys, whoever is watching me right now, please.
रॉकी भाई सही बताओ ना, 1 महीने के लिए आ जाऊं क्या?
आजा भाई, तो वो फोन
नवंबर में, लेकिन ना अभी नहीं। दिन भर मैं PS खेलूंगा, रात में आप खेलना। नवंबर में स्कल्लू लेकिन चला जाएगा वापस। अगस्त में वो वापस जा रहा है।
मतलब अपने घर जा रहा है ना?
हाँ वापस शिफ्ट हो जाएगा।
अब तो अलीगढ़ कितना दूर है यहाँ से?
बढ़िया। दोनों लेकिन रॉकी भाई आपके रूम में हम लोग दोनों PC कैसे जमाएंगे, मेरा भी आपका भी?
तब की तब देखेंगे, आराम से हो जाएगा। अरे हो जाएगा, सुनना मैं बेड पे आ जाऊंगा, तू चेयर पे आ जाइयो।
तो मैं अपना ना सुनो
मॉनिटर इधर घुमा लूंगा, तू एक मॉनिटर उधर घुमा लियो।
हाँ मॉनिटर नहीं लाऊंगा, सिर्फ CPU उठा के लाऊंगा डब्बा में डाल के।
हाँ मॉनिटर तो है, मॉनिटर
नाइस
360 हर्ट्ज को कैप्चर कर लूंगा आपका मैं। आदि थोड़ा और कुछ बताऊं? रॉकी भाई ऑफिस जाएंगे, धीरे से इनका GPU निकालूंगा, अपने में लगाऊंगा, अपना वाला निकालूंगा, इनके में लगाऊंगा, पता भी नहीं चलेगा। क्या बोलता? उसके बाद रॉकी भाई सीधा ब्लॉक लिस्ट में।
अरे आईजी रॉकी में मैं तो ब्लास्ट तो पहुंच गया।
अरे गलती से आपका लिए आया क्या? अरे पता ही नहीं चल रहा था।
पता ही नहीं चला।
Not going to be easy. Still one curveball in the mix.
Nice shot, bro.
Able to find that third. Spare their blushes. Damn.
रॉकी भाई से बदली तो मैं कर सकता हूँ, देख कुछ भी गोल। ये वैसे भी स्टोरी मोड PS में खेलते हैं, है ना? इनका ग्राफिक कार्ड तो मैं चोरी कर सकता हूँ, चाहे तू कुछ बोल ले।
Amazon पे लेटर वाला है ना, वो करवाइए यार।
करवा दूंगा, मेरा है ना। UPS में उसी से खरीदा। UPS में उसी से खरीदा। मेरा कितना 35,000 का लिमिट हो गया है।
Going for the default plant, but
like and subscribe button
was not the case at all.
9,999 रुपए का था मेरा, वही क्या बोलते हैं, UPS
UPS.
ठीक है 6 महीने के उसमें लिया है मैंने 1800 1800 कितना 70 रुपए मेरे को लगता है मंथली चार्जेस ठीक है और 6 महीने का है इंटू कर लो आप
नाइस शॉट ब्रो
मेरे को लगभग वो पड़ रहा है 10,500 मतलब 400-500 रुपए एक्स्ट्रा लगेगा मेरे को 6 महीने में ठीक है पता भी नहीं चलता
again some individual mistakes that are almost costing Nongshim big time and G2 able to find some good timings to at least do damage but they can't convert enough because
नॉन्गशिम जीतनी चाहिए यार एक तो पैसिफिक टीम जीते भाई कल एक हार गई है आज एक हार गई है एक ये बची है
Francis and Ivy incredible when they're on. There's been a little bit of shakiness here and there.
Spectators jinx.
Right there, Francis able to bounce back after a rough previous round. Trent gets lit the heck up. Ivy dead. Look at Tweet. He's all the way over on A.
He's lit up. It's just a decay. So it sees grabbing him in position. Now right as rain. Like you said. Good kill from Leaf. Is Dami trying to isolate. Reads Valen's reposition, but can't do anything about it. Even if he had, Leaf would have been right there. Get that trade back into their favor.
I'm not looking tense, bro.
ये रॉकी भाई कल बता रहा था PS5 डिजिटल वर्जन लगभग 70 के आसपास का हो गया
हाँ वो GTA 6 के चक्कर में
हाँ बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ गया रेट
That can be avoided. It's all a quick consideration on that pip. It looks like Leaf is going to be opting to try to hold that one for now.
But still, जिसके पास पुराना स्टॉक है ना, उन लोग अभी भी ऑफलाइन स्टोर वाले दे रहे हैं उसको.
Swing out. Francis good for one, but nothing more. G2 now able to rally back.
52,000 का दे रहा है एक बंदा. With bill, warranty सब.
Great work again by Leaf.
क्या पता है.
Just has some great reads at times. I mean, I was so impressed with his Sage play on Sunset here on the Viper.
मेरे को रॉकी भाई ना वो करवा रहे हैं मेरा मूड बना रहे हैं भाई सही में कि क्या कहते हैं नवंबर में एक महीने के लिए दिल्ली सामान बांध के
You only have to invest one of the alts.
Bro, bro, what's your real name, brother?
He's going to have it available potentially for this round. They can get there. Just use those seekers to really confirm. G2. Oh, okay.
Break up that. The conversion path's going to be sent. Ivy to be caught. Trying to tuck back behind this box. And Baby Bay eventually will find him.
Fred. Oh, that's nice, bro. Nice to meet you, Fred.
अरे भैया चारों पीछे से आ रहे हैं.
Nice to have you in
the garage
chat.
as the pit goes out towards Alley.
Surprise.
First contact as RB will be able to take him down. X-Ross with the
दो तो मर गए.
wins the fight versus Valen. Nongshim now get
ये ले वो एक तीसरा गया और डिफ्यूज हो जाएगा
Wasted, bro.
भाई क्या इन लोग घुसे हैं भाई रॉकी भाई इस कल्लू बोला था खेलोगे तो बुला लेना और डेस्ट्रो भी आप लोग खेलो ना मेरा ये खत्म होगा उसके अंदर खाना खा के आता हूँ फिर खेलूंगा खेलेंगे ना आधे घंटे में गेम खत्म हो जाएगा मेरा 10:30 तक
That pit that should be a safety net for you becomes a prison and they just get absolutely bullied out of it. That was electric coordination.
Presence confirmed here in the mid. Valen able to backpedal. Dodging any punish. But now Nongshim quickly making the call to try to pivot across towards this A site. Flash confirms that no one's home. Pain shell up to heaven as well. G2 able to get themselves into fairly entrenched positions. And they hold it with the weaker buy. Jogamo going to be forced having to drop back. Top leaf is found too. Baby makes one as well. And now suddenly in the blink of an eye, it is just Ivy.
Ace.
Points at first, but needs so much more. Re-clear into heaven, and he will just abandon the hope of a clutch. Will back away, and G2 will find a massive, monstrous round win to get up to 3.
What happened today?
Able to just punch right back.
G lost.
I mean, this time,
Esports.
Nongshim tries to go for a more
That's why.
spread retake, trying to clear some space over at the bottom of the ramp, and Leaf tucked in, having none of it. He got 2 kills there, and it's just a great coordination with the utility. The flash was in there, the saturate, everything you needed from G2 was perfectly placed.
With that kind of gameplay with them.
It's
absolutely lights out.
All 3 players carrying weapons in.
वो miss कर गया satchel की वजह से.
Doing wonders for Jogamo to win out that fight, to stay alive.
You got to be, I think, a little bit more thoughtful on those retakes on A if you're Nongshim, but G2
guys like कर दो यार.
So quick, get into those well-disciplined host plants where they know what they need to do. Their protocols, are going to be very well drilled. Francis goes for the C's there. Does catch on to Baby Bay, but no punish available.
Hey, not running a raise. Molly's already been expended. Some pot shots attempted through this Viper wall in mid, but otherwise nothing to be found. No one taking a lick of damage on either side.
See how hungry Nongshim is to try to put the pressure onto G2, but G2
not even single bullet.
A match. Actually overstack here. Francis has to start backpedaling.
Baby Bay can push this issue because he has that refract available, but now we'll just let that one expire.
Nice decision.
G2 gets
to fall back.
Very aggressive push up in towards this B heaven. Once again, so much util, so many bullets expended from both sides, and no one has taken any damage. Just painting pictures around each other, and finally we'll have our first little bit there as Francis. Let's just end up eating 1 bullet. Meanwhile, the spike's starting to get ushered up into A main.
His jog's already down to his last clip.
DP check.
क्या कर रहे हैं लोग? Spawn तक पूरा खोल के दे दिए जगह वो.
Intercepts X-Ross. Finds that elimination. Dambi here, though, to try to hold this line. Has the overdrive, and the time has gone away from them. This has just been such a heavy investment. As maybe they up and over the top. Eventually, he's going to be able to find Dambi. The plant now going to be coming through as Jogamo finds Ivy, and they can stick this. Very much limit testing here, RG2, but they're getting away with it as RB finding Jogamo.
Nice.
Able to win out that fight. But now he's got to do it all. Swing out of the smoke! And that is
भाई clutch है भाई RB.
RB has had such a quiet performance this whole series through. But what a time to come alive!
I mean, there has been some of the nastiest spray transfers today from Nongshim. So from Ivy earlier this time, it's RB's turn. I thought this was curtains. I mean, you get the backstab, you get the sight, you get the clear, you get the pit out of Ivy, you take him down. This looked like it could be a backbreaker for Nongshim. A complete change of momentum, but RB.
What
that
he did,
is one of
bro,
his best.
that
and we've
was...
seen a lot of good ones from him over the years.
Absolutely
the IGL played that kind of gameplay, bro.
That's one of those ones that, if you're G2 again, you're going to be kicking yourself so much over. More so than Ivy's clutches on Sunset. Can they recover from here? Nongshim now up to 6. The entry again. Attempted from Baby Bay. Has to take the refract out instantly. RB just ushered forward by the paint shell. Otherwise, no worse for wear.
I love here for RB that he's like, I'm going to make sure that I have the paranoia in hand on this B execute this time. Because last time I got caught trying to swap and Baby Bay did me in. This time,
where are you from,
he plays it
bro, I'm
much
from
more
India.
Disciplined. Again,
India,
that dog, but
there's a state, Chhattisgarh.
G2 is just sending that more to keep attention onto that side and to see if they can get an isolated fight. X-Ross is going to slide over. Ooh, that got dangerous.
That it really did, but RB still going to be looks for a little bit more, cannot find it. It looks like again
nice
that buy from G2 might just be bearing fruit. Weapons now going to be recovered. The heels pushed out. Jogamo back up towards full.
Nice,
now
nice,
down
nice.
from on high. Slide in, and Dambi will get it done. Barrel stuck for the transfer. Narrowly scrapes by. But Nongshim now securing a lead and looking to balloon it up.
Yeah,
Damn,
God, again,
bees.
another frustrating one. It looked like G2 might have been able to shrug
Nice
off
one,
that
bro.
previous clutch from RB. A really well-coordinated execute. Good crossfires available, but this time it's Dambi. Slides in, gets the 2K. Tread's trying to figure out where the hell he went.
Super.
Can't lock on in time.
Just back-to-back rounds like that. Sure, this one a little less egregious compared to the previous.
Guys, don't forget to hit the like and
Absolutely
subscribe
need
button.
to call this time
And
out
if
now.
you can support
Yeah,
me,
you
please
need
do
to
support
settle
me
down.
with super
This has
chat
been
membership,
slipping.
and as well as you
You
can
have
use
to stop
UPI.
it.
And if you want to give me some
I mean,
amount,
at the very
you can
least,
check
you
the
got to find a way to
description.
take
There you
that
can get
confidence away from
everything,
Nongshim and
every
get in there
detail.
as Josh and reinvigorate your team. Because those are two heartbreakers in a row where you had real shots to win around, put yourself in real good positions, made some nice adjustments there, you know, compared to previously for G2. They kind of outplayed RB again. I mean, they've been doing a great job on whoever it is, RB or
मजा ही आ
IB
जा
or
रहा है.
whoever's trying to hold that B main execute entrance. They have completely knocked it out of the park by smothering them out of rounds. You know, at least at the very worst, getting trades. But even thinking back all the way to the pistol where they just took RB out in the very first bullet. The haunt, not going to be cleared this time. G2 just opts to hide. Trying to obscure Numbers' presence.
We'll be making a decent amount of noises. Sees again.
Chungam pakad liya usko, Chungam.
Takes a refract back to Ramen.
Of course, you want to get that showstopper some value. Trent maybe could just lead with the Seekers. Then
Why is not
Dragomo's in a
using
position where he can
Seekers?
double blast
The
pack up
Trent-
and punish
the
right
Trent
behind the
boy.
cabbages.
Trent boy. Use the Seekers, bro.
There we go.
There it is. 1-2.
Utapaki.
Prowler will be able to get the blind out though, and that shows up we're not going to be finding a damn thing. France is going to have to just drop away on the rope, fully blinded. Up. Scaling forward, it's going to be good for one. Strip will get taken down, but Baby Bay is there for the trade. Valen out from garage, able to find one. There's Francis, completely saturated up, and Baby Bay is dropping off the box to his demise. Francis, however, will fall as Jogamo looks to spare their blushes. Just Dambi left in a 1v3. G2
Can Dambi
should
do the
have this one
1v3?
wrapped up.
Would think this would be even more heartbreaking.
If it could happen 3 times in a row, yeah, I think that you'd just be mentally checked out. But G2 will be able to stabilize. 3 players surviving, going to be key this last
I'm saying,
round
I'm
to carry over these
leaking the
weapons.
script. Okay,
Going to make this a 7-5 half.
I have
Didn't have to
already
invest a
written
lot
the
of
script,
thoughts here, but
and the
I mean, I
script
think
is
that's
like
exactly
that.
why Josh
8-4
RT
is
wanted
there.
to call that
Nuggets
timeout
लिया
to
ना,
make sure that
fish
this is
लिया
a
ना,
guaranteed
कबाब
round.
लेना, बस ये तीनों
Knew
आधा
how
आधा
important
लेना.
it was, knew what they had in their investment,
Nongshim is gonna win.
wanted to get the most out of the
ताकि
portfolio.
भाई कबाब इधर भी भेजना तो जरा.
A lot of stingers here for Nongshim. So
Yeah.
on top of
13-6, they
getting
will,
that round,
they're
you
gonna win
also
13-6.
find Nongshim
Second
with no
nugget.
economy to speak of. Exros the only one with a rifle, does have his ult as well. So run it back
अफगानी टिक्का.
in play.
कोई बात नहीं, आप वो रहने देना.
G2
चिली चिकन ले आना बस
very
थोड़ा सा
much
खाने के लिए.
worried
इधर भी,
that
इधर
maybe there
भी.
might be a set idea
अंकल 2 प्लेट जो भी.
initial start of the round here to maybe try to get that run it back to find some value, but instead, Nongshim going to keep it close to the vest. They too, with just those stingers, want to tuck in and try to find those close quarters fights.
High-low setup at a ramp, but will be abandoned. Ivy just going to be left on his lonesome. Leaf scaling in that direction, but Exros with that phantom.
Nice
Able to find
shot.
Jogamo.
Nice,
Punishes
nice,
Leaf
nice.
as well. Just caught going on a walkabout. Valen now trying to TP in the back of sight, but here's RB, shuts that down. The up and over, the plan to the feet, the flash is going to be good, and Baby Bay will be able to find it. Run it back immediately eliminated. Trent snapping Exros back. Is the Molly going to be invested, disrupting the plant for now. It's over behind the box. The spike now in play. A player advantage here for Nongshim. With another gun recovered, now passed over into the hands of Dambi.
Just need Francis to maintain heaven control here, and
They can do it. They can do it. They can do it. They can do it. Baga, baga, baga.
That's out. Backpedal. Here from Valen, trying to get to a safer spot. It's gonna get
Nice,
one by
nice,
Ivy now.
nice.
With a third. The
Nice.
Baby Bay. He's looking for that
Good,
transfer
bro.
of his own, but Exros will deny.
I told you 8-4.
The diffuser come in and Nongshim set themselves up with a 4-round lead at the half.
It was a wild half, to say the least, and if not for the heroics of a couple players, once again, I find myself saying and believing that G2 should have a few more rounds, just like on Sunset.
They took the pistol, but then they dropped that anti-eco.
Right.
And it really starts to unravel from there.
I mean, the fact that you get 4
now only
almost
2
feels
rounds, G2 gonna win.
Good in some ways and bad in others is G2, because yeah, like you're talking about, you lose that eco, you lose a couple of those clutches, but despite all that, you're still very much in this map.
G2 6.
And you would think that, you know, G2 should be pretty damn solid on their defender's side, but you never know. Nongshim, that's a team that if their executes are on point, if their coordination is on point, sometimes if you don't have the perfect answers,
bro,
it can be really tough.
Have you ever tried that
like
Nongshim noodles?
a few of the moments I saw with the Waylay and the Sky to really slow down some of those retakes. So you're gonna need a lot more of that here on this defender side as G2.
This is one of those moments where a team that normally is so very unflappable that is able to recover starts to have those doubts. You've been in this position before, granted. You know, a very tense moment, an opportunity to qualify into a grand final. The last time they played against Nongshim Red Force, but you got to this split, and it got away from you. Having those thoughts seep back in, it could absolutely be their undoing.
The what ifs, absolutely.
G2 Faithful going to be looking and hoping, praying that they can get this pistol to open up their attacker side.
Well, and considering how well it's gone for America's,
yeah, I know what you like and
but how well so far EWC has gone for America's against Pacific. I mean, you don't want to be the one left out of the party.
If you like
no, for sure.
Please do subscribe.
All needs to start from here. See if they can get right back into this. Another pistol, not dropping the anti-eco.
I think pistol is for G2 because they are good in pistol.
Fans want to be seeing,
but you never know.
Shanks, if you haven't taken the jersey off yet, you better do so.
Yeah, just
they need everything they can get.
Burn that thing, bro. In Nongshim, just gonna sneak underneath their noses here. I mean, they have a good read there, but the saturate.
Zombie still going to be going for that point-blank shot, but
nice.
Over. Meanwhile, Jogamo able to find extra also 2 for 2. As it else looks to settle, but Jogamo's looking for a little bit more.
Nice.
And he absolutely oversteps.
I think
It's tough.
Oh,
damage suffered as well as Valen. Down to 15.
With a bandit.
He's got to do everything, it feels like. Maybe if he causes enough of a distraction, kills a couple players. Valen could collect something, but Leaf, gun barrel, maybe not being registered there by Francis, but he'll just peek in, finds Valen.
Nice, Francis.
Instantaneous with the right click. The hopes start to fade.
They're gonna override my script, I know.
As Nongshim,
they're gonna override my script.
Their first pistol here on split, move up.
They're like, no, we don't want to give the 2 rounds to G2.
A buy up here for G2.
We're gonna win. We're gonna win.
To grab some of those stingers.
Let's go, Nongshim.
And do what G2 does best. Put those to good use and catch your opponent maybe a little off guard.
Guys, whoever is watching me right now, please like the
stream. They're not gonna go for it. I would have loved to have seen it here.
Nice.
From the defender side, it's always
guys, please chat on this.
But I'm right there with you. I think that a curveball like that
write something
might
in
just
chat.
Be enough to try and catch Nongshim off guard. Up to go
Let's
for
talk.
the safer route.
Already Nongshim.
If you are a Hindi viewer, I can talk in Hindi.
What's going on the map?
If you are an English viewer,
even though Ivy,
I can talk in English.
His whole
I can talk English. I can walk English.
plan here is to just look for a little contact.
Okay, well, Ivy not going to be able to steady that hip fire, so Jogamo, it's a weapon back, and with their teammate falling, all of Nongshim
हिंदी में बात करने वाले कृपया मुझसे हिंदी में बात करें. If you are an English talker,
talk in English. But they are still very clustered
Thank
on
you.
A.
timing of this.
And if you're Russian,
I thought for a second
bro,
G2 was just going to hold the line
you use
on A,
for
and
weapon
Nongshim was
change?
going to walk into
Scrolling or number key?
the beehive, but
When I started playing, I was using
get stung
scroll.
just yet.
So
Over towards A.
Filipino viewer, thank you so much, bro,
Empty side, the players
for
now
telling me
splitting,
thank you so
looking
much.
to
Oh,
re-clear through
Philippines.
Garage and B.
One of my
Bad
friend is
news
there.
about to be registered.
in
Meanwhile,
Philippines.
RB
I don't
setting up a
remember the
smoke,
city name,
keeping eyes
but
trained
she
towards
is a
the
very
Sewers
good friend of
position. The
mine.
swing out, and he will be able to mow them both down.
So when I started
Baby
playing,
Bay now
I
eliminated.
was using the
Leaf on the
scroll,
advance as well, going to
but
be
now
lost.
I started
Valorant
using
with a slow
buttons.
walk forward. Dombi just jiggling on the corner, gets the spot. Takes the fight, wins it. Dogamo, how quick, how accurate can he be with this Marshall? Needs to be clean. No, the Bandit instead. Will be able to take him down, but both have suffered damage. The time is starting to get away from them. This is really just a matter of can they find anything else. Jogamo needing to try to find something, but it's going to be RB with a 4K. This map is his. 10-4. Double digits now hit. Nongshim 3 rounds away from winning their opening series here at EWC.
I get a bit worried in the middle of this round for Nongshim, where off of losing Ivy, they might make the wrong read, but they actually take just long enough to pivot over to the A side that G2 instead thinks that they're going B for sure. Turns out to not be the case, but RB, they're lucky to not take more damage, only down to 86 health in that 2K, even though it looked a little unsturdy. And it's Dombi maybe off to the races. Valen trying to deny. Thought about the paranoia. They're just going to use the Prowler, and Nongshim didn't get the look that they liked. Ivy going to be identified. Baby Bay.
Able to get out of there. The saturate is in. Ivy will still be able to find one. But meanwhile, Leaf back over in the mid, able to get rid of Dombi. One of the big thorns in their side eliminated. RB still alive and well, though.
I even think Nongshim heard that.
Yeah, maybe not.
They weren't looking on their flanks, so convinced that they can just keep their eyes forward. And X-Ross, my goodness.
Swooping forward, doesn't have any util to try to go for the heal here. Well, RB just tucked in alongside the smoke. If he goes pushing, Valen should absolutely have him dead. Gonna start to scale up, but hasn't quite gotten that spot out yet. Now will do so. Paranoia gonna be sent, but only connects onto the enemy Omen. Meanwhile, Jogamo looking to try to fast swing around this flank, but RB is already giving it some credence. He situates another smoke, but now turns off the angle. Valen gonna be able to find the one. Jogamo now backstabbing, cleans up the enemy Omen.
RB there tried to sell a fake rotate. Little did he know.
It's all down to Francis here. Swing in. Whoa. Francis just locks on. He's managed to isolate this down. A haunt available again here in a second. Swing out.
Arre!
From the Raptor. Will be able to win this round, but good lord.
पहले spot किया था, but still.
Attempt here from Nongshim. They get it so very close, but it will be G2 persevering for another round.
Yeah, this is a very tricky round to navigate for G2, and they do a pretty good job of it overall. Nongshim's trying to throw a lot of unusual ideas, and you have some, I guess I'll call them unfortunate moments where Ivy's able to get the kill onto the Baby Bay after being saturated.
Oh.
That right there, freaking nasty. But Trent's there with a steady pair of hands to make sure that no more damage is done. And the other thing I was going to point out earlier is the good news is a lot of those early kills for Nongshim went into RB's hands. So you don't have that run it back yet. You don't have one of those bigger ults that could be a real problem, whereas you have a showstopper with a weaker buy. So you've got a real chance as G2 to all of a sudden start gaining some momentum. Start turning the tables onto Nongshim. See if they can get it to go. We'll get some confirmation on that Prowler, and that means Nongshim, especially with that Boombot there, no way you're going into mid now.
Yeah, Saturate can be held as well. No contact off the Boombot, so Baby Bay can retain that for the future.
Honestly, I'd just Yeah, love to see him run at A here.
Yeah, it's just going to be an exec and RB likely to TP into the back of sight.
Exactly.
Okay, but no, a bit of a pump fake as they're going to rescale into mid.
And they didn't like the reaction. The delay there from the Viper felt a little too quick.
Paranoia going to be baited out for that Prowler. Francis is dumping all of the kit, but Baby Bay going to be dead. Francis is able to find him. Leap now with the peak. Gets the bad news. Everyone from Nongshim is right here at home.
Arey, nice shot.
Forcibly evacuated is Ivy. It's the headshot. Jogamo now. All the more pressure on that showstopper to be able to deliver. As Trent.
Arey, Trent, yaar.
3v3, and suddenly G2 stocks looking a hell of a lot healthier.
I mean, this showstopper, you would think is good for at least one.
Needs to find him. Back of map. The spot out. Showstopper going to be lobbed in, but no. Extros barely taking any damage. Francis just lingering in
Nice,
the back.
well played.
Drives a knife into Valen.
उसने अपना अल्ट whip कर दिया क्या रेस का.
Now up to 11. G2 trailing by 6.
मेरे को भी लगा था फिनिक्स को मार देगा वो. पता नहीं कैसे नहीं मार पाया.
Eventually, Nongshim's able to find that A execute that they were fishing for towards the beginning part of the round. Ivy again really clean, but then Trent answers back, and you think there's hope. But there's that extra layer on the backside. The showstopper from Jog can't find success, even though he's got an opportunity. Exros gives him the chance. Exros challenges him. Still can't quite get it done. Now, another timeout has to be taken. D2 on the ropes. Bloodied and bruised. The KO punch seemingly in the windup for Nongshim. I don't know. It just seems like there's some good ideas from G2, but when it comes down to some of these late round micro executions, that's where they're getting beat. Like the individual kind of step up moments lean Nongshim's way more often than not.
Some people call them hero plays, but the hero plays have to be allowed. You're not getting that shutdown if you're not denying it away from them. Nongshim, they're going to make those moments happen for themselves. Able to just have them materialize. That's exactly what G2 needs to do for themselves. A Thrifty here. Deny Nongshim from getting up to match point.
It's such a scary round. Is G2 obviously winning the Thrifty?
ये राउंड कैसे भी निकालना है भाई. इन लोग का इको है. ये राउंड निकलना बहुत जरूरी है. एडवांटेज.
Going into the decider, into the match point round. That sucks. Just to be completely honest.
Yeah.
So that's.
हमारी 2 एशियन टीम पैसिफिक टीम तो हार गई. कम से कम तीसरी थोड़ी इज्जत रख ले.
I'm not the type to beat around the bush. Tell it to you straight. That's the paper thin guarantee.
Things very quiet. Playing this very close to the vest are Nongshim, not wanting to get caught off guard. They've already been thriftied a couple times, I believe, so far in this series. We don't want to allow for it again. But what a
भी कुछ crazy ही दे दिया भाई खर्चा पानी से.
Dividends as Valen will get taken down. Jogamo going to be tagged. The Cade down around the corner. Swings out, is able to find the one, but nothing more. The rephase for Dombey. Overstepping a bit, but the team is there to back him up. As the dust will settle, and it's just Baby Bay allowed to recover.
Just a Baby Bay. Baby Bay को गन तो मिल जाएगा heavy heaven से.
He has to be the one.
क्योंकि एक मरा था. नहीं वैंडल मिलेगा ना उसको उसका फ्रांसिस का. डैम्बी के पास तो वो था आउटलॉ.
The full kit to work with. There's an opportunity.
They are just scattered to the winds.
अरे उतना टाइम नहीं देते हैं ना ये लोग. सड़ासड़ भगते हैं इधर उधर.
To read where they're going to be coming from. First fight, first challenge will be RB. Now noting them saturate. Going to be chucked in. It's a quick exit, backpedaling over towards the sewer. Baby Bay able to find the one, but that costs him life. That costs him time. He just doesn't have enough of it. Tries to find the exits. Refract around the corner. Nothing more to be done. Has the money for the buy, so we'll just go down.
चलो भाई एक राउंड और निकालना है बस.
But that is now
फिर खाना खाएंगे.
And it's scary. Nice shot from Domby.
और हैं? Hello?
Dog able to at least get some value here. He hit nice little shot with that Sheriff. Baby Bay, I think going to be one away from the convergent paths. Yeah, Trent does have his ult. Xross does have his. I mean, Nongshim didn't even consider saving their Nightfall. They just went for it, Baby Bay. Oh, that's a seize.
It is, but it's going to be Valorant with covering fire. Able to find it, Tommy in the back, but Baby Bay rather is still going to fall as Francis.
Trade हो गया 1v1.
1-for-1. That convergent paths now out of the equation.
Oh, but that's kind of a weird
भाई
to have that flash
भाई
issue.
ये घुस
They're
गया
not
अंदर.
even waiting for him to be underneath.
Exos now storming his way forward with that ult. Paint Shell will be able to snap him back.
नहीं वो देखो कहाँ घुस गया उसको देख तू.
Meanwhile, Ivy worked all the way forward. Trent.
अरे यार.
But still alive, still fighting here for G2.
Unbelievable awareness from Trent. That is heads up play.
Meanwhile, Leaf ready to intercept these footsteps, going to be heard. Not sure if there's going to be a second layer on the approach from Sewers, but he's going to play this patiently. He is going to look to single-handedly bring this round to an end. Strikes out as Xross will fall. RB to just tuck into the corner. The spike, however, in his hands, needs to be rerouted. Goes for the elbow side plant. Seekers now. The play spoiler to reveal their locations. The tuck back, the paranoia to fly. Jogamo fully blinded up. Leaf, however, has his vision and has RB in his sights. G2 able to win out another round, getting up to 6, but 6 is how many more they will need if they want to push this into overtime like they did at Master Santiago.
For sure, going all the way over to get the op. Gonna make sure that they have enough time to scoop that back up for Baby Bay, the only gun that was even dropped in this round. Okay, I mean, I think you can get a couple more here as G2. The ult cycle gonna be in your favor. You're getting close to another showstopper. You've already got a convergent paths. There's a chance here. You can set Nongshim back onto an eco, get a few more, and then get a reset and give yourself a hope at those next 4. Just this time, Nongshim kind of getting lost in the sauce. A lot of big contact fights won. A good trade at least when Baby Bay went down by Valen, and they're able to hold the line and take Domby down. Then this time you have the pit available. Oh my God!
Dogging melding कर दी.
This hit from Nongshim, but they're going to be rerouted. Opting to not overstep here, but that overdrive will be expiring.
चलो भाई जल्दी खत्म करो. अब नहीं हो रहा. मित्र.
That don't really find enough value.
Domby again continuing to try to sprint forward. The paranoia to try to hold them at bay, but no. Valen going to be caught, but Dogamo and Leaf one apiece. Get them back into an advantageous position as Leaf finds a second, but Ivy will be able to take him down. Jogamo, it ends up being rough, but Ivy able to find him with that molly on the floor. Immediately brings this now into a 1v1. Drop down, the drift across, the spike is still the opposite side of the pillar.
So uncomfortable for Ivy. No idea. He has no idea where Baby Bay is. But he has the pit.
Sends this one immediately. Drifts out of it. Hit by that saturate. The classic shots not connecting the tap of the plant. Baby Bay. Wrapping back through. Trying to commit for it. And Ivy snaps on for another clutch and another victory over G2.
That was wild.
बहुत बढ़िया खेली भाई नॉन्गशिम. बहुत बढ़िया खेली. भाई ये इस गेम से समझ में आ रहा है कि भाई ये चैंपियन क्यों है. चलो गाइस, दैट्स इट फॉर नाउ. अब कल मिलेंगे. बाय, टेक केयर. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग. गुड नाइट, टाटा, बाय बाय, अलविदा. कल है जी उसका गेम, पेपर एक्स का. बाय बाय.